There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, good morning and welcome to Huntington Beach, California for day 3 of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. The surf has turned on this morning. It's nice light offshore breeze, and there has been some great waves being ridden in the free surfs to get things ready. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Mitch Salazar as we're getting ready for our women's Stand 3 division to be hitting the lineup. Yeah, and first time we're going to see these women paddle out in this event, and obviously the waves have really picked up. Very fortunate that we don't have to send out some assistant divisions out there today, because the waves have truly picked up since yesterday afternoon, Shannon. But we got Stand 3 for the women out there about to paddle out. First time we've seen them, and should be a very fun and exciting day of competition. Yeah, it's going to be a great day of competition. We've got plenty of round ones to get through, which is the first time that we're seeing a lot of these competitors if they're in the round 1 divisions. We're also going to be heading into a lot of round 2s throughout the day. We'll kind of be bouncing back and forth, which means that we'll get to catch up on that leaderboard conversation for those round 2 heats. Yeah, and more than anything, you're going to be eliminating a lot of people from competition too, so you'll be determining quarterfinals, semifinals, depending on how large the field is per classification. But I just think today, with the tide about to start dropping, should be a very fun day and a lot of consistency in terms of the swell too. That's right. We're about 30 minutes off of the peak of the high tide, so it'll be dropping through the rest of the day as we take a look at our current conditions. Yeah, the high tide 6:19 a.m., 4.7 feet, but quite a bit of a difference now than earlier in the week. 12:34 p.m. will be a 1.6 feet low tide, 1.6 foot low tide. But the swell direction today, west-northwest, a lot more north in there. As we saw yesterday afternoon, that wind really pick up. And the swell height, obviously a bit bigger too, 3 to 5 feet. Yeah, you can really see it, breaking between the pier, and Northside's been having some great waves this morning with lots of free surfers out in the water. Team USA will be sending out some surfers bright and early this morning. Breezy Bochenek will be surfing for Team USA in this first heat of the day, alongside Spain and Israel, as we take a look at this division specifically for our Stand 3, which includes any surfers who ride a wave in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So we're going to have our women heading out for the first time that we're seeing them in this specific division hitting the lineup. They can choose to surf with a prosthetic on their leg or without. It's up to them. Yeah, and we saw the men in this division compete yesterday as well. So, one of those divisions where it all comes down to comfort level, whether or not you want to use your prosthetic. And only a 3-person heat, so your chances of making it out of this round quite strong, especially if you move into the final, potentially can get a medal for the first time, Shannon. That's right. Ursula Puello from Spain and Adi Harpaz of Israel will be up against Breezy from Team USA. The Australians always ready to go bright and early. They actually don't have a surfer competing in either of these first 2 heats of the morning for our Stand 3 division on the women's side of the draw. But they'll have more surfers coming up later today. And we've got the crew getting ready to go for this opening heat, which will be starting just around 7 a.m. So we're just waiting for that announcement from the crew up in the tower. We've got a great group that is running things from the technical side. We've got an excellent judging panel that's filled with both able-bodied surfer and parasurfers with a lot of experience. And it does look like we've got our surfer in blue getting some assistance in getting out to the lineup.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's allowed though. So just helping her paddle back out right there, but once the heat has started, she can't actually be helped. So you can see right there, he disengages, and really that current right underneath of the pier that's bringing her back out. So there can be somebody that will be giving instructions, but you can't necessarily have anybody push them into a wave.
That's right, unable to actually make contact at any stage once the heat starts. We can see that those sets are a lot bigger, so the tower deciding that for the sake of safety out in the lineup, the surfers are able to have somebody out there with them from their team. And we're just waiting for that call to get things going, but there's some pretty solid sized sets rolling through this morning.
It's big, a lot bigger than yesterday, and with the tide dropping, it will get even more substantial in terms of the size and obviously the strength that we're going to be seeing throughout the shore break as well. But when we come to a competition, this is a world championship event. You should be prepared to be able to face a lot of adversity, whether in terms of size of the wave. We saw yesterday afternoon the wind was very difficult too. So regardless of how conditions are, you should be able to manage with the time that you have out there to compete.
Well, we just heard the buzzer, which will signal the start of this heat. Breezy Bochenek for Team USA, Ursula Puello for Spain, and Adi Elizabeth Harpaz for Israel. And there you can see it was just that assistance allowed to paddle out into the water. We can see the assistant for Team Israel paddling himself back towards the pier. He's going to get into the shoreline. And we do have Adi as the only competitor, it looks like, that's currently sitting in position out at backline. We've got another competitor that's off to that pier bowl section on her way out. And we've got some maybe newer surfboards as far as competition goes, hitting the water this morning, putting the stickers on.
Yeah, not every day you see foamies in an event competition, but here, at this level, a lot of people that are newbies, people that have just gotten into the sport recently, so opting to ride something that's a bit more favorable for them in terms of flotation, in terms of how big the board is too. Because for the most part, people that have been surfing for years, they could still ride an alternate craft. So seeing a lot of different boards here, little different board designs too, it's really cool to see. And I think as more people progress throughout the sport, you're going to be seeing them either diminish the requirement of the length of the board necessary and also the thickness and the volume.
That's right, and every surfboard out there has to have that ISA competitor sticker on it. They've got to check in, show that that's their equipment that they're going to be riding out in the water, and that happens at all ISA events. Here we've got our first wave for Ursula Puello for Team Spain. Gets up quickly. She's going to get a score on the board to get this heat underway. And that is just the assistant for Team Israel. He's riding in prone to get himself out of the situation, but was able to help Adi paddle out, get her into position, given that the swell has picked up a lot more than what we were expecting it to overnight.
Well, as soon as I saw that west wind pick up and really intensify, as soon as we were about to leave the beach yesterday afternoon, I knew that it was going to pick up tremendously. As Adi still, she didn't even look at that wave. There's a saying, live and die out the back, Shannon, and never give your back to the ocean, because in a case like this could easily fall on top of you and you could get caught inside.
That's right. She's putting herself in position, a deep takeoff, maybe a little bit too deep on that. Like you said, wasn't really looking behind her at all.
Yep.
To see what was coming, which is a really important part of that ocean awareness.
And given it is difficult to be able to sit on that board, maneuver it around, turn it around really, but you got to be aware of where you're at in the positioning in terms of the lineup, because if it's big like today, there could be some potential danger situations that you could put yourself in. So in a 20-minute heat, if it feels like you don't need to be all the way on the outside, might as well just be on those shore breaks, especially when the other two competitors are doing the same thing.
We got a 1.27 on the board now for Ursula, kicking off for Team Spain. She's in the lead. That was on the inside section, taking off kind of in the foam. And we've got a second attempt for our surfer in green, Adi. And she'll just get tipped once again. But putting herself possibly closer to that shoreline means she's going to have that opportunity on the waves that are just slightly smaller, that have that opportunity for some real shape rather than the bigger closeouts out the back.
Yeah, and there's probably not going to be a ton of scoring potential with those inside waves. They're mostly just white waters, but overall, as I said before, the only thing that you have to do is beat out the other competitors in this heat to be able to get up on top of the leaderboard too. So right now for Audi, the goal is really just to get to her feet and get a score on the board. Same thing for Breezy. You know, two competitors out there that have paddled out a little bit later. They opted to stay in the short break. And it seems like Audi has the potential to maybe get her first wave right here, Shannon.
All right, she's put herself into position. Now standing and looking to get that right foot forward. So just a quick up and down. You've got some cheers coming from the beach. And she'll be heading right back out there. We did see our surfer in red, Breezy, who was on the inside, looking to reposition herself as well. As Audi is back on that board. She's putting in a nice strong paddle now, the 51-year-old. Loves surfing at Aviv Beach in Tel Aviv. And you can just get that feeling for putting a jersey on. It's first heat of the morning as well. That's always challenging, no matter what your level of surfing is, no matter if you're, you know, a longtime competitor at the highest level or you're brand new to it, but being first heat of the day means you're the ones really scoping things out.
Well, that, and, you know, it was dark half an hour ago. You had to get here at least 20, 30 minutes ago just to be able to see if you could potentially see what was going on in the ocean too. And I think most importantly, you're dealing with the cold and temperature climates that have decreased quite a bit since earlier on this week. Seems like she might be doing the runaround right now, Shannon. She's going to get in the chair and potentially get her first wave in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's a great call to get her, you know, closer to the pier. We're seeing the same thing now for Ursula. It's really challenging. I was having a conversation yesterday afternoon with Liv Stone in the booth. She's a 3-time champion that's competing in the Stand 1 division on the women's side. And she was talking about how challenging it can be to duck dive for a lot of these competitors. And the fact is that riding a big board like this, especially having a lower limb impediment, means it's going to be really challenging to duck dive. So making use of any of those little currents, any of those rips that you can get into with the pier here, it's the perfect opportunity to just get into an easier area, get a clean paddle out without having to get through, you know, a wall of whitewater that's 3 to 4 feet high.
Well, that and the consistency of waves too. If you're getting wave after wave on the head too, as we look at Breezy, make her way back up the beach too, you really want to be able to conserve your energy. But if you do know that you're only surfing once per day, might as well give it all in the 20 minutes that you do have at your disposition. And Bochnek, 21 years of age from San Ramon, California, loves photography, singing. She's also a triathlete herself. But as you can see, she has the potential to get back out there in the next 13 minutes and post a couple of good scores. The waves are out there. You just need to get in the right position, as you were mentioning. As we look at the replay, let's see if they'll count this wave or not. Didn't fully get to her feet, had her back knee on the board still, so don't think that's going to be considered a ride.
So we do have a score that's come through for Audi, a 0.43 for her last attempt, where she did get up to her feet quickly. Hands left the rails. It was a quick fall, so it's not going to go any higher into that 1-point range. But it does put a score on the board, and that's what Breezy's going to be looking for next. She's really going to be wanting to get up to her feet, both feet up and standing, hands leaving the rail in order to get that score on the board.
Yeah, it seems like Puello making her way back out too. Seems like she's very motivated right now. The surfer from Spain, 39 years of age, has a lot of potential to move up in terms of the leaderboard too. And she has the best score of the heat right now, and she got that literally in the first few seconds of this heat too, Shannon. So a lot of time still to work with, but as you can see, all that swell that we're seeing from the west-northwest really pushing in right now because that tide is dropping. Next thing you know, if we do get those northwest winds once again today, it's going to be even more difficult to manage your positioning out there.
It's going to be a challenging day of competition. We opened up on Monday with really fun, inviting conditions. It was small, the surf was pretty clean for most of the day, the wind wasn't very strong, it was really peaky as well, and easy to kind of get into positions without getting hit by whitewater or closeouts too often. Yesterday we saw those conditions really shift. We saw that onshore wind from early in the morning, you know, upon arrival. And that wind just kind of continued to pick up through the day. It made it quite crumbly, but the surf was still small enough to be manageable throughout the entire day. And now we're seeing quite a different playing field than what we did for our first 2 days of competition. And
the sandbars changed too. I mean, we had sandbars that were here from a combo swell. As we look at one of the competitors coming up in the next heat, an English surfer, and the bars changed so much because of that swell direction that's popped up since yesterday afternoon that we're looking at not only a whole new swell direction out there in the water, but the placing of where you're catching a lot of these waves has drastically changed too, Shannon. So a bit further on the outside, the combo swells usually tend to be closer to shore, whereas right now you're seeing that second tee, which is, you know, those pilings of the pier that come out and stick out a little bit more. If you're closer to the second pier, that's pretty far outside.
Yeah, it's pretty far out there. We're down to 10 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Audi trying to just get herself back into position. We do have priority on the board now for both Ursula and Breezy, so they've made it out far enough for that priority to be deemed. Unfortunately, Audi, after the run around, has just been unable to get herself out into position. But now a great looking opportunity for Breezy, for Team USA, and she is up and riding. Great positioning, strong off that back leg. She'll go down, but she's gonna put a score on the board, and this heat is gonna be really close.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight towards the finish. We're halfway through it right now, and that was a big smile she just had right there when she got up to her feet on that wave, and really cool to see Breezy get her first ride of this heat. 10 minutes on the clock. I mean, that's still plenty of time, but you don't want to leave anything up to chance right here, Shannon, when you know that the other two surfers are capable of getting scores too. But as I said before, right now the short break, a wave that looks good is a wave that you need to be on, but turning that board around is very difficult due to the size and the weight of it. Especially at being a foamy, the buoyancy level is much higher than you would normally see on a regular shortboard too.
It's so true. Let's take another look at this replay here. We're waiting for the scores to drop in.
Yeah, so really gets pushed out into the face of this wave, makes it up to her feet, and should be, you know, a decent score when we look at the 1.27 of Puello. Got to be thinking it's around there. Definitely better than the 0.43 of Harpaz.
There it is. It's the highest wave of the heat so far. 1.40 for Breezy. Puts her up into the leading position in the back half of this heat. Ursula, great work getting over that wave. You can see her now turning her board to get into position. And this is another one of those moments for a parasurfer just adapting to the equipment she's riding, the way that she needs to actually turn that board around, rather than sitting up on the board and kind of using the legs in a bit of a helicopter to spin yourself around, which is what maybe an able-bodied surfer would be doing on a bigger board or riding a long board. She made a great call there to hop off, to put it into the right position, and now she's trying to get herself into another wave.
Well, Team Israel's coach is going crazy on the beach. He's got a whistle. He's just running up and down trying to get Harpaz into another second scoring ride. As Puello, just an incomplete one right there, but you're right. I mean, the way she was able to maneuver and turn that board around, it was because of the positioning she had when she got off of the board, and that's something you won't necessarily see from either a longboarder or a shortboarder, especially in these kind of conditions. You want to be able to control your board as much as possible, but the way she was able to control that board was because she was off of it. So she used her upper body to turn it around. That was something really cool to see, and obviously very clutch for this moment of the heat too.
Exactly. So waiting to see where our surfer in the red jersey is at. She's in the lead. Has she been able to make it out to backline once again? Adi now further on the inside. Like you said, coach from Team Israel is just really, really excited. He's extremely enthusiastic as he's just cheering her on from the shoreline. And Breezy now making the run around. So she's got that 1.4. She's going to be feeling great. She's got Coach Sean down on the beach, who's been a really important part of the beginning of the Parasurfing World Championships back in 2015. He's put a lot of investment into it, and it's been great to see him behind Team USA now over the last few years. He's going to be giving her some great words of advice. And we've got the runaround happening for Ursula as well. Some coaching coming from Team Spain.
Oh, they've done the runaround twice now too. So not only is Ursula expending a good amount of energy, so is the coaching staff. As we see Harpaz now, not able to get into that, but you know, I think the conditioning is really going to prevail today with these kind of waves that we're seeing. A lot of consistency of them, a great amount of push. And as you were mentioning, Sean Brody, key figure in the parasurfing development here in the United States and especially in California. You know, he's been there for every single event. Really trusts all of his athletes with their decision making in moments like this, and I think having a pivotal figure like that in your corner is really big when it comes to having those big moments in your career, especially if you're winning a gold medal too.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's been awesome to see the development of Team USA. It also speaks to, the results that they've had over the last few years to be able to win multiple team gold medals at this level when there's really strong teams like that of Australia, like that of Brazil that's shown up this year specifically with such a strong fielded team. You've got some really strong competitors that you're up against overall. There we can see Adi going for the run around as well for Team Israel. Coach with the board on his head and having the sprint up the beach. I don't think he's going to feel the loss of energy after this because he's got so much energy inside of him.
And he's got some goggles to go along with it too. So I think the goggles add a little bit of extra energy towards him, but that's super cool. Volunteers have been down here since 6:30 in the morning. You can see the people from the local community and communities around Huntington Beach too, just assisting a lot of people that need the help this week. And it was really cool to see a lot of the guys that I surf with on a regular basis, come out here and support a lot of these people that need the help. You have certain teams that come with maybe 1, 2 supporters, a coach and a team manager, if that, Shannon, and having a lot of the local surfers come out and assist when they need it. Some cool stuff as we look at Breezy up now.
All right, so a quick up and down. I think that's going to be a scoring wave. Both feet on the board, hands off the rails for a moment. Really challenging at that section of the wave because you're able to get into it. Of course, there was that double up right in front, which was going to be challenging to just keep that trim line of the board moving forward. And then it shortens out so quickly as it starts to just head up the sand. We'll take another look at it here. Great positioning and really quick after the run around to be getting yourself back in position to try and get that second score on the board.
Well, they still haven't typed it in, but I agree with you. The hands did leave the rail. We're probably going to expect a small score, but her technique to be able to get up is usually based off of how well she positions her back knee. So the whole thing is getting her back knee on the board, and once she has that, she immediately basically does a push-up to get up to her feet. Really cool stuff, especially on a foamy.
That's so true. Well, there it is. It's a 0.77. She's the only surfer to get that second score on the board. It now puts her into a 2.17 heat total, which is great given the context of it. We've got a quick up and down for Ursula. We'll see if the judges deem that as a complete ride on the wave. And she's been putting in some solid effort as well for Team Spain. So these two doing the runaround back into the lineup once again. And you can really just feel how extremely challenging it is in the water this morning. With the size of the waves, with the amount of current that's rushing through as well, it's very challenging to get these bigger foam boards out through the lineup. And these women are doing a really incredible job of just trying to stay in position, putting everything out there, knowing this is their only heat they're going to be surfing today. Use every last bit of energy and try and get those scores on the board, especially when it's so close, knowing that, every wave can be changing the situation.
No, for sure. And, somebody breaks away with something in the 4s or the 5s, your chances of making the final are much higher now. So, not surprised to see a lot of these women out there having an effect with these longer boards, especially getting into them. But what I will say is that a short board in these kind of cases, maneuverability is much higher. And if we see the first maneuver this morning, I feel like with the small scores that we've seen so far, somebody is really going to break away and distance themselves in terms of the leaderboard. So let's see if somebody's able to break out a shortboard for the next heat, Shannon.
That's so true. Taking a look at Breezy now, has a paddle. She's not able to get into it. Coming up in our next heat, we have Symphony Gonzalez from France, Maria Granizo of Spain, and Charlotte Banfield of England. Now, Maria Granizo of Spain is a returning gold medalist from last year's event. So she would have a bit of that pressure, a bit of that expectation on her paddling out this morning. Coming up in the next heat, those women also would have already hit the water on that 5-minute mark for an early paddle out to get themselves into position. Ursula with another attempt on the inside. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. And Adi there trying to get herself into position. Just walking for a moment, which is not a bad idea, especially given how much current there is, to just keep that board in position, try and get through the whitewater, and then be able to spin herself around to position, catching another wave.
Yeah, and with 90 seconds to go, let's see if she's able to get into one in these last 90 seconds, because
doesn't need much for second place, and with top 4 moving through into the final after the 2 qualifying rounds, Shannon, I would say that you want to get most of your work done right here. Breezy has the best score of the heat. She does have a backup at the moment, and I feel like in the next heat, as the defending gold medalist returns to competition, if you're able to deal with Pismo Beach, I feel like you're going to be able to deal with whatever Southside offers up. As we look at this classification today, any surfer who rides wave in a standing position with above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent for parasurfing stand 3.
Out in the water, Breezy currently sitting in the lead for Team USA. Coming into the shoreline, just 45 seconds remaining. She's put together a really solid effort. And I've loved seeing her style on the few waves that she's been able to get into. 30 seconds to go. You can see Coach Sean just give her the shaka there and kind of that, all right.
Yeah.
You put in all the effort.
Let's go. You've done your job. And, oh, she was close.
Adi looking for that opportunity to just stand up one more time. Her coach there in the shoreline giving her a hand to help up as well. Down to 10 seconds remaining, and it seems like the situation will remain the same unless Ursula is able to get herself standing for one more opportunity. And it does look like our USA surfer, Breezy Bochenek, has been able to take out the lead in what has proven to be a very challenging opening heat of the day. The surf's picked up. There's a lot of whitewater, a lot of current moving around, and these women did an incredible job of just staying in the game.
Yeah, and
every last bit of energy into this.
Composing themselves too. It was tough out there, as you were saying, a lot of water moving around them, but everybody got at least one scoring ride, so that's what's important in the leaderboard situation right here. Now the time is to improve them afterwards, Shannon.
Well, let's go to a quick break. We'll return with our second heat for women's round 1 of stand 3. Our reigning gold medalist, Maria Granizo of Spain, paddling out next.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back for day 3 of competition. Our reigning gold medalist, Maria Granizo of Spain, with an opportunity, has a paddle, unable to get into it. She'll be wearing the blue jersey in this heat up against Cynthia Gonzalez of France and Charlotte Banfield of England. And Maria already putting herself in position. The 17-year-old took out the World Championships last year in an incredible effort at Pismo Beach. She's now out in the lineup, and it looks like we've got a little lull in the action compared to how consistent it was in that previous heat, Mitch.
Right, but I mean, you can just immediately tell that her positioning out of the lineup is great. Gonzalez in the red, Granizo in blue, and Charlotte Banfield, as you were saying, from England in the green. And, you know, I can immediately just tell that she's comfortable out in these kind of conditions. She comes from a part of Spain in Asturias that brings a lot of beach break different conditions. Really similar weather too, can get quite cold in the wintertime. as it seems like Charlotte first wave for her.
Oh, great looking wave for Charlotte Banfield. Finding that trim line, getting a little shuffle forward as well, trying to get that nose ride. And that is a great way to start things off for Charlotte.
Yeah, get a wave right there and a quick one too. It seems like it's going to be the best score of the round so far too, Shannon. So a significant one for the young surfer from England.
16 minutes on the clock. We've got a score in for a 2.83 for the opening of Charlotte. This was already her second wave, so we're going to have another one to drop through. And she's going to opt to do that run around quickly to get herself back into position. Great work from her to already have that first score on the board. Priority is sitting with Maria Granizo as a 3.27 drops in for Charlotte Banfield, and she'll now take away the lead on the leaderboard. That last heat, we saw Breezy Bochenek take away the win for Team USA. In the first heat of the morning, she's down with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Breezy, first heat of the day, bigger conditions. How is it out there?
It was so fun. It felt crazy out there getting smashed by the waves and getting pulled, but it was so much fun out there.
And coming from Northern California, of course, you're probably used to these north swells, the bigger ocean energy out here in the Pacific.
Yeah. I'm used to like Santa Cruz or San Francisco water just smashing you, but it's like fun to just see how to have the best time out there, even when it's like really hard conditions.
But you won your heat, and how special is it to be down here in Huntington with Team USA?
It's so special. It means so much to be able to be here with Team USA, and also just, yeah, all the glory goes to God. I'm so thankful for this opportunity and just to be able to be out there in the water with fellow competitors.
And so much energy with your team manager, Sean. You know, what work is he doing, and how important is it to have Sean Brody on the beach behind every single ride you catch?
Yeah, Coach Sean is the best. He's so good at just being there for me and helping me just get the best out of the time and just working with me and hyping me up. He's such a good coach.
So you've had your heat, now you've got the opportunity to cheer on the rest of your team. Who are you looking forward to seeing throughout the day?
I'm so excited to cheer on Catherine, my teammate. I'm so excited to cheer on Liv and all of them. I think we have like 5 people going today. I'm so stoked.
And of course, we've got that hope for Paralympic inclusion, LA 28. What would be your messages for all of the para surfers and athletes tuning in to help us support this movement to get surfing in the Paralympics for LA 28?
Yeah, I would say just to raise our voices and to just get out there that the ocean is home to so many people and that being disabled in any way doesn't have to stop us. So just raising our voices and helping the world to see that it's so possible will help us get there in 2028.
Great stuff, Breezy. We look forward to seeing more of you. Good start to the day. Congratulations. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Wow, Breezy, so much joy, so happy coming in after taking quite a beating, but she walks away with the win and is feeling stoked heading into the next round.
No, and I mean, she's absolutely right. When you grow up in the Bay Area, you're surfing waves like Ocean Beach in San Francisco, and then obviously the waves of Santa Cruz can be quite heavy too, so this should be a walk in the park for her. Moves up into second place right now in terms of the leaderboard because Charlotte right now has a good heat total of 3 and a 2.83. She's out in front.
Down to 13 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock as Charlotte swings around for this wave. Gets up a little too quickly for that last one.
Right, but, you know, there's certain subtleties that I'm noticing in her surfing in comparison to the first heat. She obviously seems very comfortable as we look at Gonzalez now. And her favorite place to surf is Cap Breton in the southwest of France. Heavy waves over there, but, you know, Banfield's 2 best scores, the 3.27 and the 2.83, they're so high in terms of the score line because of the directional changes that she's taking. I mean, she's angling a little bit more than the other surfers we've seen in the last heat. As you can see right there, she's already angled in comparison to where we are seeing Breezy maybe go straight the whole time. But Charlotte, though, I mean, she's caught both of these waves angling towards the right. So that is just a bit more difficult than what we were seeing from the surfers in the previous heat.
Yeah, that was really sharp surfing from Charlotte. Love that breakdown. Every, you know, change of direction that the judges will note is going to go really far within that score line. As we've got the runaround now happening for Cynthia from Team France. Found that little wave on the inside section and tried to get into that position, that riding, standing position. Nice quick sprint up the beach. And it's been great to have so many surfers from around the globe together at this year's World Championships. We've got 27 nations. We've got over 180 athletes in the draw, and about a third of them being women, which is the biggest women's field that we've had. It's one of the first years that we've had all divisions offering a complete women's division as well. So every category of the 9 categories, classifications for parasurfing this year, we've got a women's division in every single one, which is incredible to see the growth and the inclusion of women in the sport.
That, and I think more than anything, more people being aware that there are opportunities. You know, we're seeing a lot of these young women be here throughout their first few years of competition. As we look at Granizo now, she's been here since 2020, Shannon.
Maria, up and riding, great looking wave, a lot of length to it, gets that change of direction off the start as well. And she's gonna put that score on the board.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's her first ride, so they didn't count the first one. It was an incomplete, so not even, you know, a 0 point something. This is gonna be a significant score right now when you look at the 2 best of Charlotte in the green jersey. But, you know, I met Maria in 2020 when I did the event in La Jolla. She was way younger. She's still only 17, but she's our defending gold medalist in this division. What's so impressive about her is that every year that she comes, she's improved quite a bit. But I think a very important thing about improving not only within your skill sets, but also getting to know other people within the organization is getting in touch with your local organizations, your National Olympic Committee, your National Surfing Federation. How can I progress within my own surfing, and how can I get in touch with people that are not only significantly better than me, but that will also elevate my own surfing?
It's so true. There's some great resources available, and connecting on that local and national level is a great way to kind of get the foot in the door and really start to build some of those connections. Like Breezy was saying, with the hope of Paralympic inclusion for LA 28, to begin raising voices, you know, to start sharing more about what the ocean, specifically to try and get parasurfing into the Paralympics, what the ocean brings into the conversation, how healing it is, how restorative it is, and also the fact that these are the world's best parasurfers. We're getting to witness that great level of surfing throughout this entire week, and that they want that opportunity to be able to compete as Paralympians. So we take a look at this replay here. Scores are in. It's a 4-point ride.
Yeah, the best out of the 2 heats so far, and I just think it was the size of the wave where she was able to catch it a bit further outside, and the degree of difficulty of where she stood up to, a bit hollower. And, you know, just talking about the opportunities and the resources that we have right here on the West Coast in the United States. Western Surfing Association, they have a couple of parasurfing divisions. So you sign up to WSA, they charge you a membership, and you have to pay an entry fee into every event. But there's a division right there where you're able to surf into it, and there's a good opportunity to be able to connect and network with other people in the same situation. Now, USA Surfing does have an East Coast division. You usually surf in ESA, but they also have the US Open Adaptive Championships in Oceanside every year. It's not necessarily just for surfers here in the United States either. There's people that come from all over the world to compete in that event.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to be able to get into the jersey more, to make new friends, and also to just prepare for these bigger events like the World Championships. It's been incredible as well to see the AASP, the Adaptive Surfing Pro Tour, develop over the last few years and offer multiple events on the calendar for these surfers to be able to have a tour, to be spending time on the road. That comes with its great benefits. It comes with the challenges as well of actually having the funding and the resources, the time away from maybe work and family to be able to go and compete. But it's those kind of things in the development of the sport globally that I think will be a great push towards Paralympic inclusion in the future. As we take a look at Maria, up and riding on her second wave now, so she's doing well to build on that score line, and she'll be putting another score up there alongside that 4-point ride.
Yeah, and she's super well conditioned. I mean, got back out there real quick. Is going to back up the 4-point ride with another solid score as we look at Charlotte now again. And she's up on her 4th ride already, Shannon.
Super consistent, feeling really stoked out in the water. And she's going to be dropping another score. Her 3rd ride was just a 1.57, so it didn't factor into her top 2 scores. We do have a 2.47 that has come through now for Maria, which moves her up into the lead. Also puts her into that 6-point heat total for where Charlotte was sitting, but just a little bit ahead. And Cynthia is the only surfer that we haven't seen actually get that ride with that opening score. She's been putting in a few efforts and opportunities, but she'll need to be getting herself into a wave that just allows her that little bit of extra time to actually get into that riding position.
Yeah, and as you can see right here, parasurfing stand 3, Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations, or also congenital or impairment equivalents.
Maria up and riding once again. Great looking wave as she comes into the shoreline. Found that nice green open face for a moment.
Yeah, and see how she just put herself in a rhythm after catching that initial 4-2. You saw the first two waves that she wasn't able to get into, but you could already just see that she was very well versed in reading the ocean out here in HB today.
Charlotte now up and riding. This is going to be a great battle for that first place position coming out of this heat. I think the benefit to what Maria's done so far is she's been able to get herself onto that green face, that open face outside the whitewater. But Charlotte's been super consistent throughout this heat, and we're still waiting for her fourth wave to drop in. We're going to have a fifth as well, as we've got a runaround happening now for Maria.
Yeah, and score drops, and it's a good one, a 3.43, so extends her lead quite a bit. She's way out in front in terms of the leaderboard right now. You know, and speaking of Banfield and how cool she is, 25 years of age from Cornwall, she has a 23-year-old cat named Cookie. That's an old cat. I don't think
that's a very old cat. It's
cats
almost
would
as
survive
old as
that
she
long.
is.
Well, it goes to show you the cat just won't go away. I guess she just wants to be alive as long as possible. Be cool to meet that cat eventually, maybe at the next year's championship.
That's amazing. Imagine that for Charlotte. She got a kitty when she was 2 years old, became her friend, still her friend today. 25 years old, she's got a 23-year-old cat. She's also a great artist. I think that's been a pretty resounding thing that I found with a lot of these competitors this week is the love for art, whether it's, you know, being in the ocean, but a lot of them loving painting, loving drawing, and being able to express themselves when they're in a very different environment. She's a great artist and spends a lot of time painting, loves to go camping and spending time with her friends as well. So anything that gets her outdoors, and I feel like that's a perfect combination to bring that, you know, that love for art, that ability to sit down and just, you know, spend some kind of tapping out of everything else and painting. Probably a lot of what she sees in nature.
Well, in the end, you know, surfing is an artistic form of expression, and depending on what kind of waves you have on offer, your style is going to change. Your surfing is going to change according to the people that you surf with on a regular basis too, but so many different ways to be able to paint, you know, the kind of art that you want to express on the canvas that you have available. You can have a normal shortboard, you can have a foamy like we're seeing ridden right now, you can have a mid-length, a longboard, a sup, a foil, whatever you want to do, and so many different ways to get to a point where you enjoy it too.
Charlotte now up and riding. Great turn as she comes to the inside, turns to the left, turns back to the right. Feeling so stoked as she hits the sand. She's looking to improve on a 3.27 as her high score. She would need a 4.16 to be able to take away that leader position. Cynthia now on the inside. She's looking to get repositioned as well for our French competitor that loves charging at Cabreton. 3 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. This heat seems to be going by a lot quicker than that first one. Can find, you know, that second heat of the day. Everyone's kind of watched the positioning from the first heat, been able to kind of assess the lineup, assess the conditions, and really decide what the best mode is going to be for taking those advancing positions.
Yeah, and I think right now at this point, Gonzalez just wants to be able to catch a wave and get on the board because he doesn't have a scoring ride so far. You don't want to go into your second qualifying round without a single wave, especially when you know that both Banfield and Granizo have 2 scores, and look at the score that drops in for Charlotte now.
A 4.50 takes Charlotte up into the lead, so judges heavily rewarding those 2 turns as she was coming into that shoreline section. So she's now in the lead. Maria down into second with that 4 and that 3.43. This is really tight for that first place position. Of course, we are following a leaderboard format, and it will be 2 qualifying rounds. Out of the 6 total surfers in this division, the top 4 surfers will be advancing through to the grand final.
Yeah, and you know, I think overall, been very impressed with what I'm seeing so far, given the difficult conditions that we have out there, but not stopping them whatsoever, Shannon.
Maria up and riding a bigger size wave, a little bit more energy you could feel within that whitewater. Unable to find that green face, but taking off in a great section out the back.
And she's like double thumbs up. She might be calling it now with 2 minutes to go, but you know, if she doesn't improve, it ain't gonna be by much, had some distance there that isn't necessarily in the criteria, but you do have to adjust your judging scale based off of not only the classification that we have in the water right now. So when you look at the 4s and the 3s so far in this heat, that wasn't bad. So there is a chance that she could improve on her low score, and she does, Shannon. She retakes the lead.
A 3.9 improves her heat total to that 7.9. And there you can see Christian Otter-Bailey just saying it's maybe pitching a little bit out in the lineup.
Yeah.
He's seeing something that he likes. He wants to get in the action later on. Cynthia on a great looking wave into the shoreline. And her team right there next to her to give some assistance. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Coming up next, we'll be heading into our women's Prone 1 division. Just that opening round for it, we'll have 2 qualifying heats, followed by our women's Stand 2 division and then our women's Stand 1 division. So a full morning of women's surfing before we head into our second round of some of our men's divisions. Down to 50 seconds on the clock.
And I don't think that's Cynthia. I think that might be one of the surfers from the next heat. Maybe got washed towards shore and gonna have to do the paddle back out. So in this instance, we have seen priority suspended quite a few times this week. If you paddle back out or paddle out late for your heat, Shannon, you'll automatically go down to 3rd or 4th priority depending on how many surfers there are within your heat. But if you're still on the shoreline, you won't be rewarded priority until you paddle back out. So could be an interesting situation for the surfer in red for the next heat.
That could be Catherine Beatty from Team USA for the next heat. They would have been given that 5-minute paddle out. She would have had herself in position nearly, but wouldn't have been able to hold on to it with one of those sets rolling through. Great surfing from Maria Granizo, our reigning gold medalist, and Charlotte Banfield of England walking away in that 2nd place position. Really tight between those two. And our leaderboard is going to be set on our women's Stand 3 division. Cynthia Gonzalez putting together a great effort in the water as well for Team France. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, our women's Prone 1 division will be hitting the water.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action. It's very sunny here in Southern California this morning. Huntington Beach Pier is absolutely firing. The surf has picked up overnight, a little bit more than what most of us expected. Though, Mitch, you said you had a little inkling yesterday when you saw the wind change in the evening.
Yeah, no, definitely knew that it was going to pick up quite a bit, but you know, much bigger than I was anticipating. But as you can see, everybody's doing well so far in the first few heats.
USA, Australia, and England with Catherine Beatty, Emma Dieters, and Susan Edwards out in the water. And we did see that Catherine got washed in, unfortunately, right at the end of the previous heat. So she would have paddled out on that 5-minute call with 5 minutes remaining in the previous heat for her to be able to have that time to get into the lineup. But just got pushed back and will be on her way back out there again. Hopefully is already in position. It's been about 4 minutes since we saw her on the inside, so it could have been just enough time for her to get back into position. We are into our women's prone 1 division, and that division includes any surfer who's riding a wave in a prone position, but they do not require any assistance in paddling or getting back onto their board safely. So we will see that we've got volunteers out in the water to keep an eye on things, but it will be up to these surfers to actually do all the work themselves. They won't have a pusher or a catcher on the inside.
Yeah, and they'll be disqualified if somebody is actually able to assist them. You cannot have any kind of physical contact, as you were mentioning, in this division, so they can fully help themselves if necessary, but there are volunteers closer to the shoreline in case they were to need some emergency assistance right there.
We've already got a 3-point ride on the board for Susan Edwards for Team England, so she got off to an early start. We can see that M. Dieters is in position in the blue jersey already, staying really close to that pier bowl section, looking to eye off those rights coming through. We've got a great looking set right here as Emma is in position. Strong paddle, a steep takeoff, and does great to just knife that rail in. Huge wall of whitewater has swallowed her, and she's not going to be able to come out of it. But that was great positioning off the takeoff.
Well, that's a big wave, and I think it's going to be reflected in the score too. A late drop right there for Dieters, one of the larger waves we've seen all morning long, and especially the largest we've seen ridden. And this could be her second scoring ride here too, Shannon.
On the, rather than having to turn around and try and paddle back through that, may as well bank that second score. She got some great turns she's throwing in together here. Then she's going to want to do that run around to be able to get herself back towards the pier, especially if she wants to eye off that section specifically to catch. Now we're going to have 2 scores to drop through for Catherine. You can see a smile there. While we wait for her to, get to her team, for them to chair her around and do the run around, let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of the previous heat, Maria Granizo, our reigning gold medalist.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Maria, you're our reigning gold medalist. This is your 4th time here representing Spain at the World Parasurfing Championships. Great start to the day. Big conditions. Did you make a surfboard switch during the heat?
Yes, it was really hard, but I am very strong, so I was competing, and it was the waves are really big, so it was a little bit stressful, but I did some good waves, I think. I changed the surfboard, but good, yeah.
Well, it certainly paid off, and I know that you like to surf in Salinas in Asturias. Tell us about the scene there in North Spain and how they have supported your own parasurfing.
Oh, I think that in Spain they support the parasurfing really, really well, and also these years that we've been here a lot, and they have seen us in the television and everything, and also, well, my family and my friends and all the people from Salinas and around Spain, they support us really well, and I think that's a really good thing to do.
I love Salinas. It's a fantastic beach break. Are there similarities between the quality of the wave here at Huntington and the types of waves you surf at home in North Spain?
Yes, I think that when the ocean is big in Spain, it's similar to this. I think, I think they have similar points, like the corriente. I don't know how is it called.
The current.
Yeah, the current is really strong, and also in Salinas. So, yeah.
And my last question, coming in as the defending gold medalists, how does that affect your preparation, knowing that you want to win gold once again?
Oh, yeah, I do a lot of, I've been all the summer surfing, and, I was injured this summer from the knee, but I did all the surf I could possibly do. And also I prepare in the gym a lot and do a lot of things, because I also do ski, so you have to have a lot of, you have to be very strong, so I do a lot of gym and everything to prepare for these things. important.
You're looking well prepared. Good luck in the rest of the event. We look forward to seeing you back on the glass. And lastly, quick message in Spanish for all your supporters back home in Spain.
Ok, pues muchas gracias por los que me estáis viendo y os quiero a todos un montón. Gracias por apoyarme. Un beso.
Thank you. Let's get back to the action, Shannon.
That was an incredible interview with Maria, and just love the fact that, you know, she made that decision to change her board in the first maybe 5 minutes, paddled out on one that was kind of more a high performance board, and then got herself onto a bit of equipment that was going to be a little bit easier and manageable. Great decision for her to be walking away with that leading position.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously cementing herself as the person to beat right now too. Way up in the leaderboard in terms of first place, as it seems like Susanna Edwards on the beach right now trying to make the runaround, but the score is in for Dieters, drops a big one, and then got her back up right afterward, Shannon.
A 7.83 for the opening wave of Emma Dieters, that really solid takeoff off the pier bowl. She then backs it up with a 4.17. Taking a look here at the first wave of Susan Edwards. She's got a 3-point ride on the board.
Yeah, so a good wave right here, especially with the leaderboard format. Smart thing is just get a score on the board, and was able to do it right here. And Edwards coming from England too, very used to these colder conditions, but this wave right here is 7.83 for Emma Dieters. And I mean, I'm surprised that it actually didn't even go up into the excellent range, because that was a huge wave. And we look at the size of the waves today, just to be able to make that drop was something of extreme difficulty, and then was able to get the backup score real quick as soon as she got back out, a 4.17 on this one. Couple of good directional changes right here, Shannon.
It's so true. Now she's going to be looking to replace that 417 with another big score if she gets herself onto a set. That was really smart, strategic heat surfing specifically, having caught that big wave, knowing that she would have had a lot of waves to try and paddle herself through. If she just gets to the inside, she can do that run around, and so making use of that wave, getting a few turns in, means that she's going to be, you know, putting down a good score as well. She's already riding on another one here, and we'll have another score to drop through. Great couple turns so far. You can really see that she's using that weight of her shoulders to push that rail of the board.
Yeah, and coming from Mona Vale, her favorite wave, Crescent Head, the 41-year-old wants to get back into mountain biking because she used to love motocross. So you can definitely tell that she loved action sports and extreme sports, but here in the ocean, the great equalizer is always having Mother Nature be in control of everything. So, you know, there's times where you feel like you're doing as well as you can, but I feel like as of right now, she's been in full control of her own destiny, Shannon.
Team Canada has been putting together some great heats throughout the day, or throughout the week, as we see Susan. She's dropped in a 2.5 to back up her 3 already. Now riding once again into the shoreline. She'll have her crew down on the beach as well. The English crew running down to assist her into the chair and for the runaround. We've got a 4.83 that's come through for last of Emma Dieters. So similar to the 4.17, just slightly higher. She was able to get a few more turns thrown together on it. And you can see that in that judging scale, Mitch, the judges are looking to reward those, you know, bigger scores with those really big takeoffs.
Right, I mean, there's a 3 points difference between her low score right now, the 4.83, which is all the way on the inside. She did have a couple of good directional changes and whatnot, but it's really the size of the wave and the degree of difficulty, to be able to get that one drop all the way on the outside. So good scoring right there. I mean, and she is way out in the lead. For somebody to get close to her right now, they're going to have to be sitting all the way on the outside and catch one of those set waves too. And I think there's more than a possibility for people to do that too, Shannon. You know, you paddle out either on the north side or just underneath the pier. It's basically a straight shot all the way to the outside, and it's not as difficult as it seems to be able to get out there if you're literally right in the perfect spot. You can't deviate from the plan though, because as soon as you get a little bit off of the pier, the current just starts dragging you to move you down south.
Yeah, you really got to stay right in the current, or right in the rip pulling off the pier in order to get yourself into position. And if you do, it's like riding an escalator. It just takes you straight out to where you want to go. You don't have to do a whole lot of work with it, but you've got to be able to stay in that area. 8 minutes on the clock. And Emma now putting herself back in position, looking to solidify herself with another gold medal at this year's World Parasurfing Championships. Catherine has had a bit of a slower heat. Unfortunately, after her silver medal appearance last year, she has struggled to get herself into any waves in this heat so far.
Watch out for that collision too, especially if priority had been established at that point. You don't want to get a priority interference by being in somebody's way. But you know, you mentioned Beatty, she's from Altadena right here in LA, and one of her local spots. Still, her favorite is to surf Oceanside though, as most people love in this event. But I think overall, if you still haven't gotten a wave on the board, that should be your short-term goal for this heat. Just get one score and be able to get something that maybe matches the 3 or the 2.5 of Suzanne Edwards so far in this heat. Meanwhile, leaders though, as I mentioned before, for her to improve on the 4.83, she's really going to have to be on a good wave, because these two scores that she has in her scoreline, and I mean she's throwing away a 4.17, these are scores that would be carrying her through into a finals appearance anyway. So she's really been dominant in this one, especially in the first 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's so true. For Emma, she was reclassified at this year's event compared to her classification for last year. She was surfing in Prone 2 and walked away with the gold medal. Now competing in Prone 1 for the first time, which is the unassisted category. Prone 2 does include having a pusher and a catcher in the water to help get into waves. But she has been reclassified for this season, and so far she's doing so well, rising to the occasion of competing at a different level in a different category. We've seen that happen to different surfers over the years, and it can be a mental, you know, a bit of a mental challenge to kind of get through. You're used to competing in one category, you kind of know how the system works, and then suddenly to have to change tack and train a little bit differently. It's been really impressive to see Emma put herself in position for that very first wave where she was able to get that 7.83.
Well, and she'd be one of the few to be able to win a gold medal in different classifications too, which is quite an accomplishment. And I think especially as an achievement moving into, you know, potential Paralympic qualification for the next few years, you want to be able to demonstrate that regardless of what kind of classification you're in, you're still a contender to win the gold medal. So for her, the goal's done. You know, you're making it through in first place. You're at top of the leaderboard. You're obviously dominating out there right now, and you're in control of what the ocean has provided for you so far. As we look at a beautiful shot through the drone of Main Street HB and Pacific Coast Highway. And love to call this place home, Shannon. Look at those waves and the lines approaching too.
Yeah, it is a beautiful part of the world, and we had a great opening ceremony here, right down Main Street, ending at the pier, in the Pier Plaza on Sunday afternoon. It's a really fun time to see, you know, everything that these athletes have been working towards for the last few months or the last year to get here, and to see Huntington Beach now in the conversation for parasurfing.
Yeah, and you know, first time it's been hosted here, but I think having a lot of the bigger events that we see in the surfing world here in HB, we're probably going to see parasurfing a lot more in the next few years. And I feel like there's a big possibility not only to have, you know, one of the tour stops here for a lot of the adaptive programs, but more importantly, get the parasurfing community a lot more involved in the local board riders events too. Doesn't necessarily have to be at those main ones, but having some separate ones and just getting some activities going for a lot of people within here in the LA region to be able to get a lot more versed in parasurfing.
It's so true. It's been really special to be able to have that happening here in Huntington Beach. Let's take a look at that opening ceremonies and all the fun that went down on our opening day.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you could be a Paralympic progress. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Well, Catherine Beatty just got into her first wave, so she'll have a score to come through. Sorry, her second wave, she's got that 0.6 on the board, now 1.17. Suzanne Edwards as well getting a piece of the action. And it looks like our surfer in white, which will be from our next heat, maybe just getting repositioned out in the lineup. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And at the moment, we have Emma Dieters, who's currently sitting in the lead.
Yeah, that was Ayala Schuster. She will be coming up in Heat 2 of this round. And, you know, you try to get everybody in the right position at the same time, but this is what happens at a beach break, Shannon. A lot of these waves break where you don't normally tend them to see. I think a lot of these people didn't expect it to be this big today, and you know, that's why you need to be prepared for any kind of conditions out there. As we look at Team Israel coach, always with a lot of energy, always stoked. And it seems like trying to bring a lot of positive energy to his surfers later on today.
Yeah, he certainly is. That was Israeli surfer Alaya from the next heat that was just kind of washed in. We saw our surfer in blue, I believe, for the next heat as well in the similar position, Tracy McKay. They'll be looking to get themselves back towards the pier, get into position, and hopefully be in an okay position for the start of that next heat. That next heat will have 4 surfers. In the current division that we are surfing in, our Prone 1 division, it is a non-assist division, which means that once the heat is underway, it's up to the surfers entirely for paddling, for positioning, and for getting themselves in and out of the surf. But that bit of assistance on the way out for the start has been deemed okay. As we've got Emma on the paddle, she's already sitting in the leading position with that 7.83, down to 1 minute on the clock, and she's looking to improve on a 4.83, but she'll be in a great position on the leaderboard. It will be 2 qualifying rounds with our top 4 surfers advancing through into the final. As we take a look now at Suzanne Edwards from Team England, trying to put herself into position. Equipment being pretty different between these 2 women for Suzanne out of Devon. She loves surfing, she loves playing wheelchair tennis, and just anything that gets her outside and active. Having a look at this wave now, she's put herself into a great position. That board, having all that extra foam to it, is going to allow her to get into these waves with ease. And she'll be holding on to that second place position.
Yeah, and she might even improve on the 2.672. We'll see if she does. But Dieters, I mean, she was fully in control of this heat. 7.83, 4.83 was thrown away at 4.17. Really like to see the energy that she brought, especially at the beginning of that heat with that big wave in order to get the 7.83, something close to excellent, Shannon.
Yeah, that was incredible surfing. It was great positioning at the beginning of the heat. She eyed off the sets she wanted to be looking for. And to kick things off with a 7.83 was a really exciting way to start this heat off. As we hear the buzzer sound, it'll be Emma Dieters for Team Australia that walks away with the leading position. We do have another score to drop through for Catherine Beatty for Team USA. We've got a 2.43 on the board for the last of Susan Edwards, which doesn't factor into her top 2, and a 1.17 for Catherine. So it's going to be Suzanne in second and Catherine in third, but they're all going to have another opportunity in the second heat for the round robin format. We've got more action to come. Heat number 2 for our women's Prone 1 with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in to talk you through it.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company here as we continue day number 3 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. I'm back in the booth with Ben Way. My name is Sam Bleakley. It's an honor to be here, calling the action and really celebrating the best adaptive and parasurfers in the world as we continue this division, Prone 1. We've just seen big names, Catherine Beattie, Emma Dieters putting on an incredible show. Of course, the American team member Catherine Beattie, a silver medalist. Catherine Beattie, a silver medalist from 2022 in the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in this Prone 1 division. And Emma Dieters, who took the win in that last heat. She's a gold medalist in Prone 2 and has now switched into Prone 1. This is the non-assist Prone, and coming up right now, this is our heat. It's Spain, it's South Africa, Hawaii, and Israel. It's Paloma Onyate, it's Kayla Waputz, it's Tracy McKay, and it's Ayala Schuster. So Israel takes on South Africa, takes on Hawaii, and some really exciting surfers here. I was doing some research on Kayala, and we can actually call her Dr. Kayala. She's got a PhD. She's a para-triathlete who does an incredible variety of academic work as well. We'll talk more about that soon, but first of all, let's really hone in on this division. It's any surfer riding in this prone position who does not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back safely onto the board. So the impairments these surfers might be experiencing could be multiple sclerosis, a spinal cord injury in the example of our surfer Kayala there, who has this both a master's degree and a PhD. She has a scoliosis, which is her impairment, which affects her limb efficiency, but she is a fantastic surfer. And I know, Ben, she's based in Bend, Oregon. She's someone who in the past and often rides your Benway built surfboards.
Yeah, she's on one right now. Super stoked, as well as Ayala. They're both on a similar design. Look forward to see how they go. But yeah, Kayla also does bobsled racing, and last year had a gnarly wipeout going like 60 miles an hour, and she came unglued from her bobsled and went sliding for about 2 city blocks. But she also is a competitive racer, and so yeah, just a true competitor. Dealt with a couple of injuries here and there from all of her hard training and everything else, but she's looking good. And
very smart. Alongside all of her sporting prowess, I was reading about her master's in data science at UC Berkeley, predicting snow development in the Sierra Nevada, and her PhD in zoo archaeology, her MA before that in anthropology. And she seems to do a big variety of work, bringing together kind of modeling systems, ecology, earth science, also art. So she blew me away when I got the opportunity to do some research on her. But let's talk about our South African Tracy McKay. She's a bronze medalist from this division in 2022. But right now it's our Hawaiian surfer, Kayla Waputz, the 39-year-old who looks to be getting an option to catch this wave, riding, trimming. This is Ayala Schuster on the inside there. And this is going to be a scoring ride. It's big conditions there. So
I think that's a non-competitor actually leaving the zone.
Oh, there we go, from the previous heat.
Yes.
There we go. So
actually, no, I think it was just someone who didn't know it was a contest going on and tried to paddle out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All kinds of things happening. So big conditions today, Ben. Let's talk about the change from yesterday. You know, how is that going to affect the approach of the athletes? What was it like yesterday? What was it like today? And how much more challenging will it be?
Well, a lot easier conditions yesterday as far as the size, much less current. And overnight, even though the report said that it was supposed to get smaller, got a lot bigger from that afternoon wind that we've had. We have that northwest kind of wind that comes in the evenings. Yesterday was so strong, it really kind of bumped up the swell. We could see sort of about a 5-mile-an-hour current coming from the north. And so as luckily with the Huntington Beach Pier, you do have that little escalator. You got that little treadmill that brings you out if you hug the pier, with all of that energy coming around and actually pulling you out and aiding you getting into the lineup. If you don't use the pier to get out, it can be virtually impossible to ever make it out, and you'll end up down in Newport.
So we get a replay of our first ride here. So it was our surfer from Israel, Ayala Schuster, getting that first score on the board, Ben.
Yeah. Stoked. Yeah, that's my shape. Just saw the end of the ride, but nice on the inside there.
So tell us about that fin configuration you got on this board, Ben. Length, width. The reason why we've got those fins in the way they are is we just see a nasty wipe out on the inside, but looks like she had dry ground to come up from then, and I'm sure she's going to be absolutely fine as the Israeli surfer.
Yeah, that's the other thing is today, the riders are going to have to depend on those beach chairs to get back to the pier, to get back out into the lineup, almost after every ride should they go right. What I did talk with some of the competitors about is one strategy that you have is you can go left against the current to keep yourself from getting washed out of the zone, earn yourself a couple scores, but without getting swept out of position.
And with that, Ben, let's go down to the glass because Shannon Hughes is with our reigning gold medalist from Prone 2, now moved into Prone 1 out of Mona Vale, New South Wales, the Australian Emma Dieters.
That's right. Em, congratulations. That was a really impressive heat that you put together. Talk to me about that 783 that you got off the start.
I think, yeah, that was just literally my goal was to get one good wave and then just come back in and do like the reform. So I was really glad just to get on that one. It was a bit overwhelming, to be honest. I was telling Chook, I'm done, I'm going home, like I can't do this. So it was good just to get that one under my belt.
Well, it was incredible. I think from our view, your performance was just out of this world, and especially considering that the surf was a lot bigger today than what we kind of expected to be seeing. Now, you're surfing in a different category than you competed in last year. Of course, you won gold last year in Prone 2 with the assist. Now you're competing in Prone 1. How did you feel paddling out there knowing it was all up to you?
Yeah, definitely a different feeling. Having to kind of really read the surf as well. I have surfed when I was younger, so I kind of do have a bit of that kind of knowledge, but yeah, it was good to get a win in this division. I've surfed in Prone 1 in Hawaii as well, so I have had a bit of practice, but I'm liking the challenge, that's for sure.
And talk to me about your equipment and your family that's supporting you back home.
Yeah, so my kids are back home. They were with me when I won gold last year, which was amazing, but I've got them on the board here for this year. Hopefully I can take another gold out in this division. That would be amazing.
So good. Well, Indy and Jackson cheering on Mom for sure. Congratulations out there in this heat. We can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Congratulations, Emma. You know, her journey has been very inspiring. And in her own words, she describes it as it's been a tough journey, but she's determined to show her kids that she will not let her situation get her down. And in her very own words, which I think is very moving, she says, I will make lemonade from the lemon I've been given. And she's been heavily inspired by Sam Bloom, and she's a former gold medalist herself. And to see now Emma Dieters having excelled and won gold in Prone 2, which is an assist division where the surfers are able to have the pusher and the catcher and real close access for water safety, to now move into Prone 1 where the surfers are independently paddling out, catching waves, riding waves. This is a big statement that she has already said she'd love to go for gold. And this is like going to be an incredible story if Emma Dieters does win gold this year in Prone 1.
That would be amazing to have a gold in Prone 1 and Prone 2. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the updates in the classification system with Mo Johnson and her crew. And so every year they're constantly modifying those classifications and the parameters that kind of classify each of these competitors. And when they do seem to show a little bit of an advantage of strength over the prone assist, it means that it's starting to create an unfair playing field. And so we really need to keep everything fair, and we can't have one of the four surfers out there have an unfair advantage.
Absolutely, and of course the classification system is to accurately allocate the athletes into their best surf class to ensure that high level of competition and that level playing field. There are 9 divisions, 9 classifications, 9 classes there, and this is the Prone 1 classification. And of course, the big kind of standard kind of relationship that the ISA has is working with the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee, to have these eligible impairment standards. And these impairments could be muscle power, such as spinal cord injury. They could be impairments to the passive range of movement, such as trauma affecting the joints. They could be limb deficiency, such as an amputation, or a leg length difference, or even a short stature. They could be hypertonia, which is an increase in the muscle tension and reduced ability to stretch. These are things that people who experience cerebral palsy or traumatic brain injury or a stroke might have. They could be ataxia, which is a kind of uncoordinated movement caused by damage to the central nervous system. But we see Tracy McKay up and riding right now, hanging onto the nose of that beautiful 4-fin board. Wow, what an interesting design we see there, Ben. 2 fins wide in the back half, and then 2 other side fins towards the tail. Tell us about Tracy's choice of equipment and fin configuration.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see the quads, normally the lateral fins and the trailing fins will be a little more closely clustered. Let's see if we have a paddle here. And the offshore is just going to push her out. So yeah, usually when you have a quad setup like that, where you would have originally you would have 2 wide twin fins. If you break that in half on each side and split them apart, you have the same amount of surface, but by breaking them apart, you create more stability, and it creates more of a stable line, especially lets you hold a higher line in the wave. By having them that spread apart, that will slow down the amount of pivot that you can get out of it, and it'll turn more of a carving turn.
Coming up next, we're going to be moving into women's stand 2. Team Japan.
That was Nagisa.
Yeah, big name for Team Japan. Looking forward to seeing her coming up. Stay tuned for that as we can see a big, heavy takeoff committing to that overhead wall there. Our surfer from Spain, the bronze medalist, former bronze medalist, nicknamed the Pigeon here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championship, based in Santa Cruz in Tenerife. Full commitment to the takeoff there, engaging that rail to drop down into the face. That was radical, and this will also be a scoring ride now through the inside, because a lot of the competitors are actually using the opportunity to get their scores on the inside. So she's up and riding into a reform there, so good engagement of the inside rail. So now already 2 strong scores for the Spaniard. But then what about that commitment to that set out back?
Yeah, she was really looked like it was in her strategy to pick off a bomb, and then once you move to the inside, you would know that you would, no matter what, even if you don't want to take a wave, you're probably going to get pushed into one, which is what happened there.
So it looks to be that she's going to be pretty happy with those 2 scores. Palermo is going to drop perhaps the highest score of the heat. There it is, a 5.0, recognizing, first of all, her positioning out there in the lineup, and also her commitment to that bigger, more open face wave, and then backing it up then with a 4.17. So although it was a smaller wave, it did have a reform. She got on the open face. She demonstrated the maneuvers. She put that board on rail. She increased, accelerated into that bottom turn. She got in trim. So what a strong start. Now, will she make the plan, do you think, to paddle out back for more, or just go for backup scores on the inside?
Well, it looks like she's coming to the beach to get a ride down in the little beach chariot all the way down to the pier, so she can get that easy paddle out, start herself from the outside. And here we have Israel's Ayala again. She's in 2nd place. She already had 2 scores early on.
2.5 for her opening wave there, backed up with a 1.33, a 1.7, 1.5, 1.43. So she's been busy, and then there it is, Ben. We got the opportunity to start talking about that fin setup. Tell us about you as the person that designed, constructed, built that board, and why you put the fins where they are.
So when I got into really the best discoveries in the prone that I've found was by borrowing some of the kind of the positioning of the wave ski placement, where if you see the underside of the boards of the wave skis for our sit division, you'll see how far up the fins are. That lets this big giant board fit into places that it shouldn't because of its length, and it creates the pivot point right under their hips, where they basically, wherever the end of their feeling would be basically the end of their board. So if you're thinking about a bodyboard, your hips are basically on the corners of each tail, or on the corners of the tail. So that kind of creates a pseudo tail way farther up while you still have the rest of the board. Look at this drop. This is
full commitment there, and also beautiful sight there, just seeing the light create that rainbow off the back of the wave. What a great experience that would have been, that committed drop. Wipeout, not too bad of a wipeout, maybe a little sinus wash there, but the judges rewarding the commitment to that. And she backs up this with the inside. Tell us about this rail work she did.
Yeah, I like this. You can see she's constantly looking at her options. She decides to go right. She's a little more transition in the face, which is going to mean that she's going to be able to keep that speed up. And you did see her switch that hand stance into a really like bodyboard style position with that outside hand controlling the inside rail.
Fantastic, puts her up into first position, recognizing that with 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, there's probably no need for her to paddle out for more. ISAsurfing there in second position. She's got a 2.5 and a 1.7. She's been busy. Tracy McKay's got a 1.07. She needs a second score. I didn't get the opportunity to talk about Tracy McKay's shaper. Of course, it's Safari Spider surfboards from Durban. Once again, we get an opportunity to reference some of the great global shapers as we see ISAsurfing there on the open face on the inside, and a good sweeping, smooth turn with great technique, using that left hand to engage in the water and help initiate that full direction change. So the judges will recognize that that turn could make the difference with some of those lower scores she's dropped, and it might well increase the pressure on Tracy for the score that she needs to move up into second.
Yeah, and we saw Kayla just next to her. I'm not sure if Kayla got a wave yet. We have no score next to her yet, but she is going to the inside. Looks like she's going to get a ride over to the pier. 2.5 minutes, just enough time to get about halfway out and spin it around. A lot of these scores that White has made have been on the inner third of the lineup.
She's been so busy, a great strategy. She's already looking like she's got 6 rides, and that was a 2.47 for her last wave. So it's her second highest score. She's got that near 5 total. So now Tracy needs a 3.90. Can she get that kind of score from the inside, or is that going to be a score that she needs to get further out back?
Probably further out back. As far as Red having her lower score was, well, actually, you know what? That lower score was made from the midsection. So yeah, a few more paddles over a couple more whitewashes, she would be in that same zone that Red got her backup score on.
Tracy McKay from South Africa looking at this one. She's got a grip on her grip at the nose there, and it just doesn't quite allow her to keep her Spider Murphy board moving onto the inside section to get that opportunity to strike for a 3.90 as we move down into the last minute. And another question I had, Ben, for you very quickly was with regards to shaping the boards, handle placement. Are handles generally attached via adhesive, or occasionally are you glassing the handle placements into position?
As far as mine go, I actually put inserts with T-nuts, sort of like a snowboard binding, underneath the glass. So it's actually resined into the foam before the board's glassed. So that's all encased and surrounded. And there's Kayla. So she got one wave, 0.77.
So great to see Kayla there coming in, knowing that this is also a round robin format. So the surfers will have an opportunity to surf in a round 2, and the best 2 scores, whether they're in the first round or the second round, will be combined to create the progressing surfers. So in prone 1, the progression will be the top 4 moving into the final. So they all get to surf the same amount of times. So with 20 seconds remaining, it looks like Tracy McKay is going to have one more opportunity. She takes a fall there, a little nosedive, as we get to see her beautifully built Safari Spider Murphy surfboard there with the distinctive spray with the neon pink fading into the neon green. And I mean, that's a beautiful color combination, and you know, very indicative of a lot of classic sprays we might have seen at Huntington Beach in the 1980s, and classic Spider Murphy. Congratulations, Tracy, great performance there. But stay with us, surf fans, because we'll be right back after these short messages, and we'll be moving into the women stand 2 round, live on day 3 from Huntington Beach.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Thanks so much for tuning in. We really appreciate your company, your support, your enthusiasm. I know the international adaptive and para surf community will be watching, because if you're not here competing, supporting your team or going for gold, you certainly will be tuning in to celebrate the action. But if you're in the local neighborhood, please come on down to Huntington Beach, because right now we've got Amy Purdy from the US of A, Malu Mendes from Brazil, and Kirsty Taylor from Wales, the 23-year-old competing in her first international surf competition. But let me tell you, sport fans, this 23-year-old out of Wales is an absolute stalwart when we come to para sports. She has won silver medals with the junior para British team. She has also been in the, and continues to be in the British team as a wheelchair basketball player. She's having a look at this wave on the inside now. Kirsty Taylor up and riding with a nice reform right-hander. Takes a good controlled high stance there. So one score to drop for the surfer studying at Loughborough University, reading a Bachelor of Science, but also a sports fanatic and someone who is very much at the cutting edge of a variety of para sports representing her nation. So it's great to see her bringing a lot of strong positive flavour to Team Wales. Of course, we know Llewellyn Sponge Williams, Isaac Hare, team manager Ben Clifford from Surfability, of course Toby Williams there helping as a pusher and a catcher in a water safety unit. They've got all of that rich heritage of support from Surfability in the UK that has collaborated with the ISA in the development of pioneering the adaptive surfing courses and training. But right now she's going back into the beach chair to get a little walk around for the opportunity to paddle out by the pier. And she's going to be surfing against Malu Mendes from Brazil and Amy Purdy from USA. Ben, that's a pretty proud moment for you now, seeing Ayala having got second in that heat, having used your board there. How does that feel for you as a surfboard shaper to know that the best in the parasurfing world are kind of using your equipment on the center stage, broadcast to the globe?
I'm over the moon. It's unbelievable. If as a shortboard shaper, you could pretty much give up trying to compete with the top 10 in the world. As far as this is a whole new deal, and to be able to access some of the top athletes and get them out there competing and trusting your designs is just amazing.
Malu Mendes from Brazil, near Sao Paulo. There, of course, her father, the great Paulo Kid, you know, a stalwart of shortboarding and particularly longboarding for many years, competed internationally on the World Longboard Tour. Paulo is a gold medalist from Malu, excuse me, is a gold medalist from this division in the 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championship. She's a keen skater as well, and she works with the Adaptive Surf School in Santos, run by Francisco Arena. And Francisco, of course, a surfing legend who started the school in the 90s. And the fact that Paulo Kid, her father, is always supporting Malu in these competition campaigns, it really gives a lot of pedigree and a lot of big opportunity for the rest of the Brazilian team to have big results. And talking of big results, someone who just put on an incredible performance, that big set to kick things off with, it's Paloma Oñate, the 33-year-old from Spain, out of Santa Cruz in Tenerife. She just took the heat win, and she's with Shannon Hughes.
Sam, Paloma, congratulations. That was a well-surfed heat. Talk to us about finding your positioning out there and your strategy on your way out in the water.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, the strategy was pretty clear. It was to get one good wave. We had to be patient. We were patient, thanks to the team that were all there supporting, and thanks to the trainers that were giving me the right indications. And once the good wave, we tried to get one wave before, we couldn't. We had to be patient, and finally we find the good wave. It was a pity that I couldn't finish it, but happy with the strategy, with the behavior in the heat.
And a great way to start things off. How are you feeling about the round robin format, knowing that you've got a good score on the board in that 5-point range, and you're going to be able to try and get another really good score in your next heat?
Yes, because you never know the next heat how the conditions are going to be. So this was like our opportunity to make a good point. So next heat, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. It doesn't mean nothing. Everything can happen. I could be injured. So next heat is going to be also very important.
Now, I would love to know about the parasurfing community back home for you in Spain. Are there a lot of other athletes that you're able to be in the water with often, other surfers?
It's getting bigger. It's super nice. And of course, I want to send them a big hug. Also to those who are not here, they were selected to be here for the national team, but because of injuries or something, they can't be here. Mireia, I mean, we want to be bigger. We want to, and there's a lot of people working for the parasurfing in Spain. Hopefully, next year we are going to be more, and I want to give them all a hug.
Would you like to say something in Spanish as well?
Bueno, ok, aprovecho. Gracias a todos los que están viendo ahora, siguiendo el streaming, que sé que soy un montón, a la gente de Cantabria, a todos, y a la familia, por supuesto, a mi hermana que está en Alemania y a mi sobrinita.
Thanks so much. Beautiful performance, Paloma. We'll see you in the next round. And back to you guys.
Gracias.
Fantastic. Thanks so much there, Shannon. Congratulations to the Spanish team, really putting on a lot of strong performances. I think they're going to be medal contenders for the team standings as well. But big shout out now to Amy Purdy, the 43-year-old from USA, a 3-time Paralympian snowboard medalist, a New York Times bestseller, global keynote speaker from Silverthorne, Colorado. She is an absolute icon of parasports, having won silver at the Pyeongchang 2018 Paralympics in snowboard cross, bronze in Sochi in 2014 at the Paralympics, also in snowboard cross, and also been a gold medalist at the World Championships in para snowboard cross in 2011. So it says a lot about the movement that you know, Amy Purdy has been a member of the US team. As we can see, Malu Mendez there paddling for this little inside section right there by the pier there, up and riding the regular footer Malu Mendez, unable to get to her feet fully then. Will the judges deem that a scoring ride? Did she get close enough to her feet for that to be a score?
It's when her hands leave the rail is when the ride starts, and I don't think that her hands left the rail on that one, so we will see if they actually deem that as a ride. Wouldn't seem so. And then got our next heat coming up.
Zoe Smith surfing for Team England. She's going to be paddling out, hoping to create that final position that she achieved last year. Of course, Zoe Smith made herself all the way to the final and finished in copper, and she'll be looking forward to go better than that. She's surfing against Cecile Hernandez and Laurie Phipps, as we can see Malu Mendez paddling for this section. Good foamy kind of bounce into that. She gets up to her feet, takes a fall, so it might be a score counted. She's got a 0.67, but it's Kirsty Taylor in her first international surfing event then, who's really kicked off in style with a 3.5 and a 2.67. As you can see, both of the women now close to the rip, close to the pier. What will be the advantages of them positioning themselves in that location?
Well, I think especially for Malu, she might have had some communication with her dad, that if you stay over here, you get a quick ride, you get a small score, but you're also end up right in that rip that takes you right back out, and you completely avoid getting taken down in that current, that river that really speeds up from the left side of our screen. And so it's partly to do with the shallow area around the pier and all of that water falling off the shallow spot into the deep spot and increasing the speed of that current. So you really kind of want to stay out of that trouble zone unless you're willing to commit and get a ride all the way down and walk back.
And you can really see that kicking in as we watch Malu Mendez up and riding. Yes, Malu Mendez up to her feet there. So she gets that complete pop-up, takeoff, full stance on the board. Malu Mendez is going to get something on the inside as well, perhaps. So she'll add to her 0.67. Malu Mendez, a gold medalist from 2022. Looks to be riding a thruster. Any intel on her Tombow surfboards that she rides? Are they things that you've handled before, Ben?
This is actually Cabianca. It's the she's been riding some Cabianca boards for the last couple seasons. That's of course Gabriel Medina's shaper, and she's got 2 new EPS boards that I saw. One's kind of a little bit thicker, actually a lot more volume for the smaller surf. And then I believe this one's a little more pulled in, a little more streamlined for this bigger surf with more energy for more speed control.
Zoe Smith out of the south coast of England from Bournemouth, riding her 614 shapes. She's going to be paddling out in the next heat against Cécile Hernandez from France and Laurie Phipps, also from France. Laurie, the 22-year-old, such an international family. Her sister Nina will be tuning in. I know her mum Christine, who's from Wales, of course her father Mark Phipps, fantastic surfboard shaper, you know, former kind of champion out of Australia, a world tour surfer, has built great shortboards for such a plethora of incredible surfers. And then the brother Jay Phipps, a fantastic shortboarder himself. So Laurie Phipps, look for some good action from Laurie. Kirsty Taylor, look good there, Ben. You've got something to say.
Yeah, as we're speaking of equipment, Kirsty Taylor's on a Bic board. I believe they're still made in France, but Bic using that windsurfing technology. That's actually a hollow molded plastic board.
Yeah.
And so a very, very different style of construction. And when you knock on them, it actually echoes through the board. But very, very unique construction and virtually indestructible.
Great stuff. And she's new to surfing. She captained the Para-GB junior team for the World Para-Athletics Junior Championships in 2019. And when she returned to her degree at the University of Loughborough with 2 silver medals, she had to face the situation of a below-the-knee amputation because she was born with a condition known as clubfoot that caused her tendons in her Achilles to not fully form, and so she was faced of having had this career already as a para-athlete to change her whole impairment. But it caused her to get into new sports. She'd already done a lot of kayaking and canoeing and wheelchair basketball, and she since then started to stay focused on wheelchair basketball, as we see Liv Stone coming up, and also move into surfing. And she's doing a lot of work with Surfability in Caswell, a CIC that provides surf lessons and experiences for people with additional needs due to disability, illness, injury, or learning difficulties down there in the Gower in South Wales. And she's winning the heat at the moment, so quite a statement, the fact that she's beating Malu Mendez, who's a gold medalist in this category. But Liv Stone will be coming up quite soon in her stand category, which is stand 1. So I know that surf fans around the USA will be tuning in to watch Liv. She's an icon of the sport, and she really is an important spokesperson for this Paralympic push for parasurfing in the LA 28 Paralympics.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out is the contrast between Kirsty and Malu. Is Kirsty's riding kind of a fun board shape, a lot more surface. It's going to be able to move. It's going to be able to take off on much less wave energy than Malu Mendez kind of performance style board. So whereas Malu was on the outside, that would be the preferred equipment. But if she's trying to spin around on these little whitewashes, it's just not enough oomph to get up to her feet, and doesn't give her that long glide to give her the time to get to her feet. So things are a little bit harder, and I think Malu needs to move a little bit farther outside just to give her that little bit of extra room before she hits that deep spot on the inside.
Great clip there, as you can really see the benefits of the current that moves to the south side of the pier. And when you're actually surfing here either side of the pier, then what will be the differences between that current to the north and the south side?
Just like my hometown of Oceanside, if there's north swell, you have the benefit of not getting pushed into the pier if you're on the opposite side of where the current's coming from. So as you can see, we got north current coming out of the right side of our screen, blowing through here. So anyone who's afraid of hitting the pier, it will basically constantly push you away from the pier unless you were to try and take a left towards the pier, in which case some of the bigger waves will run in. But if you go to the opposite side of where the current's coming from, it really filters down that speed and gives you a chance to make it to the outside without getting carried away.
And it looks like these surfers are really doing very well. We can see Laurie Phipps there. She was just leading that paddle out with Cecile Hernandez and Zoe Smith, and Malu Mendez up and riding. Little turn there. So strong movement from Malu, but like you said, it just feels like with the type of equipment she's riding, if she could get the time to get a set from out back, we'd really see an opportunity for her to express herself.
Yeah, I think she needs to be a little less busy and spend that time just getting a little bit farther out, being patient. There's still 4 minutes, plenty of time. And we did see on that one, she started a little bit farther out, which gave her that little buffer of time to get to her feet. But by the time she was to her feet, she was to where the energy ends in that deep spot. So just a little bit farther out.
So there's Melissa Reed, who's a teammate of Zoe Smith. Now, Melissa in the yellow jersey there, she is
yellow sweatshirt.
Yeah, well, we call it a jersey in Europe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so she's 3 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion, and she's going to be going out there. Yes, she has a visual impairment, but she still does have 5% vision in one eye, and it's good enough for her to be able to support Zoe. So not only will she be able to offer vocal support, but she'll also be able to just provide some of that support on positioning, and perhaps if Zoe can't hear the scores that she's got or needed, having that support out there on the pier can be really helpful, can't it, Ben, for the competitor?
Definitely. And yeah, that's the great thing about this 1,000-foot long pier is even at a minus low tide, you'd still be able to kind of get out to where the breaking waves are and communicate with your friends, let them know that they're in the wrong spot. Perhaps there's a set coming. Maybe they should shift positions. Absolutely, Ben. And you can really see the current there. I mean, you can see how Malu, she's having to paddle, you know, north towards the current, but you can see it pulling her down. You know, how is that going to affect surfers today, knowing that paddling is a big part? I mean, I know, for example, Zoe Smith, who her impairment was from a car crash accident, which also caused a severe neck injury. And I know she often tells me that one of the biggest impairments for her is how sore her neck gets when she's having to do a lot of paddling. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be much more tiring. In our divisions today, we don't have any assist. Oh, yes, we don't have any assist rounds as far as the prone, but that would be much more strenuous and much harder for the team to reconnect.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday talking to the water safety team about, because of the variety of takeoff spots at Huntington, when it comes to prone 2 and you do have pushers, catchers, and the bigger water safety team, you really are covering a lot of ground. So a shout out to any capable, qualified lifeguards and water people and good surfers in the neighborhood who might be able to come on down and offer their assistance, and check in with the ISA team here on the sand and find out if there's an opportunity. If you've got that training and qualification, you might be able to really be a part of the water safety team here. As we get that opportunity to emphasize this as Parasurf stand to any surfer riding a wave in a standing position with a below the knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or leg length difference. So you'll see in the next heat that our surfer from England, Zoe Smith, has an amputation below the knee. You'll see Malu Mendez, who has no amputation, but she experiences cerebral palsy. You'll see Kirsty, who's our heat winner right now. She has a below the knee amputation, as does Laurie Phipps from France, who's going to be coming up in our next heat. So Malu Mendez moving down there. She's got a 1:07 and a 0.93, but like we say, Ben, it's a leaderboard opportunity now. So surfers have the chance to carry their best 2 scores from either heat. They might get them in both of their qualifying rounds, or they might get them in the first or the second qualifying round, as we see El Salvador and Costa Rica, Central America on the sand here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, that's Johnny from Team El Salvador. He's their only competitor this year down here with the one team. And there is Malu and Robert Pino giving her a round of applause.
Fantastic performance from Kirsty Taylor and Malu Mendez. Stay with us, surf fans, because we've got Laurie Phipps, Cecile Hernandez, and Zoe Smith right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks for tuning in, fans of Lori Phipps, Cecile Hernandez, Zoe Smith. Here it is. Finally, these women get the opportunity to go out into the ocean and express themselves, going for gold here on day 3. It's not the gold medal finals yet, but this is the first opportunity that these women have had to surf. So they will be exciting to be wearing the jersey. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined again in the booth by Ben Way as we move into heat number 2, stand 2 of the women's. Early now, still in the morning. Day 3, of course, we've had that high tide on the 6 a.m. It's now starting to drop out as we see the lineup. Red, Lori Phipps. Blue, Cecile Hernandez from France. Green, Zoe Smith. Cecile Hernandez, a pro snowboarder, a Paralympic gold medalist in Beijing, and she is an absolute icon of the parasports community, based in Saint-Yves in the Pyrenees in southern France. But also being close to the Mediterranean, she gets the opportunity to cross over her inspiration from the alpine parasports, and she's also a keen para BMXer, and voted amongst the top 40 most influential women of the year in Forbes France last year. So that says a lot for Cecile Hernandez to be here representing France, and it looks like Zoe Smith is having the first paddle from Bournemouth on the south coast of England. A copper medalist from 2022, Cecile Hernandez, was up and riding. She takes a fall. There will be a score to drop. Lori Phipps will be out back, the 22-year-old in the red singlet. She got a bronze from last year in this category, and she also is the reigning French champion. And what I love about the Phipps family, they got this wonderful fusion of Australia, France and Wales. Mum Christine from Llangennith on the Gower in Wales. Father Mark Phipps from Point Lonsdale, Victoria, Australia. The kids have all grown up in Seignos in southwest France, so historically they've spent half the year in Australia, half the year in France. And huge action sports, huge surfing family. Mark Phipps, a great shaper, but Laurie's become a really good surfer. She had a scooter accident that caused the amputation of her left leg below the knee, but her surfing is elegant, smooth, and to have her father shaping her own boards, Ben, that's a really wonderful opportunity for Laurie.
Yeah, it's so important when you can constantly have that communication, and especially so closely in being able to have those conversations on what your struggles are, what kind of maneuvers that you're trying to work on, and what your equipment feels like it's holding you back from doing, so that you can right that and constantly tune up and level up.
Looks like Cecile Hernandez has got a second score on the board. As I said, Cecile, a world champion snowboarder, having won Paralympic gold in snowboarding in Beijing. So the multiple sclerosis warrior, as she describes herself on her Instagram account. You can follow her if you go onto ISAsurf.org. You can see all of the biographies of our athletes, and you can follow all the action on the ISA Surfing hashtag and all of the social media. You're a TikTok user, Ben? I can just picture you having your own TikTok.
You know what? I thought that was only for little kids, and in El Salvador they had me open a TikTok for their tourism, and then I just had to shut it down. It was just too much for me.
Yeah, sometimes you can only kind of deal with one kind of platform at a time. But a lot of these influencers like Cecile Hernandez, they will use their social media engagement as an opportunity to share the incredible athletic work they do, as we see Zoe Smith miss that wave. So we'll find out more how this heat continues, because right now we've got the winner from our first heat out of Caldecott in Wales for her first ISA surf event. Iconic para-athlete already. Kirsty Taylor is on the glass.
Thanks so much, Sam. Kirsty, congratulations. It's your first international event, and you've just taken out your first heat win. What does it feel like?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm really happy. Yeah.
Talk to me about your journey into surfing, because you said you're pretty fresh to being on a surfboard.
Yeah, I got my leg amputated just under a year ago, and then at the start of the summer wanted to get back on a surfboard. So got in touch with the guys with Surfability, and then yeah, it's kind of gone from there.
Incredible. What's the training been looking like behind the scenes for you then for this last year to be able to be competing at this level?
Yeah, there's been a lot of rehab, just learning to get back to life again, and then I travelled this summer out to South Africa and Australia, managed to get a good few waves in there, and then headed back to the cold Wales to do some weekly sessions just before we headed out.
Incredible, and you're a real well-trained athlete behind the scenes. You're playing a lot of wheelchair basketball these days as well. How are you enjoying the crossover between the two sports being so different?
Yeah, it's really good. The fitness element really helps. Out in the water today it was really tough, so to get some good cardio training in back at home is great, and it's great to have two different sports to keep you fresh and keep you going, so yeah.
Incredible. Well, a great example to anyone out there tuning in that may be new to needing to surf with a different ability and being able to get into the water on something different.
Yeah, definitely. It's stuff like this shows that anyone can get in the water and give it a go.
Well, great work out there. We'll see you in the next round, and we'll go back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Yeah, great story for Kirsty, having been a junior silver medalist with the GB team at the World Athletics Junior Championship, and then returned in 2019 to face the situation of having that leg amputation, and then now using surfing as a new platform for her parasport. And it's going to be exciting to see her development, you know, when she starts to refine her own equipment and continues to compete internationally. Great for Team Wales, but coming up next, Liv Stone, multiple ISA World Parasurfing Champion, going for her 4th gold. How much do you think that would mean to Liv to get that 4th gold, Ben?
Oh, it'll be huge. And she's made so much momentum for the sport, created so much momentum for the sport, always a great face and a great ambassador for this parasurfing movement. And so, yeah, just strengthening that position would be great.
And if you want to hear more from Liv, she did come into the booth yesterday with Shannon Hughes, so you got an opportunity to go and watch the replay if you can go back on isasurf.org, which you're probably tuning into right now if you're listening to this webcast, but you can watch those heat replays. As we can see, Cecile Hernandez has dropped to 1.50, Laurie Phipps and Zoe Smith. No waves ridden for Laurie and Zoe. What's happening out there, Ben?
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because we've seen green. Zoe's paddled for about 4 or 5 waves. All of a sudden, where Malu and all our previous heats were taken off next to the pier, is kind of fattened up, and you're unable to get that energy and a steep enough section, especially on a shorter board, to get the wave. And so we've seen Laurie decide to go for a backup plan, move into the center, which earlier was kind of the trouble zone where the current would speed up. But as you can look from this view, if you watch the speed of the whitewash moving, the current has slowed considerably with the tide going out.
Looks like we got live action. Surfers both looking for that wave. Laurie Phipps doesn't catch it. Did Zoe Smith get a ride? She didn't. So both surfers had the opportunity to go for that set, but I think they both recognized that it was a closeout. As we can see, Cecile Hernandez on the inside, the 49-year-old from France, professional para snowboarder, up and riding with style there. Nice control and stepping out on to the sand elegantly as Laurie Phipps looks for one more wave. 11 minutes remaining, Ben. So difficult when you don't get a quick start in these types of conditions, because all these surfers, they will have to wait 2 whole days before they've got an opportunity to put the singlet on, the jersey on, and go out there and compete. And the thing they want most is just to get some waves to express themselves on.
Yeah, I think the morning conditions really kind of did their heads in, as they would say in Australia. But everyone was kind of trying to navigate and avoid that current, but that's actually worked against them, as everyone's trying to hug the pier where you no longer need to fight that current as the current slowed down now.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 24 seconds remaining. So Zoe Smith will have the benefits of Melissa Reed being out on there on the Huntington Beach pier, just communicating a little bit with her. She'll have the the Team England flags on the beach, and of course Laurie Phipps has got that really fantastic French team behind her. So Laurie there, she's got that 2022 national title and that 2022 ISA World Parasurfing bronze. Spends half the year in Seignos in southwest France, where she was mostly raised, and she also spends a lot of time in Point Lonsdale in Victoria, Australia. So you might have some Australian fans tuning in, supporting the Phipps family, because they're such a great family. And of course Mark, such an incredible shaper, having you know, or not only been a successful competitor himself, he even competed at the ISA World Surfing Championship back in 1992. I believe he got a 4th place finish. He's also had, you know, 3rds in Australian Opens and numerous Victorian titles, and shaped a lot of shortboards for a lot of the greats, and still at the cutting edge of shaping. So let's see Laurie kind of get an opportunity for a wave, as Zoe's going for this one, paddling hard, but you can just see that current just pulling her away from the opportunity to get herself back down into that wave.
Yeah, and that narrow rip next to the pier that was helping the earlier heats get out into the lineup is actually widened, so she's kind of in that against energy, trying to go against the energy of the ocean, trying to draw back, especially with the receding tide. So
the experience that Zoe had, her below the knee amputation in 2015, she was a passenger in a car accident, and she was already a keen bodyboarder, and she was very much heavily inspired by the surfing of the great Cornishman, a former ISA parasurfing competitor, a former World Adaptive Parasurf League champion, Pegleg Bennett, who will be tuning in. I know he was the one who really kicked off the inspiration for Zoe Smith. So big shout out to Pegleg, tuning in back home in Cornwall in the UK. And Zoe really started her stand-up sessions at the Wave in Bristol in 2021, and pretty soon she was a national champion. And she said how surfing and the adaptive community has really given me a whole new lease of life and a love of being in the ocean, and also the opportunity to test my physical limits and capabilities. But we have to really recognize how some of the impairments that Zoe experiences are beyond her leg amputation. She told me yesterday about a lot of paddling is challenging for her neck injury. So that's what she finds difficult, is when she has to paddle a lot, as we see Zoe going for this big wave here. Is she going to be able to ride out the front? It looks like she's had a wipeout. So Zoe Smith kicks off with a 1.10 for the previous ride. Cecile Hernandez in the lead with a 3.17 and a 1.5. Laurie Phipps still awaiting to catch a wave.
So back to Pegleg. Let's talk about why he isn't here. He's a member on the Survivor show that's about to air. And so that is so cool to show someone with an amputation using a prosthetic and using their physical ability and showing what they can do. And that's going to be airing soon. I'm really excited. I've been following up on all of his movement in that.
Absolutely. Follow Pegleg at Insta Pegleg on Instagram, and you can find about all the action, see the links. He, of course, is the AASP World Adaptive Surfing Champion from 2022 and 2023. He'll be tuning in, watching this, as we can see Zoe Smith has got another score to add to the board. She's got a 1.10 and 0.7 now, as we can see that Japanese flag beautifully poised against the late morning sun, Ben. That's a beautiful image.
That is the rising sun in the land of the rising sun's flag. And yeah, this is just so exciting. But yeah, remember last year we had the interview with Pegleg. He legally changed his name to Pegleg.
Yeah, by depot, you know. Yeah, he changed his name to Pegleg. I love that.
I asked him if his parents named him that. That was a joke. So 6 minutes right now, and wow, Zoe's kind of having a shocker. I think that last takeoff attempt will actually force her into a zone where she'll be able to get waves easier.
Yeah.
So what looked like a disaster might actually be a great thing, because it moved her out of that spot that was not feeding into any opportunity.
Oh, I was so excited about Laurie Phipps getting the opportunity to catch that right-hander, but she's still awaiting for that first scoring ride. But we must express that we do have this round-robin format. This in each classification there's a leaderboard, so each surfer will carry their highest 2 waves out of their first 2 heats to be combined to create the surfers for either a grand final or a semi-final or a quarter-final relative to the number of competitors in that division. So for example, with this, that leaderboard will allow the surfers to move into the grand final. They'll all get the opportunity to surf twice. As we can see, Matt Harwood from the Isle of Wight there, a big player in the adaptive surf community in England. He's been the spotter for Melissa Reed's 3 ISA World Gold medals. You can see the English flag there. They're just working together as a team just to give Zoe some support, advice and tips about positioning. And I love the way that they're not rushing, recognizing that this is a good opportunity for her to get composure, to kind of breathe and use the current by the pier to just kind of get lured and pulled out there and go for that set that she really wants to get that strong score. As we can see, Canada flag flying high.
Yeah, it's also just having that, taking the time to have a clear communication and create a new plan. And I think they're going out there with a new plan.
Laurie Phipps nearly catched that wave there. We saw Ling Pai watching the action from Canada. She had a great performance yesterday in the visual impairment 2 division. But can Laurie get this little ledge here? Looks lively. She sits back up, recognizes that she can't. But from that position, you feel if she can just get something with some open face, we're going to see a very big score from Laurie. But we've only got 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, all of the scores that we see right now were made on that inside section, even just on the broken whitewash. And so, yeah, I think they have to kind of stop looking for the good ones and stop kind of searching for something that's got scoring potential or visually looks like it has scoring potential, and just go.
So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Laurie. If she doesn't get a wave in this heat, she will have another bite of the cherry in the qualifying round 2 to get some big waves. She is a certain favorite for gold. You know, I've seen her surfing a couple of times this season in adaptive surf events in Europe, and I must admit, she was absolutely shredding. Not only shredding, but styling. You know, just smooth flowing surfing, the kind of surfing that, you know, you want to embody. You know, nothing too rushed, but yeah, in the pocket, you know, top to bottom kind of turns, but done elegantly. So, you know, when she is in rhythm, great surfer, and for me, one of the favorites for gold in this division.
Yeah, one thing that a lot of these, the way that these competitors have advanced is almost accidentally just coming or getting pushed into that shore break and having to spin around on some whitewash and just get a score. And I think the judges are also recognizing the difficulty and how hard it is to find anything out there. And they're also going to kind of set the scale by that.
How dangerous is it to paddle out in the pier when you see some free surfers using that option?
You have a lot more space in the center of the pier. That's a wider pier than we have in Oceanside. Also, the pilings are a little bit spread apart. So you actually do have a little bit more room, a little bit more safety. However, when it's blowing through from the north like it was earlier, you would have a good chance of having to duck dive in the center of the pier with pilings on either side of you, which is a little bit freaky.
Up and riding, Cecile Hernandez, our heat leader, looking to replace a 1.50. The goofy footer looking very strong there. So riding that wave right on to the sand. But we just saw a backup score coming through for Zoe Smith. It's a 1-2-3, so she's got that 1-1 and a 1-2-3, meaning that Laurie Phipps needs a score of a 2-3-3 with just 1 minute 40 seconds remaining. Zoe looking comfortable, working in a new relationship with 614 Shapes, a nice custom board with the deck grips under her feet. Can Laurie Phipps gets this? She looks like to be in a good position. She's paddling again, and it's just kind of not allowing her to get the takeoff. As we see Zoe getting something more on the inside. That will be her third scoring ride, with Cecile getting the edge in this heat. Cecile might not have been the favorite going into the heat. You would have put it on Laurie and Zoe to probably get first and second, but Cecile has been busy, and it's been all about that 3.17 that really has been the strongest score by far of the heat then.
Yeah, I think just from the change of conditions and all that size and current that we had this morning, everyone was opting to have kind of higher performance equipment that would cater for bigger waves. The thing is they're not able to get out to where they can get the conditions that cater to those designs. And we've got people like Cecile on these fun boards just spinning around and getting scores on some whitewash on the inside, which that higher performance equipment struggles to get into and struggles to keep the speed.
Great determination there from Zoe Smith out of Bournemouth in the south coast of England there. She's going back out for more on her nice swallowtail, fishtail board. 20 seconds remaining Laurie Phipps had a bit of a clean-up set there. She's got more to deal with. It might be that she doesn't get the opportunity to get a score on the board as we move into the last 10 seconds. So Zoe Smith will have a 1-2-3 and a 1-1 to her name. Cecile Hernandez will have a 3-1-7 and 2-1-7. So it's really important to recognize that this is not an elimination. This is more about the surfers using the leaderboard across the first 2 rounds to get the opportunity to get into the top 4 and get to that grand final. But stay with us, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in, and I thoroughly recommend you staying tuned because we're going to learn a little bit more about Liv Stone, who's going to be coming up next as Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar get into the booth to call the action.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just like disappeared and it was just me in the ocean, and I could never get enough of it. After the first wave, like everything just started like progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and like every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new, and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to like walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on like really just showcases adaptive athletes that like we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to like love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
Well, welcome back to the action. The 3-time gold medalist and world champion Liv Stone is out in the water. She's in that red jersey, riding the pink board under her feet. And we've got Nagisa Ikami from Japan up and riding now. Great looking turn to start off with. She'll fall out after that opening opportunity. 18 minutes on the clock, and we've got 4 surfers in the water right now looking for an opportunity to keep themselves getting a couple good scores on the board in this round robin format for the current division.
Yeah, and you know, there were supposed to be 5 surfers out there. It doesn't seem like the 5th person was able to make it, which was Catalina Castro from Chile. They see Liv Stone from the US, multiple-time champion, as you were mentioning. 2 Japanese surfers, Nagisa Ikegami from Japan in blue, Chikako Takao from Japan in the green, and Anne-Marie Paquet from Canada is in the white, originally from Montreal in Quebec. So she doesn't have a lot of surfing experience in that part of the country over in Canada, tends to have to surf on the west or on the Atlantic coast of Canada, and loves spending a lot of time right here in California too.
Scores to come through for the first wave of Nagisa. Liv Stone sitting with first priority out in the water. And we have moved into our parasurfing stand 1 division on the women's side of the draw. Now it's just going to be a single heat today. They will have a second qualifying round, and those top surfers will be advancing through into the final. As we take a look here at Liv Stone having a paddle, she's unable to get into that. She's been eyeing off those waves on the Pier Bowl section here at Southside and has decided that's exactly where she wants to be sitting. There's been some really good rights that have been rolling through. Yeah, and the Pier Bowl left has actually been working quite well too, and we'll see the drop in the tide. Probably see the consistency grow with that as well, but you can see on the outside a lot of these rights really rolling through, as you were mentioning, with that north swell in the water. There's a good amount of size out there though, Shannon, as you can see that wave rolling through unridden. Yeah, that's right. It's been pretty sizey throughout the morning. That tide starting to drop has helped the conditions a little bit. Some of the surfers saying the current doesn't feel as strong now as it did earlier this morning, which is great. Plenty of time on the clock for our opening round heat for our stand 1 division, which includes any surfers who are riding a wave in a standing position that have an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or are short in stature. As we can take a look at the graphic there, surfers having paralysis in one of their arms, arm amputation, double arm amputation, or short in stature. are the current surfers in the lineup. So they'll be looking to try and get into those waves nice and early, up to their feet, and getting a couple good turns if possible.
Seems like Liv lost her board right there just briefly, but she's definitely identified that one left that she wants to be on as a goofy footer herself. And she's worked with a couple local surfers before in the past, both Danny Nichols, former PSAA champion, and Courtney Conlog, former top 10 surfer on the championship tour. So she knows how to identify these best waves out here, and having the sponsorship of O'Neill and Garth Tarlow on the beach too, guy from Newport Beach surfs here in Huntington, the team manager for O'Neill. It's a big part of her success so far in her career.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see a brand like that get behind Liv and give her the support that she needs at the stage she is in her career as a multiple world champion. Blue now having a paddle for Japan.
Oh.
And a steep takeoff. Love the commitment to it. Her first wave drops through as a 6-point ride, so she's out in front by a solid margin. We got a 0.83 on the board now for Anne-Marie Paquette of Canada, and waiting for Liv and Chikako to get their opening rides.
Yeah, and you know, thinking that Kagami could do it both on the backhand as on the forehand too. The 6 was on a right, on the forehand for her. I got to be thinking that she's looking at these pure bowl lefts now, especially with these waves steepening up a bit more with the tide dropping out. Shannon, things are looking really good out there, and it's very consistent too.
Yeah, it's exciting, especially given that we're running through, you know, another full day of surfing. Let's take a look here at the replay, though, from the 6-point ride of Nagisa.
Yeah, just a beautiful bottom turn, really brings that board around with the wraparound carve. Comes in as a 6, so something already touching the get range, but she was able to identify a wave that offered up some quality in terms of the potential of the scoring too. So a great way to start off for the Japanese surfer in blue. And this was the left. I mean, that's a very hollow wave. The thing almost barreled off a takeoff. Wasn't able to get under the lip line though to knife the drop.
It looked like, thankfully too, she was just able to push that board away from her feet as she took that kind of airdrop down to the bottom. Had she landed on the board, there could have been some damage to the board or even her getting hurt. But she looked like she put herself in an okay position. Liv Stone now with the takeoff, and she's up and riding. Heavy section to start off with. Now holding that balance, that trim line, wipes her eyes quickly, and she's gonna look to try and stay with this wave as long as possible, so she'll get that first score on the board.
Yeah, and she's only been involved in surfing for the last 6 or 7 years. Multiple-time world champion, as you were mentioning, originally from the state of Pennsylvania, so not a lot of surfing going on over there. And here's a surfer in blue once again.
Great looking wave in front of Nagisa, and is unable to get into any big maneuvers, but found herself in a really good position throughout that wave.
Yeah, but based off of what I'm seeing, it's going to be hard to beat her. I mean, she definitely can get into the right position on these waves, knows how to identify a beach break, and we're talking about somebody who has a lot of competitive experience too. But as of right now, dropping the 6, this is a large set wave too. I feel like there's a good chance that she is no doubt going to improve on the 1.6 that she previously had.
12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got a second score to come through for Nagisa. She's also going to opt to do the run around, so paddling into the shoreline, and she's going to head back towards the pier, get herself into that rip, make it a little bit easier to paddle out. Liv just pushing along here, also trying to get herself in position. You can see that current's just pulling her.
Yeah, and this is the smarter move, really. I think Liv might want to try to do this as well, come to the shoreline. Even though if you're 20, 30 feet off of the pier, it's just easier to come to shore than have to battle the rip the entire time paddling up against it. And Ikegami right now looking to replace the 1.6. I would think that it's going to do that and a bit more, as she is definitely very well conditioned when it comes to surfing a lot of beach breaks like this one in HB.
Yeah, she's been putting in some great time behind the scenes, as has the Vikings. Put together some great heats for Team Norway as the only Norwegian in the draw this week.
Ishmael, great guy, has a lot of positive energy and loves to surf and represent his heritage too. The only representative from Norway, as you were mentioning in the event.
Liv turning here. She's going to take off on this wave and try and get up to her feet. Unable to quite get to that standing position. But this would help her try and move into that shallower area where she can hopefully just get back into that rip where we can see our surfer in yellow is currently in the water.
And this is her opening ride too. We're still waiting for the score to come through. Late drop, took her a while to get to her feet, so you know, the degree of difficulty rather than standing up and initially getting the drop all the way from the lip line is going to be different than you standing up at the bottom of the wave. Still should be a decent score though, but that wave, I mean, look at the size of it, all the way on the outside. Wasn't really able to make it to the open face, but there's a different sense in the degree of difficulty, but also the positioning of the lineup by Ikegami. She's been very precise so far in her wave selection, Shannon.
That's right. We got a duck dive there from Chicaco. So having a look, as we could see our surfer in yellow, Catalina Castro of Chile, was paddling out under the pier. We do have all 5 surfers in the water, which we were unclear of at the beginning of this heat. We do have all 5, and that means this is going to be a great round robin division once again, where they're going to have one more heat to surf later in the week, again with all 5, and then the surfers, the top 4 surfers out of the leaderboard, will be advancing into a final match. Liv now in a great position to paddle back out. She's had a pretty incredible journey in the last few months. She spent a few months working in South Africa. She's studying environmental science and has been putting in a lot of time behind the scenes, but also wanting to really learn how to just kind of engage with the degree that she's been doing. So she's working in lion conservation in South Africa for the last few months. She's got plans to return in January as well. So it's been exciting to see her find kind of the next steps of what she wants to be doing as she's entering into her college years.
Yeah, and something outside of surfing too, you know, everything doesn't have to be involved with the sport that you practice, you know, most of your time. But overall, I think traveling, especially at a young age, is something pivotal to a person's development in life, and it's really cool to see Liv explore opportunities outside of the United States too. You can get comfortable, and sometimes being too comfortable can be bad. You want to be able to push yourself and know your limits, and it seems like Liv still hasn't even reached those limits that we're talking about right now, Shannon.
That's right, as we've got scores in now for Nagisa, a 7.67 to improve on her 6-point ride. As you said before, she looks like, you know, the type of surfing that she's doing, the positioning that she's able to find in the lineup, she's going to be very tough to beat in this year's event.
Yeah, I mean, if the waves stay the same way they are right now, it just seems like she's comfortable in these kind of conditions. Really steep, bigger waves. Seems like Anne-Marie coming in right now, making her way back to the shoreline. Her coach Shannon Brown on the beach with her assisting as well. So they can't get pushed in or have any kind of assistance in the water. But when you're on the beach, you can give your surfer as many instructions as you want.
I love the look of that board that she's riding. Great looking single fin longboard, nice square tail on the back. Today would be a challenging day to be riding a board like that, but say on opening day, perfect conditions for having a great longboard out there.
Yeah, and I think that might have been one of Liv Stokes' original boards too. So Liv supporting Team Canada down here. Just you know, 30-40 minute drive from Aliso Viejo where she resides. As Liv Stone duck diving that wave right there. Those reforms on the left I think are going to be a good option for her, especially right next to the pier bowl. As you can see, she were just a bit further out for that one, probably could have been in a good position for it.
And our surfer in yellow, which our yellow surfer, Catalina Castro, is not showing on the graphic on the screen for those of you watching back home, but if you are following alive with live scores, you'll see that her name is there as our 5th surfer. Liv now riding, and she's not going to be able to get up to her feet on that one. So we've got 5 competitors in the lineup. Out of the round robin format, it will be the top 4 that are advancing through after their 2nd qualifying round to take out the final. Team Japan supporting 2 of their surfers in the water. Currently it's Nagisa in the lead. Chikako is out in the lineup as well, but she hasn't been able to find herself with a scoring wave.
So this image really portrays how much water's moving around. Look at all of that sand that's coming from the bottom all the way to the top of the surface of the ocean right now. Demonstrates how much current there is, but more importantly, the movement of the swell in the water too from a certain direction. So when you're seeing a lot of these waves, especially veer towards the right, it's usually an indicator of a north swell out there in the water, primarily a west, but due to that wind coming from the northwest yesterday, you're having a larger angle, excuse me, from the north this morning, as it seems like Liv might be able to get to her feet right here.
All right, great opportunity for Liv to put that 2nd score on the board. Couple pumps here, And she'll go complete on the inside as we see Nagisa on the outside section. Has a paddle, is unable to get into that one. Liv is already sitting with a 3.83 and a 2.57, looking to improve on a 2.57. She will be chasing a 9.84 to take the winning position. Mom there on the beach, and Liv just having the run around, having a quick chat with them just to really, you know, figure out what her next move is heading back into the lineup.
Yeah, and riding a Tim Stamp surfboard too, local shaper red here from Huntington Beach. Seems like she might have lost one of her paddles, and I think they recovered it on the shoreline, so gonna be able to use both to paddle back out right now. Still plenty of time, 5 minutes. You could easily get another score as her second comes through as a 2.57, but both Takao and Paquet have not been able to get anything really solid in this heat so far. But what's interesting though, you still have 5 people out there, 4 will qualify for the final. So all you need to do is beat out one person in this format right now, Shannon, especially as a round robin. Only look to get a 1.0 on the board and you're in the top 4.
That's right, keeping yourself in the top 4 is so important as we head towards Finals Day. Finals Day will be on Saturday, and it's going to be a big day of competition as we'll be running through a heat for every single division. Should be 18 heats in total for Finals Day, crowning gold medalists across multiple disciplines. We're down to 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We know that Liv's doing the run around. We can see there that Catalina is sitting in position, but she hasn't been able to get herself into a wave yet. Paddling back towards the pier, watching back towards the beach. Team Chile has been putting together some great heats throughout the week so far.
Yep, and there's probably some people out there asking what happens if a certain amount of people don't catch waves in the qualifying rounds. Say only 3 people catch waves, only 3 people will qualify for the final. So if you don't get a score on the board, you can't put yourself in a position to qualify for the final round. So in that case, there could potentially be 3 medals awarded in this classification, Shannon.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight. And the nice thing about the format with the round robin being that they're going to have another opportunity to surf. And should they be in the same situation where they haven't caught a wave, there's always that chance to just move in closer, get into that whitewater just to get scores on the board. We saw it happening in our opening round heats this morning when it was really solid. That high tide was pushing a lot of closeouts through with a lot of those sets. And in our women's stand 3 division, we had some of the surfers that were going to try to surf out the back to start, kind of reassess halfway through their heat, move themselves to the inside just to be able to get those standing waves.
Yeah, and you know, be aware of your surroundings too as we look at Paquet now get her second ride. If you need a 1 or a 2 to make it through the heat, put in some effort to get that score, because I've seen too many people over the years, Shannon, lose out by needing a 1, even a 3, when conditions have been pumping and they've been waiting around for a wave that doesn't exist out there.
It's so true. So for Anne-Marie, looking to improve on just a 0.70. She's got that second score on the board, and she's put herself in that 3rd place position. Our surfer, our 4th place surfer from Japan and our 5th place surfer from Catalina, both looking for them to get their opening rides, as we've got a paddle from Nagisa. She's had a really outstanding heat so far. She's caught 3 waves. One was a 1.60, her other 2 being the 6 that she started with, and then that solid size set for the 7.67. It was a really great way for her to kick off this heat in her campaign at this year's event.
Well, and look at how far out in front she is too. Surfer in 2nd place right now is needing close to a 10 to overtake her. Paquet needs a combination, and everybody else still needing a combo too. But overall, as I said, you can have the best performance in your opening round heat. You need that to keep that consistency up, especially in the finals.
Liv with a quick up and down, finding a little bit of that green face on the inside section. And it looks like our surfer in green, Chikako, also getting up. So we're going to have a score to come through for her, which means we've got 4 surfers with scoring rides. First priority is sitting with our surfer in yellow, Catalina, who's on a board that looks really, really fun. She's been trying to put herself in position for some of these bigger sets. She just hasn't quite been able to get into it. Remember that she does have first priority though with that set rolling through where her and Nagisa were sitting pretty close together. Anne-Marie now on the inside as we're down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. And she's looking to improve into that 1 point range and trying to quickly get up to her feet, but is unable to track with that. Down to 1 minute remaining on the clock. Priorities remain the same for first and second, which means they weren't able to get into that last set that rolled through. Catalina now trying to put herself in position. We'll see if this wave just breaks on top of her. But it could be the perfect opportunity for her to get into something. Unfortunately, though, sometimes when you're sitting there without that forward momentum, when you're not paddling and getting your own momentum moving forward, when a big wall of white water hits you like that, it'll often just roll straight past.
Yeah, it'll just knock you off. And, you know, she has 30 seconds to at least get to her feet, and this might be the chance right here. But as you said, you need to at least match the speed of the wave coming towards you. Let's see if she can do it right here with a big paddle at the end of this heat. 20 seconds to go, and won't be able to do it right there, but a couple more waves approaching. Let's see if in 10 seconds she's able to get to her feet.
Yeah, there may be another opportunity. She was right in the impact zone on that wave. The wave before just pushed her in a little bit more shallow than she would have liked to be. Down to 5 seconds on the clock. Team Japan with the win, and Team USA in second, Canada in third, and Japan again in that 4th place position with Catalina Castro from Chile looking to get an opening ride as the buzzer sounds out. She will have another chance, though, to put herself onto the leaderboard come the next qualifying round. As we can see, Anne-Marie for Team Canada paddling in on that beautiful looking single fin. And that was a first heat out of the way for our qualifying rounds of the women's Stand 1 division, the one and only. We've just got 5 competitors competing in it. They will have another chance later in the week for a second qualifying round before heading straight into the finals. We've got more action to come. After this, we're going to be heading into round 2 on our men's Prone 1 division. And there's going to be some really great surfing going down. We're going to keep track of that leaderboard as well as we talk through the action. And we'll see if surfers are able to replace scores they have from the opening round. So stay tuned for more right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action, and it looks like we are straight into it with an absolute bomb for the Salvadorian in Jonathan Arias. Great looking wave to start things off with. Great positioning into his 3rd turn, now looking for a 4th, using that outside arm to drag in the water. Off the lip, and he'll go down over the falls to finish. What a way to kick things off, Mitch.
And setting a standard, too, for this division in round 2. Much bigger waves than we saw in the opening round for them. And with the leaderboard right now, he is in need of replacing both of his scores. But that was a great start for him, coming up against Joel Taylor, who had a great opening round heat, and Tiago Dantas from Brazil. This is a stacked one, but the 26-year-old, the only representative of the beautiful Central American country of El Salvador, Arias, off to a great start.
Incredible. His opening round, he had a 3.5 and a 3.03. So this score, we don't know what it's going to be yet, but it's going to replace both of those for sure. He'll now be looking for another big backup score to keep himself in that top 12 conversation. He's currently sitting at number 10 on the rankings heading into this heat, and it will be the top 12 overall that will be advancing through into the next round, round number 3 specifically, which will then lead into the semifinals after that.
Well, that's the beauty of this formatting in comparison to the repechage. You usually have you know, both opportunities with the rubber charge, you're going against competition that isn't as strong or as fierce. Right now, you have two opportunities to always improve on your scores, and with conditions improving quite a bit, that helps out Arias.
Paddle there for our surfer in red for Joel Taylor. Unable to get into it, he's currently sitting on top of the leaderboard. Waiting for scores for Jonathan to drop through, and as we do, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Nagisa and Ben Wei after she had such an outstanding opening heat.
Thank you guys very much. Here with Nagisa Ikegami for Team Japan. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu. So I'm going to ask her, I'm going to say a few things. First, as she's the newest member of Team Japan, first parasurfing competition, first hero interview here. I'm going to ask her how it felt to go out there against some big names and get a good score right off the bat. 日本のチームの一番新しいメンバーで、今回もうかなり難しいコンディションですぐ出て6.0 取ってめっちゃいいスコア取ってみんなの前もうだいぶいいもう一番になってどんな気分でした？
最高な気分です。なんか日本から遠く飛行機乗って来た甲斐があったなと思って、もうちょっとハンティントン寒いけど心の中あったかい感じ。
So she was on the plane, just California dreaming, knowing that she's going to come here and be so excited in these beautiful ways. このサイズはなると思いました。
このサイズ？
この波のサイズ。
はびっくりした。もういつも入ってるのよりもワンサイズでかいから、すごい怖かった。テイクオフするの怖かった。
So I asked her if she imagined that the size would get this big. She said it's about a little bit bigger than she usually goes out and charges. She said she was pretty scared. So the next thing is she practices in Chiba. Chiba Prefecture, Ichinomiya City is exactly the venue for our first surfing in the Olympics, Tokyo 2020. 一宮のメインビーチでもうよく一緒に入ってて、一宮サイズがあると台風のうねりとかすっごく強いとカレントめちゃめちゃある。その練習は鉄だったかな？
鉄？
その練習でこういうコンディションでもうだいぶもうパワーアップかな。
そうですね。それはそう。一宮もすごいパワーがある波がたまに来るから、その時には入るの怖いなじゃなくて、いっぱい入って練習して、いっぱい水飲んで頑張ってる。
So where she practices in Ichinomiya, when we have typhoon season, it's a lot like this. Really powerful beach break, hard currents. She says she's as scared as she is. She makes herself go out there, swallow some water, and just power through it. 最後日本の方の応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
1に家族、2に家族、3、4がなくて5に家族で、今日はチームジャパンの人がたくさん応援してくれたので、私のすごい怖い気持ちを和らげてくれました。だからすごい感謝しています。みんなにありがとうございました。
She said first all of her family, everyone else who's sporting. She said even though it was kind of a scary situation, all of the support made her feel a lot more strong. 次の頑張ってください。応援しています。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. What an impressive performance from Nagisa. And imagine that, flying to California, knowing that she's going to be competing at the Huntington Beach Pier, such an iconic venue. To paddle out and get a couple great scores like that would be feeling amazing.
100%, and especially coming from Ichinomiya Beach in Chiba, a place that resembles Huntington Beach Pier quite a bit. The home of the Olympic Games in Tokyo 2020. Really cool to see her have a good performance in her opening round heat. But speaking of excellent performances, we got the highest single wave score of the event right now, Shannon.
It's a 9.83 for Jonathan Arias for El Salvador. What a way to start things off. His opening heat, it feels like he had a bit of a shocker. Just a couple threes on the board for his top two scores. But he's now dropped in the single highest score of the event with that 9.83 as we take another look at it here.
Yeah, and there were 3 judges that actually threw a 10 at this wave. I mean, just look at the size of it. Turns super well in the pocket the entire time. And the difference between him and a lot of the other surfers in this division, he likes to grab one of his rails while always controlling the top part of the board. Unfortunately for him, does have this fall right there at the end. I feel like if he completes that maneuver, we probably would have seen a unanimous 10. But still, when you get 3 10s out of a 5-judge panel, that's something incredible. You throw out the high and the low, and the average comes out as a 9.83.
Incredible performance. Now looking to put himself back in position.
Well, he can't be very patient, though, because there are some big heat totals in this division, and in the classification that you're in, remember you have multiple-time gold medalists, a couple former world champions in the draw.
you need to at least get something in the fours to move yourself in the top 12 in this one.
It's so true. Taking a look at the classification that we're currently surfing in, Prone 1, surfers that have multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or a thoracic spinal cord injury. They ride in a prone position, but they have enough upper body strength that they don't require assistance in paddling into waves or in getting back onto their boards safely. We will have our Prone 2 competitors coming up again next couple of days. We've already seen the second round of that happening, and those surfers don't have that upper body strength to allow them to safely and adequately paddle themselves in and out of the shore break and everything, and to be able to catch waves, and so they will acquire assistance. But these guys showing that they know the ocean well, and for Jonathan getting off to a great start. Joel Taylor for Australia out of Lennox Head, former excellent bodyboarder, after his injury has found himself riding prone surfboards and has been doing a great job so far. He's got a couple big scores from his opening round heat. His best score was an 8.67, which was the best of the round for our Prone 1 division. Now that's just been outdone by the 9.83 in this current heat by Jonathan. But for Joel, he's really looking to replace the 5.27, which was his second highest score.
Yeah, and if that's your goal, just getting the one wave to replace your low score, then go out there. You still have 10 minutes half of the heat to be able to do that. As we look at Johannes Lang from Germany coming up in the next heat. Surfer that will be in the green, joining Daniel de la Vega from Mexico and Kai Cullis, the youngster from Australia. So once again, Germany, they've had a lot of Olympic support due to Leon Glatzer qualifying for Tokyo 2020. Noah Clapp, also a great shortboarder that has a chance to qualify for Paris. But I feel that overall, they've become a surfing nation that has kind of gone under the radar in terms of the quality of surfers they provide.
It's so true. They've really been providing some excellent level of surfing across so many different disciplines. So that'll be an exciting heat to see get underway. He'll be in the water with Kai Coles and with Daniel de la Vega of Mexico. We do have 5 heats total in our round 2 qualifying round for our Prone 1 division. So we've got a lot of surfing to get through. We've got a lot of those athletes that are already down on the beach, even if they're surfing, say, in the 5th heat, like Hawaii's Casey Proud, who's sitting at in a great position on that ranking board as well in the top 5. We'll be down here watching, wanting to see what those other competitors in the same division are doing.
Yeah, and just speaking of Arias and, him being the only representative of El Salvador this event, comes with a great team. They've had a lot of support due to, their government and the Institute of Sport of El Salvador. We all know the Minister of Tourism down there really loves to include surfing within their sport development program. And I think Arias has been a huge representative of themselves, as he comes from the beautiful area of what is known as Surf City El Salvador now, this beautiful wave of El Cocal, long right-hand point break, and it seems like Taylor, first ride for him, and Arias as well up and riding.
All right, so Taylor, this is going to be a really interesting situation. Great looking wave for Joel. No priority established between second and third at the moment because they hadn't caught a wave yet. Third priority was sitting with Arias, who took off farther down the line. They weren't close to each other by any means, so we'll see where that goes in the priority conversation. Joel finishing off on the inside, though. Mitch, what are your thoughts?
Well, I need to see the replay first. You definitely don't want to put yourself in that position, especially when you have a 9.83. You don't want to relinquish your second score, and you don't want that to carry through into the leaderboard either, because what would happen here, since Taylor already has an excellent score, he's way up front in terms of the rankings of the leaderboard. Don't put yourself in a spot where now only one of your scores is going to count, and your chances of making the top 12 is going to be detrimented because of that interference. So going to be able to see the replay here in just a bit, and depending on how close they are and if there was hindrance of the performance, there could potentially be a priority interference.
7 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. First priority is now sitting with Tiago Dantes of Brazil. He's out the back. He hasn't caught a wave yet. There we can see him on screen just paddling into position, having a look at this next set that's coming. He's not going to be able to get into this one, or not going to even have a look at it really. Let's take another look at this here. So red had no priority established yet. Blue had third priority.
I mean, I feel like red definitely could have pushed that a bit more. He could be going down the line. At that point of the heat, first and second priority hadn't been established, and this is the second ride of Arias, so just going to be a backup score for him, but you know, he needs to look back, and predominantly a lot of rides with that northwest swell filling in a lot more today. You will be seeing a lot of those surfers always be going down the line and not thinking there's somebody behind them. But at this point of the event, you always need to look behind, and you know, hopefully for him, he doesn't get deemed with a priority interference, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happens right here.
So we're still waiting for that to come through from the panel. We do know that a 6-point ride has been awarded to Joel Taylor for Australia, which is great for him. He's now replacing, he's just narrowly improved on his 5.27, which was his second best score from his opening round. So he's now sitting on a slightly higher heat total. It'll be over that 14-point range. He'll be the only surfer with a heat total that high at the moment. Waiting to see if the judges will deem any kind of priority interference on Jonathan Arias of El Salvador after the takeoff. You could see as he took off too, he was just dead set down the line, not looking back behind to see where he was. Joel was pretty far away from him though, and there wasn't, they didn't seem to be that close together in the lineup as we looked at the replay. Scores through now, we've got a 3.5 on the board for Jonathan. And at the moment, we don't see any interference showing up from the judging.
Well, he got lucky really, but it's mainly because Red didn't force the issue. In that situation, since there isn't priority established, you always have to imagine that if you're already establishing third or fourth priority and the people that still haven't caught waves, they have higher priority than you at that point. So there's always going to be a situation where they're going to have unconditional right away. And at this point, because Taylor didn't really force the issue of going down the line during the rest of the wave, no harm, no foul, and Arias gets a backup score of a 3.5.
5 minutes remaining on the clock. Australia's Red there, watching on for Joel Taylor. Put together a great heat on the opening day, walked away with a heat win for the Irukandjis. They've had a great chant every time a surfer comes in out of the water. And it's been a great support system that the Olympic surfing team for shortboarding adopted heading into Tokyo. And now it's been passed on to the rest of the different surfing disciplines coming out of Australia.
Yeah, we saw it in longboard with Kirill Molnar, and we're seeing it here at the parasurfing event too with Red Dog and the rest of the team. They got a great crew too, good variation in terms of the age groups as well. You know, you got Joel Taylor out there, a former bodyboarder, as you were mentioning, but also the kid in the next heat, you know, he's only 15, 16 years of age, and I feel like he has a lot of potential to really go deep into this event too. But as always, the goal is with this format, improve on your scores that you've already established in your opening round heat. So let's see if they're able to do that in the next one.
Now Tiago, at the moment, he's just had a paddle for that wave. He has yet to catch an opening ride. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. He's had a couple paddles, but hasn't quite been able to get into it. He is currently sitting in the top 12 conversation. He's at number 11 with a 2.83 and a 2.73 on the board. If he takes off on one of these sets and makes the drop, he's easily clearing away one of those scores.
Yeah, well, with Arias' performance in this one, he's going to move up quite a bit, especially with the 9.83 in a score line. But what I will say is that the only thing that needs to happen right here is for him to improve on one of the scores, and he'll probably move up significantly, especially since he's in the first heat. If you're one of the surfers in the first few heats of this round, you need to make it imperative and a goal that you want to increase your positioning in terms of the leaderboard, so that way once you get to the back end of this round, there's a lot more pressure for the people that actually need to get those scores towards the end.
It's so true, because right now it's kind of the doors wide open. Anyone in the next 4 heats could come up and get an excellent score or 2 excellent scores, especially given the conditions, the size. If we see that level of commitment like we saw from that wave of Jonathan, with those turns connected together, we could be seeing some more really big scores coming through.
Well, and you're in control of your own destiny right now too. So if you can go out there and control yourself, be at least on 2 good waves in these 20 minutes that you have on offer, go out there and improve, because there's a chance you might not be able to do that again, especially since we will be starting off with a clean slate heading into the next qualifying round afterwards.
Tiago just sliding off of his board for a moment. We can see that set that's coming through. Now we've got about 2 minutes remaining on the clock, so we've got time for 1 or 2 more waves possibly to be ridden. As we see our surfer in the green jersey for the next heat, Johannes Lang of Germany. The team getting him in position to paddle out. And our two leaders, and Jonathan and Joel, opting not to go for that wave. Tiago putting himself in a position where he's really needing to get himself onto a wave in the last 1 minute, 30 seconds here. He's got that first priority. He's got pick of the lineup.
He struggled with positioning in this one, and I think it was the quick start from Arias that got him into a rhythm, was able to get the backup. And what I say before, for Taylor, the goal was just to improve on his low score. He did that. He extends his positioning in terms of the leaderboard, and he went out there with the goal and was able to achieve that. And now with a minute to go, he's in a place where he can be completely relaxed, knowing that he's almost secured his spot into the qualifying round of the quarters.
Yeah, that's right. Great way to look at it. Has improved that positioning. As we're down to the last minute, and you can see there's a bit of a priority switch between first, second, and third. First priority now going to Joel Taylor in red. He's also sitting really close to Jonathan. You can see him possibly just wanting to make sure that Jonathan doesn't have an opportunity to get another big score, keeping him away from stealing away that leading position on the leaderboard.
Well, don't know where Arias is right now. It seems like he might be on the beach already, especially since he already has his 2 scores right now. I feel like this is the total that he's probably going to be carrying into the leaderboard situation. This wave, though, might be able to do it for Dantas.
Big paddle for Dantes, and this is the wave he's been waiting for. Big drop. He holds on to it. He makes it out of the first section. Now he's going to be looking to try and get those turns in. Angles off to the left, heading towards the pier, nice and sharp. Right before the buzzer sounds, he's looking to improve on his top 2 scores from his first round, which were in that 2-point range.
Well, I feel like he's going to do that. Much larger wave than we saw on the first day, but it was imperative for him to be able to ride out of that white water cleanly in front of it. So big performance right there. I feel like overall, maybe not the heat that he wanted to surf, but he was able to get a wave at the end and more than likely improve on one of his 2 scores.
That's right. I mean, well done for staying with it. Moved his positioning around multiple times throughout the heat. Finally was able to get himself into a score as a 4.17, which improves his total. So he's going to be sitting on a 4.17 as his high score to back up his 2.83 from his first round. And Jonathan really getting the best of the work done with that 9.83 on the board. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more for men's Prone 1, the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. The surf is pumping today. The offshore winds are blowing, and we've seen some huge scores dropping in throughout the morning. Joel Taylor, Jonathan Arias, and Tiago Dantes just finished out the last heat. We saw Jonathan take away the win for Team El Salvador as the only surfer from that nation represented this week. He found himself a 9.83. We're now into the next heat on the draw, which will consist of Kai Coles, Daniel De La Vega, and Johannes Lang. Australia, Mexico, and Germany in the water looking to replace their top 2 scores.
Yeah, and we'll see what a lot of these surfers bring to the table, being from different parts of the world and regions that are very rich in waves. De La Vega from Mexico, originally from Mexico City, not a lot of ocean right around there, but tends to surf Acapulco quite a bit. Kai Coles, the kid from Australia, only 16 years of age, and Johannes Lang from Germany, who was originally from Mainz, but favorite surf break, he mentioned any wave, anytime, anywhere. So regardless of where he is in the world, he'll go out there with a smile on his face.
Yeah, ready to just be in the water. loving that time in the ocean and catching waves. So this heat has just gotten underway. We haven't had any waves ridden yet. We do see a nice set starting to break out towards the end of the pier. And you can really see the size has changed, especially given where the surfers are sitting. No priority established yet for the beginning of this heat as we see the set approaching. Surfer in red, Kai Kolas putting himself in a good position. Blue's gonna paddle over this wave rather than turning to go. Kai now paddling into this one. Strong paddle, and he's unable to get into it.
Yeah, but you can just tell he has a good amount of upper body strength. Loves to do anything that involves being in the ocean, spearfishing, and obviously a great surfer too, but only 16 years of age. Originally from Palm Beach in Australia. I mean, you talk about somebody that has a lot of potential to become a world champion, especially one of the younger ones we've seen in parasurfing history. I feel like this could potentially be his year, especially if the waves continue to be at this size. I could definitely see him on the podium at the end of this event.
I completely agree. I think for, a young surfer coming in, he's actually sitting at number 2 on the rankings coming out of that first round, just behind his teammate in Australian Joel Taylor. Kai was able to find himself a 6.5 as his high score. It was a 5.67 for his backup score, and he was going for some big end sections. He wasn't able to ride out of them, which is where his scores were hindered from going into that excellent range. But I feel like today, looking at the conditions, he's going to be looking for those big end sections again, and we could see him going all the way.
Yeah, and keep it simple. Meat and potatoes, as we call it in surfing. Don't deviate from the basics, but always be on the best waves and execute what you want to do in terms of getting those bigger scores with simple surfing. So with 17 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, massive opportunities on the line for Kolas to even take the number 1 seed heading into the quarters.
Well, quickly out of the water, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way.
Thank you so much. Here with the winner of that last heat for Team El Salvador's one team. This is Jonathan Arias. Felicidades.
Oh, thank you. Pues la verdad me siento muy emocionado. Había mucha corriente, pero lo bueno es que en el momento que entré me llegó la primera ola y era enorme y la verdad sentí un poco de miedo, pero le dimos y pues la verdad estuvo súper bien, buena ola. La segunda estuvo buena también, creo que se me cerró un poco, pero la logré librar, estamos bien.
Yeah, so you're saying he's really charged up, really emotional. He got out there, he said a little bit scared, but he was able to grab that great score, and then his second one was quite good as well. So one thing that I was just informed by Dr. Lila from the one team is that this guy couldn't even swim 3 years ago. And so at their training center down in El Cocal, down in La Libertad, they have their pool, they have their gym, they're working with top pros throughout the year. And so I'm going to ask him what was the importance of all of his training. I've been watching him on Instagram, training super hard in the gym every day, and as well as having a lot of pros visit them and give them advice. Pros such as our legend Bruno Hansen from Denmark. So I'm going to give him a little question about how all the importance of that training and all of that advice from the top pros. Bueno, estás entrenando todos los días. Yo te sigo en el Instagram, te veo trabajando durísimo. Y entre el año fueron el equipo de Estados Unidos para entrenar con ustedes. También Bruno Hansen también fue, también el señor Dan Knossen. ¿Y qué fue la importancia de los consejos y el entrenamiento, y especialmente de esos pros, esas leyendas del deporte?
Pues la verdad me han servido de mucho, tanto como los entrenamientos que han sido fuertes y constantes todos los días, de lunes a sábado, 2 veces al día. Y también las visitas que nos han llegado, Casey, Bruno, Dan, Ben, todos ellos me han servido bastante porque me han dado muchos consejos y he aprendido mucho de ellos, viéndolos, sus técnicas. Entonces, gracias a eso, yo he aprendido mucho y lo he puesto en práctica aquí. Entonces, si se ha visto, entonces me ha servido de mucho y estoy muy agradecido por todo el apoyo y de toda la gente que ha estado siempre conmigo ahí, pendiente. Gracias.
So you said he trains from Monday to Saturday, twice a day. And with all of these different faces that he's been able to get advice, also see live out in the water and get to kind of imitate their movements, their motions. Y vamos a mandar un saludo a toda la gente de El Salvador, tu shaper Jaime de Papaya, de la Creda y todos los demás y todos que están apoyando ahí en tu casa.
Pues un saludo y muchas gracias por los que han creído en mí y me han apoyado. Y a toda la gente linda de El Salvador.
Muchísima suerte en el siguiente. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks so much, Ben. That was awesome to hear from Jonathan. And the fact that they've got that great training facility down in La Libertad, getting him into the water, first off to teach him how to swim, and now he's charging on, good open face bombs out the back.
Yeah, and he's been through a lot in his life, but the fact that he wasn't able to swim up until 3 years ago, quite impressive that he drops the highest single wave score of the event so far. I hope he's aware of that because it didn't seem by his reaction coming out of the water, he knew the impact that he was having in terms of the leaderboard right now, but that's also kind of the calm and cool collected person that he is. He just wants to focus on what's within his control, and that was going out there and putting on a good performance in his heat.
And to say that he was feeling a little bit scared, a little worried paddling out, and then just charged on the first big set to come through and really capitalized on that performance. Now we've got a couple scores in the water. We've got that 1.5 that was the start off for Johannes Lang for Team Germany in green. We don't see him on screen now, so we're not sure where he's sitting in the lineup. He'll be on his way back out. Daniel De La Vega dropped in a 4.33, which we saw during that interview. It was a nice looking right-hander. Kai holding on to priority now. He still hasn't got into his opening wave. He's being really selective, similar to the approach that we saw from Joel in the last heat.
And Danny right there had a look at that one. That was a good looking right, but just breaking a bit too far inside for him. And, Kai Colas, it's a great amount of power in his upper body, as I was mentioning, but really aware for such a young surfer to be able to be in the right position for the right waves. He missed one wave at the beginning of this hit, literally off of the buzzer. If he would have been in position for that, I feel like there's a chance he was replacing his low score in terms of the leaderboard right now. But just under 13 minutes to go, that's an eternity out there for a lot of these surfers. But as Arias was mentioning in his post-heat interview, he was a bit intimidated by these conditions because he's not used to surfing a lot of beach breaks. El Cocal, sand bottom, right-hand point break, most of the spots that you're surfing right there at Surf City El Salvador tend to be a lot of right-handers. People that are doing well today have been from beach breaks originally. Just like at the Japanese surfer a few heats ago, she was dominant coming from Michinobuya Beach in Chiba because it's a wave that is extremely similar to this one here.
12 minutes on the clock. And yeah, coming from an area where you've got reef breaks or point break setups, it's so different to surfing beach breaks. The amount of water that's moving on a beach break, the fact that waves break all over the place, it's not one set takeoff zone as well. Really challenging, especially when you're talking about surfers that don't have great paddling strength, that positioning is really important and that wave knowledge is really, really important. As we take a look now at the opening ride of Kai Colas, the 16-year-old from Team Australia, using both of his arms in the face of the wave to redirect. Getting a couple great turns connected together here, whipping it around as he comes through to the inside section, paddling quickly. Now in that nice little pocket, and he'll just come off the top, looking for one last opportunity as he hits that double up section on the inside. And well worth the wait to get into a first great wave.
Yeah, and it seems to be the best wave of the heat too. Great wave selection and excellent use of priority to recognize that nobody was really in position for that and had the chance to get his first wave of the heat with 11 minutes on the clock. And by far, I think he's going to improve on his low score that he currently is keeping in his leaderboard ranking. So good stuff right there from the 16-year-old from Australia. And he's going to be doing the runaround as he did take that wave quite far down the beach, Shannon.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go. That team's going to have to sprint pretty hard up the sand to get back to the pier where it'll give him an easier paddle out. Halfway through this heat, so time management, taking up first 10 minutes, get that first wave in. Now he's going to have enough time to paddle himself back out there, probably get himself into a second wave, likely around that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, but I mean, they're really hustling right now. They don't need this kind of pressure towards their surfer because you mentioned that coming into this heat, he was number 2 in the leaderboards in terms of the rankings. So you can take your time, give him a little bit of a breather. You could even wait for the score on the beach to be delivered as well. And then you still have half of the rest of the heat to be able to paddle out and take your time, knowing that what you want to improve is the score that you're about to get right now.
Yeah, that is so true. Just given the actual format, it does allow for that time to kind of be taken a little bit more generously as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, and the way he's able to use his arms and shift them around in order to use it as a paddle, basically, with those directional changes, something really impressive for a kid that hasn't been doing this for so long at this level, only 16 years of age. And when you're looking at this, especially with that closeout reentry right there,
seems like he's very mature for his young age, and I feel like there's no doubt that he's going to be moving up in terms of the leaderboard right now. Great selection in terms of the wave, excellent positioning, and always in the pocket too. Uses that white water to keep pushing him down the line, but the use of his arms in terms of those paddles and just using them to be able to use them as directional changes, great stuff right there from Kai Kolas.
Well, the scores are in. It's an 8-point ride, the first excellent score for the young 16-year-old out of Australia. That's going to put him into a great position on the leaderboard. It's going to come through as his highest wave so far. Now he's going to have that 6.5 as the backup score that he knows he's wanting to improve on.
And see how mellow it is when you paddle right next to the pier too. A lot of people in the earlier heats this morning weren't able to do this, and all it takes is a little bit of patience, waiting for that one set to roll through, and after that, it's literally just dragging you back out as an escalator, as you were mentioning. So take your time. 20 minutes seems like it's not enough, but in reality, you only need 2 waves. And if you're taking your time and being a bit more patient, this is what you're going to be rewarded with. Look at the amount of patience and calmness that Kai Kolas is bringing right now.
That's right, and using it to his favor, it's going to be an easier paddle out. He's going to be able to actually breathe. As we take a look at Johannes Lang getting sucked over the falls as he ducks into the barrel.
Oh, man, I was really hoping that he was making it out of that. That was pretty cool, but now I know why he's wearing a helmet. He likes to pull into those barrels right there, especially with the lower tide approaching. As Danny goes over that one, that was a good-looking left too. He needs to be on a wave right now if he wants to move up into the leaderboard in the top 12, but good stuff right there from Lang.
Yeah, we can see that these two surfers are pretty far down the south end of the beach as we take another look here.
Yeah, get a positioning right here and recognize that this wave was going to steepen up and hollow. See how he didn't get too high, but the bad thing right there is that the white water in the barrel just got the best of him and unfortunately knocked him off of his board. Still a nice attempt though.
Great attempt. His top 2 scores from his opening round were a 3.27 and a 2.33. He is literally sitting on the bubble. He is on the line. Number 12 currently at the moment, coming out of that opening round. This score, if it improves on that 3.27, it was a really solid takeoff. It was great positioning and control as well,
And
although he didn't come out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, you reward the amount of risk that was involved in that. I think that's going to reflect on the score. Don't think it's going to touch the 8s. But I think this should be replacing at least one of his scores that he's carrying right now. And there it comes through.
A 4.90 for Johannes Lang. That's going to be a great move in the right direction for his heat total, or his total overall for the format. It's going to come through as his highest score. Daniel de la Vega is sitting with that first priority now. And Kai is back in the lineup, having gotten that 8-point ride in the first 10 minutes, 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. He'll be into a second wave as he finds the right one that comes through the lineup. Team USA down on the beach. They've had a great showing so far today, as well as Team Japan in an attempt.
Yeah, Danny right there wasn't able to get into it cleanly. And look at the cleanup set afterwards. Both red and blue have to duck dive this one, but De La Vega loves to charge. I mean, he surfs Puerto Escondido and Pascuales quite frequently, 2 of the heaviest beach breaks in the world, so he's used to these kind of conditions. I think he's just a bit timid, thinking that there's going to be some bigger sets outside, but a lot of these waves that have been rolling through underneath his priority have actually been waves that I'd be thinking he's going to be keeping in terms of a score line.
I think too, looking at the size and the wave selection of Kai's 8-point ride, it wasn't a big set. It was a medium-sized wave. We've seen the same thing the last couple days of competition, but it had really good shape to it and allowed him to get multiple maneuvers.
There's different ways to skin a cat, and you don't necessarily have to do the exact same thing to be able to get an excellent score. And we've seen that before. You can have a smaller wave, but maneuver it quite well. You can have a bigger wave with just the one section and still get something excellent. So with 5 minutes on the clock, he needs to get busy soon, Shannon, because time is winding down. And as you mentioned, he's right there on the cusp of qualifying for the quarters too.
5 minutes on the clock. A paddle now for Daniel, putting himself into position, and he won't be able to get into that one. You can see that current just kind of pulling, making it a little more challenging to get into some of these slopier waves. And Kai putting himself in position. Could have been a good look in left.
Yeah, that was a good wave.
Oh, look at that barrel as well.
Yeah, and that thing is keeping open still. Yep, those are the ones that you don't think are going to be very good, but they roll underneath you and you let them go, and all of a sudden they tend to be the better ones.
it's not all about the sizing of the wave, it's the shape of them.
That's right. Good waves to keep an eye on for surfers that are coming up in later rounds. Daniel now on this one. Nice looking right. Just a quick in and out, big takeoff, and then he'll go down in the whitewater. Kai behind him having a paddle for this one. He's not going to be able to get into that. You can just see how slopey, that little bit of backwash as well, kind of pushing him off.
And let's see what De La Vega scores right here too. More of a closeout, did have a steep drop on it though. And it seems like Cola's having a look here at this left.
Again, a medium-sized wave. Let's see how it holds for him. It does close out really quickly, just clamps down on him. So that will go incomplete. He'll put a second score on the board, but it's not going to replace the 6.5 that'll now be his second highest overall.
Yeah, but I mean, he's so comfortable out in terms of the top 3, top 4 of the ranking, so his seeding's going to be very good heading into the quarterfinals. Don't think anybody's really going to be able to touch him in terms of those positions. But look at De La Vega, though. They do reward him with a decent score for the one big drop.
A 3.83 has him sitting into the lead in this current heat. 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And that 3.83 is not going to factor into his top 2 scores, though, because he's got that 4.33, and then a 4.23 was his high score of his previous round. So he's going to have to go basically as good as he's already done on his high score in order to be replacing that one.
Yeah, and realistically for him, getting something in the 5s or the 6s would really be what he's looking for right now with 3 minutes on the clock. Let's see where he's at in the lineup, though. If he can get back out and catch one more wave, give himself a chance to move up a bit more in terms of the leaderboard. All you want to do is give yourself a chance to make it into the quarters and get that gold medal at the end of the event.
Kai on the right, and that wave's going to get away from him. You can see in his body language straight away he knew to pull out of that.
Yeah, and I think he knows that his work's been done. You know, he's throwing away a high 2. He's carrying one of the 6s from the previous heat, and he did his job. An 8-point ride on his opening one, and he's going to come in with a grin on his face and being very happy with his performance in this one. But as you see De La Vega right there, he's paddling back out, and he still wants to at least better one of the 4s that he's carrying, as Blue from the next heat already out there.
2 minutes to go. Did hear from the beach marshal just between heats that there's a 7-minute paddle out today instead of just the 5 minutes due to the size. Also, for every surfer paddling out, if they're in a non-assist division outside of the Prone 2 division or one of the visually impaired divisions, they are allowed to paddle out with a coach or their manager to give them help just getting out the very first time. But if they get washed in after that, and of course once the buzzer sounds, they're completely on their own, and that coach has got to be on the sand.
Yep, and you need to recover your equipment all the way towards the beach too, so you need to make a movement yourself to be able to make it to the shoreline. They cannot give you your board when you're in the water. You need to be able to make it all the way to the shore, and then they can give you your board right there. But doesn't seem like anybody's had that issue so far today. It seems like everybody is well conditioned.
That's right. If there was, say, a snapped leash and the board got, blown past you and you weren't able to grab it right away, you have to make your way in and swim back to the beach. Now we're down to 1 minute on the clock. Kai Colas of Australia putting down that 8-point ride, backing it up with a 2.90 as his highest second score within this heat, but that won't factor in. He'll be sitting in a great position on the leaderboard. Daniel De La Vega also doing well to replace his second highest score to put down that 4.33 and improve his position, as well as Joannis Lang putting down the 4.9 to improve on the 3.27 as the highest from his previous heat.
Yeah, and he demonstrated that there are barrels out there this morning, especially with the tide dropping a lot more. But I'm just looking at a lot of these rides going unridden. I feel like there's a lot of potential for not only the steep sections going down the line, but for some of these sections to be rewarded with big closeout re-entries too. You don't necessarily have to be on a long wave. You need to be on a steep wave to be able to get those big scores.
Down to 5 seconds, on the clock. And it's been an exciting way to start out round 2 on the men's side of Prone 1, knowing that by the end of this round, in 3 heats time, we will be finding our top 12, who will be moving on to round 3, which is essentially the quarterfinals of the round. We've got more action to come with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in to talk you through it.
I'm Dr. Mo Johnson, and I'm an occupational therapist. I teach at the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences, and I'm also the head international classifier for ISA. I like to serve as much as I can. This past 3 years, I have focused so hard just to help them have that moment again, but not as a soul surfer, because they're not soul surfers. These are professional athletes, so they want to compete. The ultimate goal of classification is that there is an equitable playing field. So when those athletes go out into their contest and they're surfing in their heat, that heat is fair. No one has an unfair advantage over another athlete. So we try our hardest to use these numbers and to classify each athlete so it's accurate. So for the sport of adapted surfing, parasurfing is what we're calling it now because we want to go to the Paralympics. And in order to go to the Paralympics, we have to be code compliant with the classification structure. We have people from around the world that have different levels of injury and different levels of impairment. So what's fair? And when we go through the classification process, it doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, how you served. We objectively look at each impairment and we measure the same way. So we've done a lot of training with our classifiers, so we all use the exact same method. So for every ISA event, we want to do the classification process to make sure that every athlete is in their appropriate sport class.
Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company here live for the continuation of Day 3 of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach as we continue to move through the action in our qualifying round 2 of the Prone 1 classification division, bearing in mind that this is a leaderboard format, so it's not an elimination, but the top 12 surfers will advance into round 3, which will include 3 heats. And once we get into that round 3, then it's just first and second going to the semis and first and second progressing to the final. So as it stands right now, each competitor recognizes the best 2 waves they've had in qualifying round 1, and they're wanting to better those waves in this qualifying round 2, because 12 surfers will advance and the highest total score will be the highest seed. So as it stands right now, Joel Taylor out of Australia has a total of 14.67. That's combining his 6-point ride from qualifying round 2 and his 8.67 from qualifying round 1. So the surfers in this heat as we stand: Antonio Muller, Marcos Tapia, Massimiliano Matti from Italy, and Stephen Lightbound from England. Really great setup there. We got our former silver medalist from last year, Antonio Muller, the German, based there in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Marcos Tapia out of Spain, lives in Fuerteventura, a silver medalist from the 2020 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Massimiliano Matti, the 47-year-old from Italy, based in Livorno, south of Pisa on the west coast of Tuscany. His favorite break, though, is El Palmar, south of Cadiz in Spain. And then Stephen Lightbound, originally from Blackburn in Lancashire, which is in the north of England, is now based in Bristol, where he surfs at the Wave UK, and the Wave founder Nick Townsfield is on the beach cheering on Stephen Lightbound right now, who's riding prone on this board. A little bit of wiggle action there, rail to rail engagement, moving through to the inside. And I want to give a big shout out to Stephen, because on that single fin there, this was a big step for him to commit to Prone 1. He has started his competition in Prone 2, which is assist. This is a non-assist division. We've got a lot of exciting riders to look forward to watching. As we can see, Marcos Tapia out of Spain, straight into that front arm inside rail engagement, locked in the pocket and putting that board on a radical cutback, throwing spray and then coming off the bottom, throwing more spray, and then just readjusting that inside arm and then floating it and driving down with extreme speed, and a fist pump for Stoke. That was an incredible ride. Sam Bleakley calling the action. My co-host Ben Way, you gotta like that.
Wow, that was an amazing ride. And in this this prone division, both the assist and the non-assist, I just love that really aggressive bodyboard style stance, getting up over the nose and having a lot of control with always having that contact on the rail, switching the hands around. lot of spray off that carve. We'll see a replay, I'm sure, of that, and he's going to make his way to the beach, get dragged down to still use that rip. Less current than earlier in the day, so you can see he's not even been pulled out of the contest area, which that blue flag on the top right signifies. But it's definitely going to help to get out easier and avoid a lot of waves on the head by going out next to the pier.
Great insight, Ben. And of course, now what we're doing is we're starting to analyze the combination of the best 2 scoring rides from qualifying round 1 combined with the rides that the surfers get in qualifying round 2. Now, if I look down the list here, I can see that our surfer from Spain, Marcos, he would be a little bit disappointed with the 5.07 and the 2.8 he's carrying from qualifying round 1. So moving now into qualifying round 2, knowing he's got the likes of Kai Colas, Anthony Muller, Joel Taylor, Christian Otter Bailey to really compete against, this is going to be an important score. You feel like this could be a carrier. Is this going to go excellent range? We've seen a 8.0 from Kai Colas in the last heat, so we know the judges are ready to go big on the scores, Ben.
Yeah, I saw that 8 by Kai, but I did not see the wave that he got it on. But this is amazing. Let's watch this one as gets right into position, pulls up on that outside rail. You can see if this thing was a little bit more offshore, a little bit lower tide, he would have been in the barrel. Right here, huge cutback. This is an interesting angle, and then comes up, banks off that floater, keeps the nose out, and before he's even out of the flats, here we go. This is a better angle. So look how he stays on that upper half. The higher up you are on the face, the more speed you get, and that gave him all of that speed in that big down carve. Snaps it back, kind of puts on the brakes to get back with the energy of this wave, and then just pumps it off of that section into the flats and pulls out while doing a fist bump. And this had happened as well, Antonio Mueller.
So Antonio will have a much lower score. I love that second bottom turn from Marcos there. The speed, the projection, you can see the spray. Great control. The read of that wave was extremely strong. And he is rewarded, Ben, with an 8.67. That is massive. And he's going to be absolutely stoked when he hears the announcer read that one out.
Oh, that is just well-deserved. And not only the wave selection in finding something that would have that kind of scoring potential and stay open, kind of spread out and have that many a variety of scoring options on one wave is amazing, but his riding was perfect.
Matt Hammersley from Team England working as water safety in the red vest there. Just checking that Stephen Lightbound is all good. The Welsh champion, a writer and a published poet, just released a new collection of poems under the title And I Climbed and I Climbed. And some great news that you shared with me yesterday, Matt, about multiple gold medalist Matt Formston. He's just released the first children's book in Braille. Is that correct?
Yes. So it's the first children's book to have the text in both text and in Braille.
Wow.
And Surfing in the Dark with Matt Formston. He said they've already sold about 30,000 copies.
Oh, wow. That's incredible to hear. So,
and he volunteered his name into that, so he doesn't get any of the proceeds from that.
Wow.
And he said he wished he did.
Oh, well. Oh, that's, the dignity, to do that. And, of course, Matt Formston, an absolute icon. But if you want to follow Stephen Lightbound, you can look up his poetry. He's going to be going out for more, but somebody who's just kicked off his second qualifying heat in style, getting an 8.0. It's the youngster from Australia. Kai Colas is with Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Sam. That's right. Kai, you dropped an 8. That is your best score now. You're carrying one of your 6s from your opening qualifying round. Talk to me about the equipment you're riding, though. I think this is the Chicken Joe model.
Chicken Joe board. Woody made it in Byron. It's my best board, I think, so far. So, yeah.
What's it like being the youngest competitor out of Team Australia to a place that has a lot of great surfers on the roster, too?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We've got a real good team and a lot of good supporters. Yeah.
How's your experience been in California this year?
Yeah, it's been so good. I did Oceanside for the World Tour, and then this competition's been so good so far, so yeah.
What about getting into the quarterfinals now? You have a chance of winning your first gold medal overall, especially with your teammates who have been there before. What's it been like experiencing this event with a lot of people that have been here as veterans?
Yeah, it's so good, and to have the experience of like Mono here is so good as well, and the team captains, so yeah.
Thanks for your time, Kai. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Wonderful to hear the youngster there, but absolutely explosive on that 8.0. So all you Australian fans tuning in for Kai Colas, he's looking really good, but up and riding right now. It's Anthony Muller off the bottom. Big projection into a re-entry. Can he ride out of this bounce? He's going to be bounced off that turn, but a good committed floater from Anthony Muller. He got a good steep section ahead of him, and you could see the commitment coming hard off a bottom turn, projecting up into the re-entry, nearly riding out of that re-entry. As we can see, our Italian surfer on the inside, trimming to the left, the 47-year-old European champion, Massimiliano Matti from Livorno, south of Pisa on the west coast of Tuscany, who likes to surf in Cadiz in Spain, riding his Eclipse surfboards, and he is going to get a score on the board. His first wave, he's got probably going to be a low score on the inside, but Stephen gets a couple of ones, a 1.5 and a 1.37, but it's Anthony Muller who drops a 4.0 for that last ride. So if I go down the list of previous scores of Antonio Muller, he's already got a 7.33 and a 4.67. So that 4 won't go into his top 2 and affect that total. But let's have a little analysis of this ride from Antonio.
Okay, so you saw him, he got that little like speed check turn as he's eyeing up this section. Gets up on there and almost, he's a really, really strong surfer. I think he just kind of lost his grip. Otherwise, he might have just powered out and gotten punched out with that whitewash. But what we do see is he's on a different board today. And I saw him earlier on. He said he's switching back up to the kind of the bigger size whiteboard. Yesterday, he was on a yellow, similar design, kind of like a Liz Fish twin fin style board.
Steve Liz Fish style?
It's that style of board.
Wow, interesting.
Big wide swallowtail with the kind of keel fin style twin fins. Maybe upright twin fins, but this one is a poly. I think the other one was a lighter epoxy, the yellow board that he was using. That is not a competitor. That is someone who got sucked through, that needs to go back through the north side. But yeah, it's also, I think Antonio's been training on those smaller days on that other board. So he might just be kind of feeling the rhythm and kind of just readjusting to his previous equipment. And so he's just kind of getting reunited and comfortable again with his old love.
Absolutely, and he's based in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, a spot of a lot of fantastic slabby, ledgy, close to shore waves. And when we're starting to reference some of these scores that the surfers have got on the leaderboard, I recommend having an explore of ISAsurf.org to really see where things stand. As we can see, Massimiliano Matti from Italy moving through to the inside. He's going to add to his 1.70 on his next ride. We've got Antonio Muller now dropping a 5.50 to add to that 4. So that's an interesting score for Muller, because it would potentially go into his top 2, because he would be replacing that low score of a 4.67. This is where all you mathematicians around the parasurfing world can get your calculators out and start to study the scores, because only the top 12 will advance into this knockout round 3. This is a really big moment as we move into these qualifying round 2s. And if you're young, this is a great chance to practice your math as well for school.
Yeah, and if you're old or really old, maybe you could even do that on an abacus.
Oh, I'd love a good abacus at hand right now to find out who's going to stay in this top 12, because we've got some really big names coming up. We've got Christian Otter Bailey, we've got Casey Proud, we've got Marcos Tapia, we've got Tiago Dantas, already has surfed for Brazil, and he's going to be sitting on the borderline there with his scores, watching some of the big names coming up, seeing if he can just hang on there in the top 12, Ben.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting. And if, well, speaking of which, there's Casey Proud right there, talking about the lineup, possibly kind of discussing possible lineup spot, possible sitting zone, I think.
Catherine Beattie there as well, watching the action. As we can see, a live rider having a go. It's Antonio Muller looking to replace that 4.0. He's now got a 5.5 to his name. Marcos Tapia has added a 2.07 to his campaign. Both of these surfers representing Germany and Spain are based in the beautiful Atlantic Canary Islands. For any European, it's considered the Hawaii of Europe. It's just off the coast of Morocco, volcanic islands with blistering basalt reefs, great exposure to wind, big kite surf and windsurf community, big wave riding community, but so consistent, great climate, and this is where these guys live, train, and surf. And it's a real proving ground, and it's a particular popular place for boogie boarders. It's got some of the heavier slabs. A lot of young European boogie boarders grow up, and when they start to travel, they cut their teeth at some of the slabby waves in the Canary Islands, and from that, they have that stepping stone to go to the likes of Ireland or Western Australia, or the types of waves that Joel Taylor has pioneered in Australia, those waves that really are insanely heavy and fast and shallow.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out with Antonio is you did see the one next to his name. That means he's got first priority. He paddled twice, and he still has that first priority. Reason being, for those who are less familiar with the way the contest goes, had the other opponents been out in the lineup, he would have lost that priority. But since no one has made it out, he's out there by himself. He's paddled for 2 waves, taken a test. He still remains with that first priority.
Absolutely. There's some really good insight, Ben, and a little bit more insight on the bios. Stephen Lightbound there also works as a yoga instructor and a published poet. It was back when he was 16 in the mid-90s that he was paralyzed while sledging, and he's really starting to get passionate about wave riding, new to wave riding, but a great children's poet. And he talks about how water has become his happy place. It's where he feels most free. He does a lot of surfing at the inland facility at the Wave in Bristol, and he remembers that first session and the feeling of that smile spreading across his face, and the freedom that he experiences on a surfboard is something he doesn't get in a wheelchair. And that really says so much about all of the biographies of these athletes that you can tune into and follow as we see 3 minutes remaining on the clock. A big score for Marcus Tapia, an important 5.5 for Antonio Muller, but a lot of pressure now on Stephen and Massimiliano from Italy to get something substantial in the scores so they could have a chance of staying in that top 12.
Yeah, I love how you talk about just being in the water, because so many of these athletes with their physical condition, they're just battling gravity all day long. Once they get in the water, they've got their alleviated from all of that weight. When they've got the right equipment on the right wave, they get the sensation of flying on top of the water, and it's such an important part of just having that freedom.
Yeah, and big shout out to Dana Cummings, who's here with Amp Surf. Of course, Dana is founded Amp Surf, and he's doing so much for the power and adaptive surf community and surf therapy, as we see Antonio Muller on a big ledgy left looking to head towards the pier there. He wants to drop that 4.0. Marcos Tapia was in position to catch that but pulled out. But Antonio Muller, will he replace his 4 on a ride like that, Ben?
I don't believe he will, but that was excellent use of that priority. And with conditions like that, this visibly, as you look at it, you really can't predict what the wave's going to do. So you kind of have to just do the gamble. And in that position, had he let blue go and it ended up being a scoring wave, it would have pushed him farther down from reaching that lead position. So you definitely, in a point like that, when you've got the lower priority next to you, you basically just got to go.
And of course, opting to go left today, heading towards the pier, surfing that pier bowl peak. How much an advantage is that with regards to the paddle back out to the takeoff zone?
You can see he's right back out there. That pulled him right back into that little treadmill that's going to bring him right back to Marcos, and he'll move back out there. And since he is the second farthest out, as soon as he reaches that, he'll regain that second priority position. You see our surfers for the next heat. You can see them paddling towards the pier. They're not having to put that much effort, so you can see the current has slowed down quite a bit.
Marcos Tapia there sitting to the middle of your screen. The surfers sitting closest to the pier furthest out, they're the surfers coming up in heat number 4. That's Christian Bailey, Jacob Pacheco from USA, Jacob Pacheco, Freddie Charis from Colombia, and Scott Patterson from Canada. Really fantastic 4 surfers who also will be on that campaign to get in the top 12. Christian Otter Bailey, of course, he knows this territory so well from Northern California, but someone who has grown up competing at waves down here in Southern California. He's also been the person that I've been talking to for swell forecasts. He's been right on the money with his forecast each day. He's really going to stand out in this next heat, I think.
That's going to be a really, really exciting one. And yeah, so we're starting to run out of time as the ocean just goes quiet, and that side of the beach
So big shout out, Ben, then, as we move into the last 20 seconds for Stephen Lightbound, the 44-year-old, born in Blackburn, Lancashire, based in Bristol. Follow him, get some of his poetry, Only Air, The Last Custodian. He's also a yoga teacher. He's a fantastic advocate for parasurfing. Congratulations. He will be eliminated, but he'll be supporting his team, as will Massimiliano Matti from Italy. He will be supporting his team, but congratulations, Marcos Tapia, Antonio Muller, looking likely to get in the top 12. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back for heat number 4. We got the Otter, Christian Otter Bailey, live from day 3 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having parasurfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
It's an absolute pleasure to have your company here live from Huntington Beach. Big shout out to Visit Huntington Beach, our presenting sponsor for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, as we look ready to kick off heat number 4, qualifying round 2 of the men's prone 1 classification. These are surfers riding in a prone position who do not require assistance in the water. And we've got Christian Otter Bailey, Jacob Pacheco, Freddie Charis, Scott Patterson, 2 surfers from USA, 1 from Colombia and 1 from Canada. It's an absolute trail-blazing heat, and it's kicked off just now. And I'm Sam Bigley, still in the booth with Ben Wade.
Yeah, and I've just heard some cheers on the beach. It looks like Antonio Muller for Team Germany did a buzzer beater and popped up on the top after the horn. 6.67.
Wow, fantastic. 6.67, so that will go into his top 2. So I had the calculator out, and I've already got to recalculate that. I've got to add a little bit more to the carrying score. So he's got a 7.33 and a 6.67 for his best 2 waves across his qualifying rounds. So that's fantastic surfing from Antonio Muller. Congratulations, looking likely to solidify that spot in the top 12.
I do want to point out that that graphic on the screen was our previous heat. We're now in our heat number 4.
Absolutely, we'll be kicking off now. We just heard that horn go. Christian Bailey, Jacob Pacheco, Freddie Charis, Scott Patterson. Exciting stuff here live on day number 3. Bigger conditions. You can just see a little bit of wind starting to kind of have an impact. What will that do to the wave quality as we get this wind, as this tide continues to drop?
Sometimes the one benefit is that, and if it were kind of more closed out conditions, the wind kind of opens up opportunities, as it will kind of create shoulders where there weren't shoulders before, shorten up the waves a bit. In this case, I think it'll just provide more options, and also with that wind, it'll kind of move things around and possibly make it start to break on different parts of the sandbar, which we have yet to see, as we had a lot higher tide in the morning, and it's starting to drain out, get a little more shallow, give all of these surfers a lot more options across our competition area.
Jacob Pacheco, a keynote speaker, the 33-year-old from Sacramento, Northern California. You can follow him at Prone to Ride. He is an influencer with 10,000 followers. He loves it down here at Huntington Beach. He surfed big waves at Steamer Lane, Santa Cruz. He also works as a writer, and he's a content creator on social media. But we've also got Freddie Charis, we've got Scott Patterson, we've got Christian Otter Bailey.
Yeah, and I had us talk with Jacob Shaper, legend shaper Dave Moore from DMZ Surfboards up here up the street, has shaped him a brand new board for this competition, that black board that he's on. So that's really exciting to see these guys showing up some brand new equipment and putting it to the test in a world championship.
Brilliant stuff, Ben. Love that. Love any opportunity to talk equipment, technology, shapes, rails, fins, strategy, technique. And, you know, we really have got such a spread of shapers represented, and it's always good when surfers use local shapers who know the waves. What's the benefit of tuning into a local shaper who's born and raised in a particular area where you're getting aboard from?
Well, if they're the type of shaper who's actually tested their own equipment rather than just the feedback from riders, they'll definitely have certain things that kind of an inside edge on how the waves break and such. However, we are making boards for world champions and for people who travel the world and need equipment that works in everything. And so you don't want to get someone that only surfs point break waves, making you waves for beach breaks, for instance, because you've got that need to be able to relocate and search out and sniff out waves rather than having a point break that just spells things out for you. But definitely, as far as most of the pro surfers, they have a certain design that works great for that wave, and some surfers will show up with that and use that design instead of taking something from home.
Absolutely. And Freddie Charis, I know that he commonly rides your boards. Will he have a Benway under his body today?
I'm not sure, actually. You know what? The last heat that we saw Freddie in, I'm not sure if it was because of the glare or because of some of the camera angles. We didn't see a bunch of his rides, so I couldn't really zone in on what he was riding, but very, very fun guy with the other Freddie Marimon also representing Colombia's team.
So with that, let's go down to the winner of our last heat. Out of Germany, Antonio Müller is with Mitchell Salazar.
Back. First of all, big congratulations, muchas felicidades. It was tough out there. The wind had just picked up. What was it like getting used to these different conditions in comparison to the first few days? Felicidades, las condiciones cambiaron de manera drástica. El viento se puso mucho más fuerte, pero creció bastante el día de hoy.
Sí, muchas gracias primero. Y sí, las condiciones han cambiado bastante. Hemos tenido que cambiar la tabla algo más corta, porque tenemos tabla más grande y hoy usamos el 5-1. Pero la verdad es que la ola les faltaba abrir un poco, pero por el resto no nos podemos quejar, la verdad. Pedimos olas, hay olas.
A bit closed out there. He had to change his equipment today. It's a 5-1 in comparison to his longer board that he was riding the other day. But he definitely felt that a lot of these waves weren't opening as much as he wanted to. Second question is going to be obviously coming from the Gran Canaria, a place with incredible waves, but very warm in comparison to a lot of the other people are thinking worldwide. What's it been like adjusting to the temperature here in Huntington Beach? La temperatura en la Gran Canaria, mucha gente piensa que está frío todo el año. En realidad no, bastante caliente se puede poner. ¿Cómo te has ajustado el clima aquí en Huntington?
No, bien, la verdad, o sea, en Canarias tenemos el mejor clima del mundo, está claro, o sea, siempre hace calor, el agua está buena. También es verdad que hemos llevamos un mes trabajando en Galicia, hemos ido un poquito de agua más fría, pues sabíamos que venía algo más de frío, acostumbrar al cuerpo y a los hombros a no sufrir tanto. Y trabajando condiciones contracorriente que sabíamos que podía venir y se ha dado el caso hoy. O sea, que muy contento con el trabajo hecho, con mi entrenador, con Julián Cuello y con todo el equipo que está detrás también.
We're working with his trainer Julián Cuello for the last month in Galicia, where the water gets a lot colder, so he's wanting to get his shoulders used to these conditions and wearing a wetsuit the entire time, because La Gran Canaria tends to have some of the most amazing weather in the world. Last question is going to be, Antonio, getting the gold medal here in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. What would that mean for you in your career, especially as a German surfer? ¿Cómo se sentiría ganar el oro aquí en Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA?
Yo digo siempre, vamos paso a paso, las medallas vienen o no vienen, yo disfruto día a día en el agua, en las diferentes condiciones, sabes que me gusta bastante más grande y entre más grande pues mejor, pero la medalla, como digo yo, son objetivos, están muy bien, pero al final hay que disfrutar del camino y no vamos a adelantar nada antes de que haya pasado todo y después hablamos de nuevo cómo se siente.
Well, first of all, progress isn't linear, and he's got to take it heat by heat, but more importantly, the focus is to always win gold, but we're going to take it one heat at a time. Muchas felicidades y mucha suerte en el resto del evento.
Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, gracias a toda la familia, a la gente que está detrás, a mi pareja Melissa, y esperamos seguir estando aquí disfrutando cada momento con ustedes. Y muchas gracias a ti también.
Sam, Antonio looking good for the quarters.
Wow. Deep insight there, Ben. I know you picked up on a couple of key things that you want to talk about.
Yeah, I love he kind of exposed his secret sauce there as he had the bottom of the board with the dimensions written on it. 5'1", I could tell was either 22 or possibly 22 and a half wide. And what I wanted to point out about those dimensions is a standard bodyboard goes from 40 inches to 42 inches, and the standard width for a bodyboard is 22 inches. So he's got a surfboard that's the length of a very short surfboard, but in his kind of bodyboard style stance with his torso support under that surface, he's riding a bodyboard width.
And he talked about training in Galicia, experiencing cold water. Of course, the Canaries, warm water, slightly warmer than here, but quite similar to Southern California. What was he really emphasizing about the benefits of that training in Galicia there in North Spain?
I guess it's basically being able to kind of perform in the cold in the wetsuit and then without the wetsuit. The other thing is also Galicia is known for having that really, really strong Atlantic punchy surf and quite different conditions, a lot of different beach breaks, which help you kind of find around. When you're living in a place where there's a reef, it gets kind of hard to kind of find your way around a beach break.
Absolutely, because the beach breaks that the surfers do surf in Gran Canaria, they're pretty close to shore, heavy beach breaks, but Galicia has more of that typical spread out A-frames, channels, rip currents, that need for really moving around, as we see Scott Patterson out of Canada there, up and riding, nice couple of turns, checking, speeding, moving both ways. The 2019 winner of the Adaptive Championship in Hawaii from Vancouver, loves to surf out there in Chun's on the North Shore, also keen on his mountain biking. He's going to drop a score. It's been a slow start for the competitors, but it's Scott Patterson out of Canada, looking strong, looking stylish all the way through to the inside, Ben.
Yep, and I just got a little more fun insight, so you can put this on your cards. Scott Patterson's riding King's Water Sports, which is the same shaper that made Ethan Kerr's wave ski, and that's the designer Dave Daub, who's always been very, very intensely involved with both the wave ski and the prone divisions, and he has his factory here in in Southern California. So we're starting to kind of build up some more intel on these riders heat for heat.
Yeah, and what's really interesting as well is that not only do we start to see, you know, the kind of cream rising to the top, but we also start to see the surfers who have a quiver with them, who might chop it up and change it based on the conditions. And that's exactly what we heard just then from Antonio Müller from Germany, based in the Canary Islands, how he decided to change equipment. You know, for surfers who don't have a quiver themselves, you know, what are the benefits of just kind of having like 2 or 3 different types of boards for different conditions?
I'd say if you're kind of an entry-level style surfer, it's better not to have those options because you'll never get really used to one board or the other. And it's really important to have one board that is like another extension of your body. You want to have something that feels completely natural, and then you have something else where you can kind of start experimenting outside of that, and you may replace that excellent feeling with something better. But the ones that start out with a bunch of boards, I've ordered 3 boards at a time before from my shapers, and you're so excited about having 3 boards that you don't know which one to ride, and it just completely messes up your game by having too many options.
Yeah, so, but obviously some of these surfers, you know, honing in on the fact that for bigger conditions, they might have one design, for smaller conditions, another. As we can see, Team England there, there's Dylan Hounsfield moving through, looks like Team USA watching.
Breezy Bochenek.
There's Breezy, we saw her on the post-heat interview from Northern California, but currently based down here in Southern California. She said she was doing mission work down here. She put on a great performance, but right now she's hoping that Christian Otter Bailey gets away, because the Otter, 11 medals across silver and gold at previous ISA World Para Surfing Championship, the first para surfer to ride Mavericks and Pipeline, a 6 times national champion, loves steamer lane, likes to ride bat-tail boards. He's a sailor, scuba diver, and of course you even know him from his skateboarding days, Ben, way back in the day.
Yeah, very, very influential, radical skateboarder for Santa Cruz skateboards. And yeah, I was just going back to having that kind of old faithful, or that board that you're connected with. I was just remembering that board that Antonio just used was the one that he got into the finals on in Pismo.
Fantastic stuff, a little old favorite. So that's very interesting to hear that Antonio kind of recognizing that there's a little bit of alchemy with that board, you know, that little special flavor. You know, when you get like that special one you don't want to damage and you might save it for competitions. I wonder if it's a board he free surfs on, or I wonder if it is something he's just saving for contests.
Well, you know what? He was speaking about the length of it, 5'1". The shorter the board gets, the harder it is to break in half, because should that board kind of find its way out under a big crushing lip of a big canary barrel, it doesn't have the same leverage that it has on a longer board to snap it in the middle. So he's probably not as worried about damaging that thing. Look at it, it's pretty dented and messed up. But as you say that, I'm recalling Australia's Dimity Stoyle used to do WQSs, and she had her Magic DHD board that had these black flames painted on it. She said she did not touch it. It stayed in a closet until every contest. And I had multiple post-heat interviews with her with that. And now she's a famous DJ cruising around with the WSL as a big personality.
Yeah, fantastic. As we see Christian Otter-Bailey having a look at that wave, he doesn't get another score on the board, but Scott Patterson drops a score. Looks to be something in the 5 range, nearly. It's a 4.83, so a great score for Scott Patterson. And if we look down to his first heat, that's an important carrier for Scott because he only got a 0.8 in that first heat. So Scott Patterson has finally got his campaign off to a strong start. Based out there in Hawaii, representing Canada. Scott Patterson looking good, but now up and riding. Is it going to be our surfer, Jacob Pacheco from the USA? Takes that drop, dags that rail, takes a fall, takes a tumble, looking to see him pop up for air. He's looking like he's got a single fin under him then. I just saw the one fin. I did see him come up. He looks like he might have gone back down a couple of times, opting to wear the helmet there, still awaiting for a ride to be ridden by Freddie Charis out of Colombia. He's got a twin fin, got a 3 fin there. So I just saw one of the fins, but it's 3. So is he going to be okay, Ben?
Yeah, it looks like he's fine. Just got a couple. He just knows that there's no point in mounting your board when you could just kind of dip under these things, keep your position rather than getting dragged back with your board out of position. He'll be able to kind of keep his ground if he just keeps popping under these things, swimming. He is getting tugged with his board, of course, a little bit, but there's no point in mounting the board when you see whitewash coming at you.
So Freddie Charis from Colombia, a great surf community there on the Caribbean coast of Colombia. He likes to ride Pride Omar, and he's got 2nd in the national championships this year. Of course, he's got Freddie Maramon as his teammate. Freddie Maramon is actually in the Prone 1 division, so sorry, the Prone 2 division. So this is Prone 1, so surfers that do not require assistance. So talk about that relationship between the two Freddies. I mean, Freddie Maramon, you know, he's like a real icon for parasurfing globally and for the emerging parasurf movement out of Colombia.
Yeah, there was a good run where he and Davi Teixeira from Brazil were sort of the big faces, the big performers when they were doing their sit division, which has they got reclassified into prone just recently, last couple years. But yeah, huge face for Colombia. Freddie Maramon's like the face of supermarkets. He's in commercials and just a full-on superstar over there. So Freddie Charis showing up with a superstar is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, nice to see the Welsh flag there on the beach. Llewellyn Sponge Williams will be coming up later in the Neil division. If I look down the list of things we've got to look forward to, we'll be moving into the women's Neil. So we'll see Victoria Fagey from Canada going for her 5th gold medal in this event. Then we'll move on to that round 2 qualifying with the men's Neil. We're going to have Llewellyn Sponge Williams, Mark Mono Stewart competing, Ibon Origi from North Spain, who's been looking good. And then to close out the day, we'll be moving into men's stand 2 and men's stand 3. So we'll continue to call the action here live for day 3 of the World Parasurfing Championship as we move into the last 3 minutes of this heat with Scott Patterson carrying a very important score of a 4.83. Jacob drops a 1.5. Christian Otter-Bailey doesn't get that wave, so he's carrying some good scores. He got a 6.33 and a 5.57. So if he doesn't get a wave in this heat, he's still got potential to qualify in the top 12. But there's been some strong performances so far from Joel Taylor, Kai Colas, Antonio Muller. And also we've seen a really strong performance from Marcos Tapia. We got that big score from Jonathan Arias from El Salvador, who you got the opportunity to interview because he dropped himself a near perfect 10. It was a 9.83. So Ben, how important was that for the young El Salvadorian going for his own first medal here at the World Parasurfing Champs?
Oh, he was so charged up, and great attitude with Johnny anyways, but just really seeing the fruits of his work because as he was mentioning, he's been training all year long. Another funny thing about the one team from El Salvador, is they're currently training for winter, I think it's a cross-country ski racing in El Salvador.
Wow.
No snow in El Salvador, but they have this amazing steel frame thing that Rob Powers, their director, has got them training on and getting them ready for full-on ski racing in Central America.
That sounds like a good reason to watch the great film Cool Runnings about the
Jamaican bobsled team.
And you know what? A special moment yesterday, Nathaniel Bailey nearly won his Prone 2 heat, and I was actually on the post-heat interview, and I was so excited to do the post-heat interview with him. But then there was a buzzer beater, and he didn't get the win. But I'm a good friend of the Wilmot family, who have been at the center of Jamaican surfing and skateboarding in Bull Bay, running their Jamnesa surf camp. Big shout out to the Wilmot family. Chrisana Wilmot, she's a fantastic advocate for female surfers around the world, particularly in the Caribbean. And it's been great to see Jamaica continuing to bring a parasurf team here to this event.
As we're looking at the bottom of the screen, look how much the tide has receded in the matter of one heat. This is just amazing. So it's looking like a completely different beach than it did 1 hour ago. One thing I did notice is Freddie Charas from Colombia got himself a score, 1.0, and somehow Freddie always gets his waves off of camera. So he's secretly performing somewhere out here. We'll find him.
So Freddie Charas will go into his top 2 because he's got a 2.83 and a 0.97 in his first qualifying round. This is now that second qualifying round, and 12 surfers will advance to round 3. Up and riding right now, Scott Patterson on his second wave. Big, steep drop. I could hear Canada cheering for that one. Takes a nosedive. He's got a 4.83. He'll be back out for more if he can get quick into the lineup, because he's only got 40 seconds remaining, so he might recognize the need just to get this one on the inside. He's having a look. He doesn't catch it. 30 seconds remaining. He's got a carrying score of a 4.83. Will it be enough to get himself up into the top 12? Christian Otter Bailey, he's not got any rides in this heat, but he's already carrying some big scores. What about this from Freddie?
Oh, so that's Freddie's wave. That's where he got the 1.0 just for a big drop. As I'm looking at that round nose, that's not the board that I made him. So the board that Freddie had was similar to the design that Ayala and Kayla Wopitz were riding this morning.
Well, it looks like we're down into the dying seconds, so Christian Otter Bailey still with that good performance in qualifying round 1. It won't matter that he didn't get any waves, because he's still looking good to get in the top 12. Congratulations, Scott Patterson. You took the heat win, but is it enough to get in the top 12? We'll start to do some maths, and we'll be back very soon for the closing heat of this qualifying round 2. We got Casey Proud, we got Nicholas Gallegos, we got Kengo Nishiyama, and we got Harlem Lewis live from Huntington Beach for the continuation of day 3 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in and staying with us, because we've got representations from the nations of Argentina, Hawaii, Japan, and Team England. We've got the Argentinian Nicholas Gallegos, the 45-year-old, surfing against the mighty Casey Proud, representing Hawaii, and Harlem Lewis, the young 18-year-old from North Devon in England, and the 48-year-old Kengo Nishiyama, the national champion out of Japan from the north of Tokyo there he is going to be surfing in the green vest as we got red, blue, green, white. Casey, Nicholas, Kengo, Harlem, 20-minute heats. This is the closing heat, heat number 5 of the qualifying round 2. There's only spots for 12 surfers to advance into round 3. We've already got a bit of a leaderboard list going. We've got the likes of Joel Taylor, Kai Colas, Anthony Muller looking very strong, Christian Otter Bailey looking good. Marcos Tapia looks to be qualified in the top 12. Jonathan Arias from Spain looks strong. And then we start to get to some of the borderline from El Salvador. Jonathan Arias, he looks really strong, Ben. And then we start to get to the borderline. So like you say, Jonathan Arias from El Salvador, he's got that 13.33 combination, and that includes his 9.83 from his second heat and a 3.5 that matched the 3.5 he also got in his first heat. So it's choosing those top 2 scores. So at the moment, I'm going to let you do a bit of talking, Ben, and I'm just going to quickly do a bit of counting because I'm curious to know how many people look like they've already qualified.
I love it. Go away, mathematician. So Harlem Lewis, 3.50 for his opening ride. Just gotten things started here. And let's see what jersey this is. Harlem Lewis. So that's him finishing his ride on the float board.
I'm fearing that there's at least 8 surfers who have for sure got their spots, Ben. And you know, those are some of the big names, and you can definitely tune into ISAsurfing.org to look at that leaderboard. But right now, it's Harlem Lewis having got that first score on the board, riding the float boards that are often the kind of more entry-level boards for the prone surfers, and then some might advance onto more custom-shaped boards. As we can see, Casey Proud up and riding, engaging that rail, locked into that section, sees there's no need for the re-entry. We know he will bang those lips when he needs to. He just wants to kick out of that one and paddle back out to the north there, and he's looking for more open face, because we've already recognized that Christian Bailey wasn't even able to catch a wave in that last 20-minute heat.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. That was really unexpected. As we have him going for another one, you could tell it's going to duck out. It's not going to do it.
Someone who did it, big star, the Canadian Scott Patterson. He took that win. He's on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Congratulations. You're right on the cusp of either making the quarterfinals or not. So we'll see at the end of this round. But talk to me about being 61 years of age and still competing at the highest level. You still have an opportunity to win gold. How cool would that be, getting a gold medal for Canada and obviously for the rest of the team?
Well, that would be pretty awesome, I tell you. Yeah, having a gold medal for Canada in surfing would be unreal. You know, I don't have any expectations like that, but I always just go out and try my best.
When you started surfing, seeing how far the parasurfing community has come, did you think this was going to be an accomplishment that was going to happen this quickly?
You know, for my accomplishment, you mean?
Just in general. I mean, look at where we've come, yeah.
Yes, I didn't think it'd be this big, no. When I first started, it wasn't. And I took a year off, and there's so many new surfers now that they're so much better, raising everybody's level, which is nice to see.
So your favorite wave is Chums. You won an event in Hawaii in 2019, I believe. And when it comes to surfing different waves worldwide, have you felt any difficulties, especially coming from Vancouver? I know you surf Tofino quite a bit.
Yeah, I found this a little bit challenging. I'm not used to this wave at all. And it's been about, a good year since I've been surfing. So that was the challenge part, just getting back into the swing of things.
All right, Canadian surfing on the rise. Sanoa Olin already qualified for the Olympic Games. What do you got to tell everybody else from Canada to get involved in the surfing?
Well, if you love surfing or if you just want to try it out, go out there and do it. And you never know, you might be in the Paralympic Games by 2028.
That's true. Congratulations, Scott.
Hey, thank you.
Sam?
Thanks, Mitchell. Big shout out to Scott and all the great work that he's been doing. As he said, took a year off, wasn't competing for Team Canada last year, but he's back in style. But borderline, doesn't look like he's going to get in that top 12.
Yeah, so I'm sure he said surfing up in Tofino. We had one of Team Canada's surfers, David Schiaffino, in El Salvador during our longboard, if you remember.
Yep.
And he runs one of the biggest shops up there in Tofino. He said that's a huge surfing community now in Canada.
Casey Proud on the replay, Ben Way.
Yeah, interesting. Different board. Not sure what that board is, but yeah, just took off, went a little bit low on the bottom, but at least he's got a score on the board. Actually got 2 scores on the board, so there's a couple things that we haven't seen yet, it seems.
4.5 and a 2.33. So Casey correct to say base down there in Oceanside?
Yes.
Casey Proud, a score of a 4.50. If we look at the scores that he's got in the opening qualifying round, he got a 5.83 and a 4.5. So that 4.5 does match his low score that he was carrying from round 1, but he'll want to replace that. He's having a look at this. Casey Proud in 3rd priority. He's got that 2.33 to add to that 4.5. Harlem Lewis, he drops a score of a 3.5 to add to that 1.5. So great start for Harlem Lewis in his first international competition. You know, huge shout out to Harlem and all of the support that he's receiving from the North Devon community. He's based close to Biddeford there, surfs at Westwood Ho, but up and riding right now is Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina on a nice left-hander, attacks that section and climbs out right out of that turn there, redirects, switches rail edges, and now back into that inside rail, heading in the pier direction, just a little subtle cut back to go back to the right, and then just a little kind of use of his upper body there just to get that last opportunity to take this wave right onto the sand. And Ben, that was a pretty special ride from Gallegos.
That was a big section, a lot of commitment going into that one. Came out of it with control and speed and was able to keep connecting. And it didn't seem that he was searching for more scoring potential on the wave, but you can see how he took a great line right to our volunteers on the beach to move him back up to that rip current to get him back up quickly.
And drops a 6.33, so that's an important score for Gallegos from Argentina because he's carrying a 5.43 from his opening qualifying round 1. So combine that with a 6.33 and you're talking about a pretty firm contender to earn a spot in the top 12. So great work from Nicolas Gallegos. That is massive. Harlan Lewis as well is so far bettered his total. He's got a 3.5 to add to the 3.33, which is his biggest scoring ride from the qualifying round 1. So it's going to be hard for the surfers who don't get that combined total over 9 to earn a spot in the top 12, because we're already seeing 14s, 12s, 11s, 13s as some of the combined totals of the best 2 waves of the 2 qualifying rounds. So it's this round robin leaderboard format, non-elimination, but this is now the point where we're moving into the last heat of the second qualifying round 2, and we can only have spots for our top 12 surfers to move into the knockout round 3. So if you're getting confused, go onto the ISAsurf.org website and you can follow those live scores and look at the leaderboards. If you're tuning in live, thanks for keeping company with us. We're loving the opportunity to be here. It's a great day, and Ben, we've got so much more to look forward to as we continue moving through different divisions. We stay in this prone 1, but then we move into the kneel. We got some big names: Victoria Fagey, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, Mark Mono Stewart. But right now it's the mighty Casey Proud representing Hawaii, based here in Southern California. Good speed line, nice control, stylish surfing from Casey Proud. A full roundhouse cutback, rebound off the white water, and then just comes out of it cleanly. So demonstrating progression, innovation, commitment, and degree of difficulty.
Yeah, that was definitely a Bruno Hansen style cutback, where he switches it to that hand to that outside rail and then uses that inside arm to produce an access point to pivot on. And as we watch this prone non-assist, we got to send messages to Bruno Hansen. I know you were sitting at home listening, wishing you were out there giving these guys some heat and soaking up this California sun down there. Probably a little bit warmer actually in Panama, but yeah, Bruno, you had so many people mention how important you've been. We had Jonathan Arias speak wonders of you going down and helping out and giving him pointers in El Salvador. And so the community is definitely missing Bruno Hansen.
Yeah, big shout out to Bruno, of course, recovering from this injury. So tune in to Bruno's progress on his social media Instagram account. He's a multiple gold medalist. He's dominated the prone 1 since the beginning, winning gold in 215, 16, 17, 18. I mean, you just keep counting and he wins gold every time he turns up.
And on Insta, you can find him at Bruno Ocean.
So let's follow the action for Bruno, and big shout out for Bruno as we can see our surfer Harlan Lewis with the flag of Team England being flown as they take him back up to the Pier, the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, the centerpiece of this 10-mile stretch of golden sand. And a big thanks to Visit Huntington Beach for being the presenting sponsor, as we can see all of Team England just getting Harlem ready. This is an opportunity now to see the teamwork. Ben, talk us through the teamwork that's going to happen now as they get the athlete back onto the board and back out into the water.
Yeah, so it's actually, depending on their condition, getting them in and out of the chair can also be a little bit challenging. To get them in the right spot where there's some clean water to get them situated on their board and get them sent on the way out. Right now, compared to those high tide conditions, it's a lot more friendly. It's about getting them back on the board. And look how quick Casey Proud is getting pulled out with what we were calling the treadmill.
Wow, that's
that rip current that pulls him out into the lineup. And you can still see the speed of that current coming through a little bit, but he's able to just hug those pylons and work that way out.
So he alternates sometimes between the Mayhem boards and the Ben Way boards. Any idea of what he's riding in this heat?
So this red and blue board, I saw him practicing at north side of Oceanside Pier when I was up there emceeing a different contest. And he was up there with Thera practicing on all sorts of stuff, just trying things out. I can't remember what that board was because all the logos were spray painted over.
So he works a lot with High Fives Foundation and the Kelly Brush Foundation, and married to Thera there, loves to play video games, but you know, a real stalwart of the parasurf community, injured in a snowboard accident in 2017 that rendered him a paraplegic, and he can be followed at Shaka Aloha 1000 on Instagram. Casey Proud, an absolute legend, drops a 6.0 for that last wave. So that's an important score for Casey to carry.
Yeah, and I love, you mentioned Kelly Brush. I have to thank Kelly Brush Foundation because they're the ones that funded his new board that I made him through grant money. And so all of these competitors, or anyone who is interested in getting to the sport, there's certain times of the year where these grants are given for competition, for travel, for training, as well as equipment. So get your names in there because this is money that has been given and needs to be used. And that is a perfect chance to get yourself on the line. High Fives. We have one more wave for the veterans. We have Challenge Athletes Foundation. There are so many nonprofits out there that are just willing to help these guys out with whatever they need. You just got to ask.
And I know that Surfing England had a grant called Backing the Best from Sport England, and Hannah Dines in Prone 2. She's benefited from one of those grants that's really facilitated an opportunity for her to invest in equipment and training and travel. So globally, of course, as stand-up surfing has become an Olympic sport, we facilitate funding opportunities from governing bodies, but if and when, fingers crossed, parasurfing becomes a Paralympic sport, again, that'll open up a whole new plethora of funding opportunities. And you want to be well placed if you're an athlete, if you're in the industry for that, as we see our Japanese surfer not quite catching that wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kingo, we saw him paddle for a couple. He wasn't able to get into them. I'm not sure exactly where he's positioned, but it looks like he's going to kind of search out and try and find a different place on the sandbar. Not as spelled out for you with these windier conditions, especially with a low tide. It's not a pronounced takeoff zone right now, but he has an opportunity here, it looks like.
Up and riding right now, straight into the bowl section. Incredible drop there. Great technique to deal with that takeoff there, but just in the process of sliding his body back to deal with the drop, he got his body weight on the wrong planing edge and just took that tumble.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to mention about Team Japan is the whole team has been training in Shizuoka. We have a new wave pool called the Surf Stadium, which uses that American Wave Pools technology. And a lot of these adaptive surfers, parasurfers, have been going and doing their practicing in the wave pool, where the wave pool is adjustable, where they can repeat their motions, they can repeat attempting different maneuvers. So they've been using that a lot. Surf Stadium down in Shizuoka. That's about 4 hours south of Tokyo.
Exciting stuff, really demonstrating that out beyond the ocean as a training space, parasurfing can really thrive with use of inland surfing facilities. We've just seen Spike Kane return with support from the High Fives Foundation to a great trip to Waco in Texas. And we see some fantastic clips that blow my mind of Jesse Bilauer at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. Obviously as well, Eric Lazar, the laser, he's shredded that wave apart. I love seeing those clips of Eric and Jesse at the Surf Ranch, just in beautiful kind of cylindrical, intense waves with, you know, picture perfect. And that is a really great way for surfers in the para community to be able to access breaks safely. You know, flat level access, knowing when the wave's coming, particularly important for the visually impaired athletes.
Yeah, and I got to get a little sneak peek of some of the media that was collected in Waco, but look at this.
Nicolas Gallegos from Argentina on an absolute belter. Comes off the top there, inside the hook, inside the tube of the wave, nearly projected back out through to the open face. It was a good, strong left-hander. He's going to back up that 6.33. The score he wants to replace, if we look at his lowest score from his first qualifying round, is a 3.43, as we see Casey Proud having a look at that with 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining. So that high 3 is something that Nicholas would be hoping to oust if he wants to carry a stronger score, because he's on the borderline. He's right on the edge of getting in the top 12. So this could be an important one. What do you think, Ben? Kind of ballpark numbers coming to your head?
I'm hoping that I would say maybe in the 3. I'm not sure. That's a really hard one to judge, because it was a very steep wave. He did show some commitment, some drive through that. But I do want to state that Nicolas Gallegos is one of the personalities that we would expect to come through in that top 12.
Yeah, I really think that could be an important score for him. He's right on the cusp. He's carrying a decent score of a 5.43, and he's going to add to that 6.33. So it looks to be pretty certain that even if he doesn't replace that low score, he's probably going to get himself in the top 12. We've got 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Casey Proud having another look at the left. He's been super active. I think he watched Christian Otter-Bailey's heat and recognized the need to maybe play more of an active game, slightly further on the inside, not to be too patient for sets.
Yeah, very smart. We've seen a lot of people end up at the end of the heat with zeros next to their name. So you definitely want to make sure you're just finding whatever you can, especially in these crazy windy conditions. Every wave is a gamble, and you never know what it's going to amount to be. He is holding a first priority in the outside with the last 1 minute, so he is going to probably be really selective with where he uses that.
Nicolas Gallegos there, he's coming through to the inside as we see Casey Proud on a really big re-entry section, and he blasts that one with composure there and got some air underneath the back fin, big lift, big projection. You could really see the finesse of his technique in the way that he just attacked that lip line.
He's got a very, very strong upper body, and so he has the ability to get his torso up very, very high up off the board and redirect that board. Didn't come back in, but real strong hit off that section.
Wow. Gallegos from Argentina drops a 5.83 for his second score. So both of those scores will go into his top 2, solidifying his opportunity to guarantee a spot in the top 12. It looks safe for Gallegos. He needed that score. He got it. It was a big one, and he's going to be absolutely pumped because he's also going to take the heat lead.
Yeah, so there goes my judging game. So as I was calling maybe in the 4s, it's a 5.83. I just got schooled. Maybe I didn't see enough of that ride.
Casey Proud will also get himself a spot in the top 12. We'll be shifting on to a new division. We've got the women's kneel. We've got big names coming up. Harlem Lewis there on the screen. Congratulations, Harlem. You did a brilliant job. Stay with us, surf fans, because we've got Mitchell Salazar and Shannon Hughes coming in the booth to continue to call the fantastic live action here from Huntington Beach for day 3 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And we're back with more action for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's the very first time the event has been run in Huntington Beach, California, and the vibes are high. Everyone's been very excited to be here in warm Southern California. There's been great conditions for the first couple days. Swells picked up today, and that onshore wind has hit a little while ago, so it's getting a little bit more challenging, but there's still some great opportunities. And we're now into our women's kneel division. The first round that we're going to see, 2 heats in total for the opening qualifying rounds, with Shannon Hughes and Mitch Salazar to call the action.
Yeah, and the first time we've seen these women, as you were mentioning, but more importantly, the first time we've seen a lot of these women in this new classification that we have, Shannon. Barbara Ricci, originally from Ensenada, Mexico, she has competed at this event before, but not in this specific classification, so nice to see some different divisions, and obviously a lot of new classifications where we're seeing quite a few heats in each of these new divisions out there too, but some new competitors, Michelle Eastman right there from Orange County in the red, Vera Quaresma from Brazil in the blue, and really excited to see what Similo Dlamini can do from Durban, South Africa in green.
Yeah, this is going to be a really great heat. We've already got a 1-point ride on the board for Samilo, USA, Brazil, South Africa, and Mexico. Looking to get their first waves 3 days into competition. They've been down on the beach supporting their teammates. They've been getting those free surfs in the week in the lead up to the performance, to the opening days of our competition, but also in those mornings and those evenings as well. But they finally have that opportunity to put on a jersey and show us their own performances.
Yeah, and some people I would think are going to be able to make it all the way out on the outside as we look at the Brazilian surfer Quaresma all the way out there. And some really good waves have been coming through the last few heats. That northwest wind has really cleaned up a lot of these surface conditions that we had seen from previous days. But I will see a lot of increase in not only the rise of the swell this afternoon, but more importantly, the consistency of a lot of those new sandbars that are developing with that swell coming through.
It's going to be great, especially looking into the forecast for the rest of the week as we've got those new sandbars starting to develop throughout today. We get a good idea of what waves will be the best waves over the next few days of competition.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the pier bowl ride is still the most viable option. It's easy to paddle out right there. You have an option as soon as you get back into the lineup. But down the beach, a lot of those lefts are really cooking, and I feel like there's been quite a few scoring opportunities. You have a good distance in terms of the area of competition. It's all the way from the pier, and there's a flag to the south. It's an ISA blue color, and that's where you can literally surf up until that point, and there's a good left coming off of it. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few surfers over there.
16 minutes on the clock. Quiet start to this heat. Vera sitting with first priority next to her name. And it sounds like we've already got the winner of that last heat ready to go down on the beach with Sam Bleakley. Take it away.
Thanks so much. Nicholas Gallegos, fantastic. You've just booked yourself a spot in the top 12. How are you feeling?
Really good. First, I say thanks to my community for help me, for support me, for stay here in England, my family. The second ISA, I travel alone, and till England support me like one athlete from English too. Japan team, Brazil team, my community support me. I surf for my friends.
Tell us about the Vista Pirates and how Spike Kane is a central part of the parasurf community.
Vista Pirates. My first meeting with Spike in 2015 in the first ISA, and make an amazing relationship. And next year I never more rent hotel, car, nothing. Spike support me a lot, like my father. And in the Spike House, and in the US Open, and the World Tour AASP, many 10, 12 countries live together in the house, share dinners, our cultures. Oh, it's amazing time all year waiting for the US Open for spend time with the Spike.
Well, bringing on for the Vista Pirates. I know you've got an injury there on your foot. You're going to get some attention for that. You know, how did this happen?
Shot surfing, maybe one shark, I don't know. I can feel my legs, brother.
But before you get some attention to clean that up, in Spanish, I'd love you to give a message to all of the support back home in Argentina.
A toda la comunidad, agradecerle siempre por el soporte, Stock for Life, Hi-Fi Foundation, Challenge Athlete, siempre apoyando a todos los que estamos lejos, a que los que quizás económicamente nos cuesta mucho más, pero nada, acá estamos dando guerra. Y nada, mis amigos de Argentina, todos los que están mandando mensajes, no estoy solo. Miren alrededor, tengo toda mi comunidad, mis amigos, no estoy solo nunca. Los amo.
Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Nicholas, and quite the character coming out of the water.
Yeah, and you know, it goes to show you how the surfing community adopts other people when they don't have a lot of support around them. And basically an honorary Englishman right there. You know, he said that the first ever event that he came to in terms of the Parasurfing World Championships, the English team really embraced him and adopted him as one of their own. And now they share that community moving forward, Shannon.
Taking a look at the replay here for the first wave of Vera out of Team Brazil. Great looking section in front of her, really frothy. She's doing a great job to maintain speed as she was into that last section.
Yeah, and the score comes in as a 6.5, which is great. Coming from Florianópolis, she is very used to a lot of this weather, colder weather down there in that southern part of Brazil, a lot of beach break waves, and as I was saying, Praia de Mozambique, that is one of the favorite waves of a lot of these surfers on the Brazilian team. It's a wave that is actually very similar to this one. Not surprising to see her do so well at the beginning of this heat, Shannon.
6.5 to start things off for the Brazilian. Has her sitting in a significant lead, like you said, with the wave she gets to surf back at home. Perfect training ground for an opportunity to compete here at a great beach break in Huntington. And a great opportunity for her getting that first wave. We'll get back to that live action in just a moment on screen. We've got Samilo sitting in that second place position with a 1-point ride, waiting for Michelle and for Anna to get their opening rides in the red and white jerseys. You can see that swell still really consistent, still challenging for some of these surfers to be duck diving through waves. So we've seen the tactic from many of our surfers across different disciplines, across different categories throughout today, being to actually pull themselves off their boards, let that wave roll over them if they're unable to duck dive, and get back onto their board and paddling afterward.
Yeah, and I think the main thing today is just being outside in the right position too, because with that option to do the run around and paddle back out towards the pier, to me that's a significant part of how well you're going to do today. Because if you're pushing your body to a point where you're not excelling, you're not getting any good scores, and the only thing you're doing is frustrating yourself, the best thing is to recompose yourself, come into towards the beach, gain those seconds of momentum, and kind of identify what you were doing wrong, get the paddle back out around. As it seems like Vera, she's really done an amazing job just to position herself all the way on the outside, as it seems like Barbara had a look there on the inside, Shannon.
Yeah, having a look, trying to get that first big score on the board. And Vera's got herself sitting in a really great position, as you said, for Team Brazil.
Yeah, and Barbie originally from Ensenada, Baja California, right there, a couple hours south of the border here from Tijuana, and now resides in San Diego, loves to surf Tres Emes and San Miguel, which is a premier wave in Baja California, right here in Mex. And, you know, now residing in San Diego, she has the opportunity to surf with a bit better quality of surfers, especially in the parasurfing community, but loves to represent Ensenada and Baja California as long as Mexico.
A lot of strong wind blowing through from the north side of the pier. The wind, the sweep, all pushing these surfers a little bit out of position. Really important to be staying right, you know, paying attention to their spotters on the beach as well, picking those lineups. As we can see the runaround now for Team South Africa for Samilo. Originally from Durban, loves surfing at Addington Beach, and is used to being in some really warm water. Durban's quite tropical in feel. as we see a big paddle from Vera just scratches over the top of that set.
Yeah, you can wear a full suit in the wintertime, though, in Durban, right?
Yeah, it can get cold enough to be in a full suit. It's not going to be as chilly as the rest of South Africa, especially because they're surfing in the Indian Ocean as opposed to the Atlantic Ocean on the Cape Town side. But the water will cool down just enough, and more so the air temperature. But it typically tends to be a little warmer and a little more humid year-round.
Yeah, and I think that area closer towards Madagascar, towards Mozambique, there's obviously some incredible waves, but to me, Durban has been a hotbed of talent for years. I remember growing up watching Jordy Smith, have the bidding war for the contracts in 2007 along with Dane Reynolds. Then you had Davey Weir, Ricky Bazin, and a couple other surfers like Sean Jobert come through the rankings. I feel like South Africa has always had a good amount of surfers. And now with parasurfing coming through the rankings too, the only difficult part is that they still have to travel quite a bit, a lot more than other surfers from different parts of the world. But the success that you're able to have when you're facing so much adversity, first of all, just being in this community, but then adding the travel onto it, it makes the victory that much more sweeter when you're able to get it, Shannon.
That's right. It's a real journey to getting to the position of even being able to compete in an international event like this at the World Parasurfing Championships. And that journey alone has, a large cost to it, but then being able to put together those great performances makes it all worth it. Great too when those teams get to travel together. It's different when you're competing, on, say, the AASP tour. That's a newer tour for the adaptive surfing community, or for those that are competing as able-bodied surfers on the WSLQS or something along those lines where you're traveling individually by yourself. But when it comes to the ISA events where you're representing a nation, you're often getting to board flights at the same time. You're, landing in the same locations, and you're renting cars together, probably staying in the same house. So it gives that opportunity to really work together as a team, which is so important in this parasurfing conversation.
Well, there needs to be an embrace by the community, and for the most part in these events, especially as a team effort, you're usually traveling from the same main airport together. So the whole goal is to get everybody together at the central hub within their country that they're representing, and then have them travel together as a nation afterwards. But overall, just getting the effort to come over here is the biggest part of it, and giving yourself a chance and an opportunity to win gold and potentially get some money to fund your future travels from your local or state government too.
That's right. Vera had a paddle trying to get into that last wave, unfortunately wasn't able to, and now takes this set right in front of her. She's able to safely bail that surfboard. She'll grab it again and be right back on it in just a moment. We do have a 1.07 that's come through for Barbie for Team Mexico. That has set her up in that third place position, and we're still waiting for Michelle Eastman out of Team USA to get her opening ride. There we can see Samilo is back in the lineup. She's got that one, she's got that 0.53, and she's having a paddle now to get into this one. Great looking wave as that double up kind of picks up that second wall of white water into the first one. Unfortunately, it'll just tip her off balance, and she won't be able to get up to her knees, but she's quickly going to get back to that board and look to paddle right back out again. We'll see if she's going to decide to head into the shoreline. Her team will be right there on the sand to do the runaround again, should the need be.
Yeah, and with this division, you do have 4 points of contact you can use, so both of your arms, and you need to be fully on your knees for this one. Rather as if you would see standing 1 or standing 2, you're going to have, for the most part, 4 points of contact, but you do need to be standing upright. Here, you can be fully on your knees, and the cool thing is that you can either use your rails if you would like, or you can also have something to grab onto on the front part of the board and maneuver that way. It seems like Samilo doing it the old-fashioned, just trying to grab her rails at the moment with just a couple of small scores, and it's really been Vera on the outside with the 6.5 in control of this one. But the good thing is, with only 2 heats in the qualifying round, you have opportunities to move into the final and not having to beat out too many other women to make it into the grand final and potentially get yourself a gold medal.
That's right. Half the field will be advancing through into the final. Out of the 8 surfers, it'll be those top 4 with their better scores coming from either heat, totaling together to get them into that top contention of the top 4 surfers. Vera's been putting herself in a really great position. There's been a couple of times where maybe had she kept that chest down, paddled another stroke or 2, she could have been right into that wave. But I love that she's been keeping herself in the right position out of backline.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart idea right here. You're already carrying a 6.5 into your next qualifying round. might as well look for another wave that's similar to it or even better. And I think there's definitely potential for an 8-point plus ride out there right now. And just a little over 4 minutes, I think it's really important to identify a lot of these waves that are closer towards the pier being the better ones, just because they have cleaner faces, because they're a bit more covered up because of the use of the pier. Once you deviate a bit further south, you're going to see less clean water, but more importantly, you will be seeing quite a few of those lefts stand up because of that northwest wind pushing into them.
Some of those lefts have been looking really great today heading into the pier. So a few surfers like Liv Stone trying to eye those off, those that are surfing as goofy footers in the stand-up divisions. In the kneeling division, they may have a preference on right or left, but since they're on their knees in that crouched position, it kind of can favor either side. So Milo now on the second run around. Team South Africa doing a great job to get her into position. Now setting her up to get to that board, and she actually just outruns the team, unfortunately, with that leash on. But she's going to be right back up again. She's got 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. As we can see, a surfer probably coming over from north side that's just gotten washed through the pier.
I think that's actually Canada's coach, Shannon Brown, coming in. He probably assisted Victoria out the back just to get her on the outside for her upcoming heat. So what they did today is that you can paddle out with the surfers before their heat actually commences, but you need to come in and not assist them whatsoever once their heat has actually started. So Shannon has been working overtime today. He's had a suit on for the majority of the morning so far.
Yeah, it's been great with that extra couple minutes allotted for the paddle out as well. Going from 5 minutes to 7 really just takes a bit of that anxiety away from knowing, all right, you've got that extra few minutes. Once you're out there, you also need to make sure that you're staying deep enough to avoid getting cleaned up by one of those sets and close enough to the pier that there's no question about you interfering with the current heat that's going on. But it's been a great adjustment from the contest directors to make sure that it's just a fair and fun playing field for everyone this week.
And what happens too is that we're only on the first tee right here, the tee meaning where those piles stretch out to the sides. Usually we're seeing in the wintertime when the tides get really low and the swells are as big, they're usually breaking towards where rubies used to be, even further on the outside. So just imagine 7 minutes to paddle out all the way over there still might potentially not be enough time. And if that's the only time that they give you, you need to be on the beach with 7 minutes to go, ready. And I think locked and loaded is really a term that we use a lot with surfing. That would have to be the case if you only had 7 minutes to paddle out and if we're breaking all the way on the outside.
That's so true. Now we're down to 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Surfers for the next heat have already paddled themselves out into the lineup. Got a little set rolling through here, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to get into it. Mitch, what does a pretty standard preheat setup look like for you as far as not necessarily your warm-ups, but when you want to make sure that you're in your wetsuit, you've checked in with the beach marshal, and you're heading down there? Is it just within that maybe 10-minute mark, or is it a little longer than that?
Well, it's
as we've got a set rolling through
Barbie
here, and we've got Barbie on a great-looking wave, deep behind the section on takeoff. Now angling off to the right, and she'll go down, but she's going to put a second score on the board.
Yeah, it should probably be her best too. And to answer your question, it depends on the location I was at. And when I was surfing throughout the day too, if I was the first team in the morning, I usually try to catch a few waves before my heat, or paddle out with my jersey before and just be out there a few minutes heading into it. If I was later in the day, I try to surf early in the morning, get out of my wetsuit and bring a brand new one afterwards to kind of set up. But everybody's different, and I feel like music was a big part of my routine. Getting into a headspace was really getting my comfort levels going, as seems like comfort levels are up now for Barbie because she drops her best score, Shannon.
Fantastic. A 3.83 puts her well in contention of actually taking away the heat win, looking to replace a 1.07. We are down to 25 seconds on the clock, so it's unlikely that she'll be able to get herself into another big scoring ride as she's kind of on the inside. She's going to have a look at this one here, and she's going to catch it as well. So this will be another scoring ride for her, really just to get herself to the inside, but we'll see if she's able to get that change of direction. Nice left as she's paddling along, but looking like she's just going to get herself into the shoreline. Well surfed and a great comeback on the finish of this heat to put herself into that second place position. Vera for Team Brazil had an excellent heat with that 6.50 for her big score. Didn't find that second wave, but put herself in position a few times to try and find it. So a great heat for our women's kneel division, heat 1 of round 1. Coming up next into heat 2, we're going to have the 4-time world champion in Victoria Feige paddling out for Canada, as well as a special guest, Aleli Medina from Team Puerto Rico will be joining me in the booth for conversation, so stay tuned for more right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Well, welcome back to the action. We are in heat number 2 for our women's kneel division. It's been a great day of surfing so far, and we've got more to come. It's not even noon. We've got many hours of surfing left ahead of us. My name is Shannon Hughes, and now joined in the booth by a very special guest, the world champion from last year's World Parasurfing Championships in the visually impaired 2 division, Aleli Medina out of Puerto Rico. Aleli, it's been such a pleasure to be able to see your performance yesterday afternoon. You found an 8-point ride in the water. How did that feel?
Super exciting. I didn't really expect it. I was just looking around with my spotter and my dad, trying to find a good wave to, surf, and then all of a sudden the gem came out.
So good. And it was kind of late in the heat, right?
Yeah, like 25 seconds left.
Were you feeling a little bit of pressure before that because you hadn't found one of those good waves, being that you'd won the world title last year?
Kind of, not really. I felt confident that something like that would happen.
Oh, so exciting. Well, it's been awesome to be able to see you find that great wave yesterday. You don't have to surf again maybe for another day or two, which is kind of nice. What have you been getting up to behind the scenes?
I've been, just relaxing, stretching, trying to keep up with watching waves, with the coaching. Getting massages. The massages are so good.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love that you've been putting that as a list on your priorities.
Yeah. But yeah, just keeping in touch with the water.
Oh, so good. Well, out in the water, speaking of that, we've got 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We're into a new heat now with our women's round number 1, heat number 2 for the kneel division. And we have we've got 4 very special competitors. One of them, though, is a 4-time world champion. In the women's side of the draw, Aleli, she is a world record holder within parasurfing. She's got those 4 world titles, Victoria Feige from Team Canada. And she hasn't caught a wave yet in this heat, but she's going to be looking for some really solid rides. As we take a look at a first pedal here, I'm not sure which competitor that is. As we can see, that glare has just gotten so heavy for those of us watching from the beach. And we've got another surfer that's just paddled in, and we've got Victoria now up and riding in that green jersey. And it looks like she's giving a call out to her team that she's going to want to come all the way into the beach and do that run around to get back into position. So a great opening ride for Victoria. She's also just looking to get some of those angles thrown in, get a couple of those turns in. She is in the water up against Emmanuel from France, Audrey from Spain, and Naomi from Team Chile. So Victoria with that first ride underway.
Yeah, looks pretty sick. Didn't think she was gonna make that drop.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, she fell. No, she made it. I was so sick.
Able to pull off that first drop. Have you had some fun today watching the teams work together when it comes to doing a lot of those runarounds?
Yeah, I did. I came here today and I saw those bombs. I was like, oh.
Well, we've got another wave here from Naomi, now up and riding, also giving a little signal to her team as she's coming through to the inside. Has been pretty solid out in the water today in comparison to the first heat that you had. Yesterday afternoon, though, it looked pretty challenging for you guys because that wind was up pretty strong.
Yeah, it was. It was like a washing machine, kind of. Just, you couldn't really see, the peak was all over the place, kind of crazy.
Pretty challenging just to be able to find your lineup as well.
Yeah.
Well, down on the beach, we've got the winner of that last heat with Sam Bleakley. Take it away, Sam.
Thanks so much, Vera. We're going to get some translation help from Bridget here, your team manager. Vera, I just want to say congratulations, and also you seem to be at the forefront of women's parasurfing now in Brazil. I'd love to ask you what's happening with women's parasurfing and what can we do to grow the sport in Brazil?
Primeiro, ele te congratulou pela sua performance e você está representando, né, o surf feminino do parasurf, né? E o que a gente pode fazer para tentar trazer mais meninas para o paradesporto?
Acredito, bom, em primeiro lugar, queria agradecer à Secretaria de Esporte do Brasil, através da Secretaria de Paradesporto. E as meninas, as mulheres, né, precisamos mais apoio das empresas, precisamos mais apoio da mídia também. E somos poucas agora, mas em tempo para cá, eu tenho certeza que a gente vai estar mais presente.
All right, he just told us that the support of all the community as well of the sponsorship, it's going to be a nice way to grow the women's para surfing in Brazil. And also she thanks the Federation and the Ministry of Sports that brought all the team to the ISA.
Fantastic. And last question, we know you're from Florianopolis, there in the south. How do the waves compare to Huntington, and how are you enjoying here, competing at Huntington Beach?
Ele falou que você é de Florianópolis e como é que você pode comparar as ondas de Florianópolis com as ondas de Huntington. O que você gostou, o que você achou das ondas aqui?
Na praia do Moçambique, eu costumo surfar numa praia, né, chamada Moçambique, e elas têm uma consistência, uma massa que hoje estava presente aqui. Então me lembrou muito a minha casa.
She used to surf in a beach called Mozambique that's very similar on the power as in Huntington, so she felt like home.
Well, you've done very well. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing more of you. Shannon, we're going to get back to the action with you and Alili.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Vera. A really incredible wave that she had. She nearly rode out of that finishing maneuver. It was a pretty solid size set.
Yeah, it was. It looked like a pretty big wave.
Well, talking about some success that you've had in the past, Alili, you're newer to competition for the World Parasurfing Championships, but at just 14 years old, you won the world title last year. Can you talk to us about how that experience has changed your life in the last year?
It was really life-changing, actually. I got home, I had so many interviews, and just especially, I was 13, actually, super young. Now I'm 14 in this one. I'm super excited to see what's going to happen.
That's amazing. Did you feel nervous taking some of those interviews, or did you feel like it was a great opportunity to be able to share your story and inspire other surfers?
At first, the first one, I was so nervous because I've never done this. I'm like, what do I do? What do I talk about? But then after that, it kind of felt like more of a smooth ride.
Oh, great. Well, you're already getting so good. I mean, even listening to your post-heat interview yesterday, you're so well-spoken. You're getting so good at just sharing your thoughts and how it's all been going for you, which is really awesome. Can you talk us through that final heat last year and what it was like to be able to get the right waves to take away that win?
It was super, super fun. The waves were, for me, I like the waves. I like surfing in difficult waves. I don't know, I surf better there. But yeah, just seeing everybody competing is really special.
Incredible. Now, you've had a lot that's been going on behind the scenes besides just surfing. I know you're a pretty big fan of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and karate as well. Have you found that cross-training your whole life between surfing and those two sports?
Well, yeah, I started doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and karate not so long ago.
Okay.
And it's really been helping me. I kind of stopped doing it for a while, like a month or two, because of school. There's so much work, and then training for the ISA and the AESP competitions. But now when I get back home, I'm going to start doing it again.
Oh, that's so good. Great to know that you've got, something else that you can kind of get into when you're not in the water. What's the surf like for you back home? What's the beach that you're surfing at usually?
So good. The surf's amazing, especially in winter. In summer, it's pretty flat, but when we went to Costa Rica, so good.
Are you guys spending a lot of time in Costa Rica, or is it just like a trip for a surf trip for a week or two?
Surf trip.
Okay.
For the competitions, yeah.
Awesome. And you've enjoyed having an actual tour this year as well with the AASP. I heard that you came out on top there as well.
Yeah, super fun. I'm so excited that I got to visit so many of those pretty places. And now I'm going to go again to Australia. So excited for that, really.
What's the trip that you have planned there? Where are you heading to?
Byron Bay for the AASP first stop.
Fantastic. It's such a good wave. Do you enjoy surfing at point breaks?
Yeah, I do. I prefer that than beach breaks, but you gotta work with what you have.
Nice. Yeah, it is pretty challenging, like we're seeing in some of the conditions out there right now. Currently in the water, Victoria has dropped in a 4.67, so she's sitting in the lead, a 2.43 on the board for her backup score. And Naomi from Chile sitting with that 1.67 as her high score. Blanchette for France with a 0.83. And Pascual of Spain hasn't been able to get her opening ride yet. Let's take a look here, though, at Victoria. Up and riding on her third ride. Just got caught up on the lip of that wave for just a moment. Now, Victoria, originally from Canada, she actually lives in Haleiwa in Hawaii and spends a lot of time surfing some pretty heavy waves on that side of the world. Have you enjoyed the time, Aleli, that you've gotten to spend now that you're on the road traveling more and surfing more of these events? Just getting to spend time in free surfing with women like Victoria and seeing the success they've had in the waves that they're charging in?
It's super fun because you can see everybody's lifestyle. Like when they get out of the water, what do they do? You like study it.
What kind of things have you picked up from what Victoria's been doing?
She gets out of the water and is just really calm, just always with a smile on her face. I like that a lot about her.
Well, a great looking wave for Audrey. Wow, incredible. Carve back into the section and she'll just get clipped by the lip. That was a beautiful wave. Now it took a long time for her to get into that opening ride, but that's going to be well worth the wait and should be setting her up into that leading position with 8 minutes to go on the clock. We'll take a look at the replay of that wave in just a moment. We'll get Aleli's thoughts on it as well. It's really fun to be talking to such a young world champion. You're just at the beginning of your career. I know that your dad and your mom have been really supportive of you within your life. How old were you when they first got you onto a surfboard?
I was 3 years old.
3 years old?
Yeah.
And did you find it fun at first? Were you a little bit scared of the ocean? What was it like for you?
It was so fun. I remember, well, not remember, I was super young, but my parents tell me that every time my dad would get out of the water, because they surf too, I would like cling onto my dad's board and I'm like, I want to go surfing. My turn. But no, I would like play with sandcastles while my dad surfed and then go on the board and go on the small waves on the shore.
Oh, that's so good. I think that's a pretty similar story for a lot of the world's best surfers, that they just grew up in the ocean pretty early. Let's take a look at this one from Audrey. What did you think of this wave?
That first card was really sweet, but then, yeah, as you said, she got clipped on the last turn.
Taking one more look at it here. So a great takeoff. Beautiful looking face in front of her. Love the way that she drags her hand in that, her style coming through in her surfing as well. Now for you, Aleli, when you're in the water, you're having to surf with someone else out there. You happen to have your coach as your dad, Ricky, so it's great to see the two of you. Can you share a little bit with our audience of what it's like to be surfing in the visually impaired 2 division, what it's like for your vision specifically, knowing that you've got, you know, some partial vision, but also that you've got that other element of having a coach in the water with you?
Yeah, well, talking about that, I first noticed parasurfing when I was 3 months before the last year's ISA.
Only 3 months before?
Yeah. I was talking with my friend and she was like, yeah, there's a competition for visually impaired. I was like, what? Really? And my parents checked it out and we decided to go.
That's so amazing. Well, we just saw Victoria with a huge takeoff on another big right. She's looking to improve on the 6.17 and scores are in for that last wave of Audrey. It's an 8.17 for that beautiful right-hander, that open face wave. So that sets Audrey of Spain up into the leading position. Victoria is sitting in second. We'll have another score to come through from her, but that was a really nice controlled takeoff from Victoria as well. We'll take another look here at the 8.17 from Audrey. What's it like when you find a wave in competition, you're in the middle of the heat, you know you're searching for a score, and you actually get that feeling of that green face?
Oh, it's so relaxing because you're like, wow, okay, I can do this, I can do this.
It's exactly what we saw from you yesterday when you were able to find that 8-point ride towards the end of your heat as well. So we're waiting to see the score now for Lasta Victoria. She's going to be chasing down a 3.51 to take the leading position away from Audrey. For those of you that are just tuning in, we're currently about halfway through the day of competition on day 3. And it is a round robin format, meaning that each of these women will have another opportunity to surf. And it's going to be their top 2 scoring waves between the 2 rounds that will count into a total to get them advancing through into the final. It'll be the top 4 surfers out of the 8 competing that will be advancing through to the final. As we take a look here at a really steep takeoff from Victoria, gets up to her knees sort of down the bottom of the drop, and all that training that she's been putting in at Haleiwa in Hawaii has really been paying off for moments like this.
Yeah, since last time I saw her again in Waco Surf. She looked so much like stronger. I was like, wow, she's training a lot. It looks good.
Yeah, you can tell that she's really taking it super seriously. She comes from a really strong snowboarding background before her accident, which has landed her in a wheelchair. And for her to be able to, return to the ocean after that and to find her way into competitive surfing, she's got a really incredible track record as well, where every event that she's entered into, she hasn't walked away with a loss yet. She's one of the winningest surfers actually within surfing, within parasurfing specifically around the globe, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
We've got a paddle here from our surfer in the blue jersey, Audrey, with that 8.17, now sitting into second as a 4.93 has dropped through for that previous wave of Victoria. Now, yesterday in your post-heat interview after your win, you were saying some really beautiful things to the audience that was listening in who would maybe be interested in coming into an event like this. You were sharing with us that you just found out about the event 3 months before last year's World Championships, and you actually walked away a world champion. Is there anything else you'd like to share with those tuning in that may be new to this? Maybe this is their first time finding out about it?
Yeah, well, if it's your first time finding out, there's always the ASP, which you could at least go to one event and see how it goes, see if you like it. That Pismo Beach last year was the first time actually competing in parasurfing, because at home I would only compete in the Fed surf because there's no parasurfing in Puerto Rico.
What's it like for you then at home competing in heats that aren't in a parasurfing kind of setup? Is your dad still able to be out in the water as your spotter?
Yeah, after a year of fighting for it, they finally let him in. But it's challenging because I'm kind of at a disadvantage sometimes. And in the competition in Atillo, there was men and women combined, and they would drop in on me and me having priority because I couldn't see.
Oh, because you wouldn't know that you had priority and there was no one there to communicate to you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm really happy that it sounds like you guys have come out on top within that you're able to, now for the last year, your dad's been able to compete with you as well. And I'm sure that it's helped your surfing a lot in your heat surfing.
Yes, it has. It really has. It's been a really big evolution into my surfing.
Incredible. And you mentioned earlier on that you really love surfing more difficult waves, more challenging waves. Do you have any dream spots that you're just waiting to take a trip to, or any trips you guys have planned coming up?
I want to go to Brazil so bad. Just free surfing. My friend, her name's Maya Carl. She's from Puerto Rico. She went there a few months ago, and I'm like, hey, can you take me? I can fit in a suitcase.
Yes. Get in her suitcase next time around. There's so many great waves in Brazil. So warm as well, and great food, great culture to experience.
Yeah. Temperature is kind of close to Puerto Rico, I think, so it won't be a really big problem.
Yeah, how have you found it coming to California this week, being a little bit colder?
A bit colder, yeah. The coldest I've surfed is Pismo. I was freaking freezing in my wetsuit. But yeah, temperature, I like cold water surfing more than warm water. It kind of keeps me awake.
Ooh, okay, I like that. Well, we've got another ride here from our second place surfer, Audrey. Getting a nice carve for that first turn. She does bite the rail and go down, but she'll be putting a second score down. Great surfing from her though, putting down an 8.17. Really all she needed to do in this heat. It would have been nice if she'd be able to get another really solid score, but she'll have another opportunity in the second qualifying round heat to back up that 8.17 regardless. We got 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Aleli Medina from Team Puerto Rico, a reigning world champion for the visually impaired 2, which is surfers that compete with that partial vision, has joined me in the booth for this, and it's been so fun to be able to talk through some of the action with you. I'm excited to see you competing the rest of the week. What do you have planned for the rest of today in preparation before you're back in the jersey again?
Well, I'm just going to try and relax. I had a massager. Like, you have so much back tension. I'm like, okay, I'll just chill today. But I'm going to see Sean, my teammate, go compete.
Amazing. Well, I'm glad to know that you've been able to get into the masseuse. It's one of my favorite things in the world, so I'm sure you're taking good advantage of it. And we can't wait to see you back in the water for more action. Aleli, your reigning world champion from last year's event. We'll see if you can go one more this year. It'll be really exciting.
Thank you so much for having me here.
So fun. We'll be able to get more insights from Aleli throughout the week. Be sure to stay tuned in as well. We've got the men's kneel division. That's going to be coming up in the next heat. It's going to be really exciting. We've got some former world champions hitting the water, and we've got Sam Bleakley and Ben Way that'll be coming in shortly. Mitch Salazar to join me right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. That wind is howling now, Mitch, and it's looking pretty challenging out there.
Yeah, it's definitely ticked up quite a bit, but I still see a lot of good scoring opportunities out there for these men that are about to paddle out. Round 2 of men's kneel now out in the water, Shannon.
Ibon from Spain, Maxime from France, and Jean-Paul from South Africa, all with an opportunity to improve their results from their opening qualification round. Looking to improve on the first scores that they had coming through. So we'll see how they go in this one, if they're able to improve their standings when it comes to the top 12 athletes that'll be advancing through.
Yeah, and JP had an excellent performance in his opening round, and I feel like Caban, the 14-year-old from France, good chance of making it through into the qualifying rounds and maybe further into the medal rounds too. And Oregi has had a couple of good performances so far in this one. Excited to see what he's able to bring to the table, and it seems like all three surfers capable of being all the way on the outside. And with the kneel division, we've seen some excellent scores throughout these opening qualifying rounds. Shannon, excited to see what they can bring it.
That's right. Ibon had an 8.83 as his highest wave, which was the highest wave of the round. He also backed it up with a 7.5, so he's in a great position, currently leading those rankings. Maxime had a 5.83 and a 0.5, so he's definitely looking for a backup score, but also he's going to need to do even better than that 5.83 to get himself into the top 8. My apologies, I did say top 12 at the start of the heat, but it's actually just going to be the top 8 that will advance straight through to the semifinals.
Yeah, only semifinals, and then after that it's single elimination, and I think this format has been really cool. You get 2 chances, then it goes into single elimination, and I think it just kind of gets you into a groove and a comfort level, and then after that, once you're in a rhythm, you have one single chance to be able to move into the grand final afterwards and get yourself a medal, whether gold or one of the others. But overall, I think giving each other 2 opportunities has been crucial for a lot of these surfers, especially when they're traveling halfway across the world to compete here in HB.
That's right. To fly this far and to represent your country and only have 1 heat would be a real disappointment to be able to.
Welcome to the QS, Shannon.
Yeah. Welcome to surfing outside of the ISA, essentially. It's really hard. It's a really tough one on the kind of a mental and a heart level to be able to swallow those early losses. When you put in so much work, you're feeling good in preparation ahead of time. Ibon now up and riding, and a great looking carve to start off with. Good wave selection. He'll duck out under the lip to finish off with and finish with control.
Yeah, should be a good opening ride here. Just the one carve, a medium-sized set wave for him. And as you can see, they're moving towards the southern end of the peaks over here at HB Southside, which has definitely been a spot that has been quite available so far in the last few heats, especially with the low tide that we're about to hit in around half an hour.
15 minutes on the clock. We got a paddle here from Maxime. He's unable to get into it. So let's go down to the beach to catch up with Sam Bleakley and the winner of that last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Audrey from Spain, an incredible win, beating Victoria Fegi, who I'm sure is one of your idols.
Yes, Victoria Fage, since the first time I have been here, it's like the better girl. So I'm very happy to be here and to compete with her.
And you represent the Spanish sit ski team. You'll be competing in the Para Winter Olympics. Tell us about the parallels between the alpine sport of para skiing and surfing, and what kind of training you can bring from that discipline into wave riding.
Skiing and surfing is similar, so the training is very similar, and the atmosphere here, it's like more like you talk more with the other teams, and being here in the beach is really nice.
And of course, if you had the chance to represent Spain as a para surfer in the Paralympics, you might possibly do what Elena Nichols do, which is represent in both the summer and the winter Paralympics. What can we do as a surf community to help push parasurfing to get in LA 28?
I think we are doing very well. And in the beginning of the championship, they talk about LA 28 and very good news. So I hope to be here in Summer Paralympic Games and Winter Games.
I know you're close to the surf community in Santander. I know you like to surf at Soma. Have you got some messages in Spanish for all of your Spanish surf friends tuning in back home?
Gracias a todos, sin vosotros no estaría aquí, sin Almar, la Fundación también y Miquel, y gracias a vosotros estoy aquí. Un beso, y a mi familia.
Fantastic. Look forward to seeing more of you. Shannon, we'll get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Audrey got this incredible big open face wave, got herself into the eights, as we see Maxime now up and riding. Nice couple carves, driving hard off that bottom rail as well. Frothy section here as it goes a bit slopier and softer. He'll look to ride out towards the finish, maybe be able to redirect if he hits this double up on the inside, and likely get back to his team on the shore for the runaround. Doing really well to stick with this one all the way through. He'll be improving on that 1.33 that he opened up with.
Yeah, and I apologize. I actually said Maxime Caban was 14. That's Maxime Clark, and there's two Maximes on the same team, and I've been in that situation before. My first name, Jose. Imagine how many Joses I had to go to school with.
I had no idea.
Yeah, so, you know, you get to a situation like that, and it's like you need to start calling yourself code names or nicknames or something like that just to be able to identify everybody. But Caban with a good wave right there, the 30-year-old, and that seems like a good way to start off with 12 minutes to go. But as you can see, a lot of these lefts really standing up with that northwest wind just uplifting them on the open face. But there is a lot of wind out there right now, and I think the increase in swell should be a lot more noticeable throughout this afternoon, Shannon.
Now, is your code name Mitchell, or is that your middle name?
That's my middle name, yeah, Jose Michel. My father's name was Jose de Jesus, so he named my older brother Jesus Philip and named me Jose Mitchell, yeah.
Awesome. Love the way that you, just shorten it to the middle name, and great call when it comes to having so many other, friends and family and kids you're going to school with as well.
It's hard, legal documentation though. You have to sign everything with your full name, and every now and then you tend to forget that when people call you for, certain documents, you're like, oh yeah, that is my name. And I do have to remember that's my official first name. So, especially traveling ISA events, you tend to see a lot of people with different names on their bios too, and it can be a little complicated every now and then.
JP Andrews with a solid set in front of him, keeping that body weight, that posture forward. with that trim line and so much speed. That's a great way for him to start things off.
Yeah, and definitely one of the bigger waves we've seen in competition so far throughout the first few heats this morning. And as I said, we're around half an hour away from the lowest part of the tide this afternoon. So definitely seeing a lot hollower waves, but more importantly, some open faces for these men to work with. Score comes through, it's a decent one.
There we go, a 3.5 on the board. We've got a 5.83 for Ibon for his high score to improve on his 4.17 as his opener. However, both of those scores don't really matter at this stage. He's got, remember, the 8 and the 7 on the board from his opening round. But for both and for JP, it's really important for them to get better scores on the board because they're looking to improve their situations overall. At the moment, that 3.17 for Maxime is going to be helpful to his situation, and the 3.5 will be helpful to JP's situation.
Yeah, and Oregi, what he has and what he brings to the table is obviously great organization, as we look at an organized team that is one of the most superb ones out of the entire ISA family, regardless of what discipline they're in. The French Federation, extremely well organized, always brings a good number of participants throughout every single event, and I would have to say, out of every nation overall, they tend to medal most in every single discipline there is. So the French team, Spanish team, I feel like the European countries are super well organized in comparison to most of the countries that we see in the Americas, besides Canada and the United States. And I feel like we could learn a lot from the way they're able to organize themselves, just like as Australia has done over the course of their time in surfing.
That's right, federations that are very consistent at getting their athletes to the podium, the support that goes behind them as well on that journey, it can be really strong. It's great to see a lot of these federations as well starting to pour into the parasurfing community and even into longboarding specifically, when it tends to be shortboard focused for your elite level athletes, trickling down into the juniors that have that real promise. But now to see more of the nation starting to tap into the fact that we could see longboarding enter into the Olympics, we could see parasurfing in the Paralympics as well. These are sports that need to be invested in right now so that their performance levels, come the times for them to possibly be in the Olympics and the Paralympics, will have great performances.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is that there's not a specific time to start surfing either. I mean, Dane Reynolds, I'd obviously have to say, not only one of the greatest surfers of all time, but maybe the most naturally talented surfer of all time. He didn't even start surfing until he was a teenager at the age of 13. So you don't necessarily need to start at the age of 2. The chances of you getting better at the age of 2 are much higher if you start surfing then. But surfing knows no age number and no age limit. So we've seen people in the teens compete at this event. We've seen people in their 60s compete in this event right now too.
It's so true, and you could surf for many, many years and surf as if you've only been surfing for a few years if you don't have the right input, maybe the equipment, the coaching behind you, and the technique. Or you could surf for just a few years, but surf like you've already been surfing for, decades, based off of the training that goes in behind the scenes and those sorts of insights.
And not everything has to be about a competition either. In order to excel and progress, there needs to be a sense of competition among the water. Some people get frustrated by that, as we see Caban up and riding now, but I think overall, if you're not pushing yourself to progress or to improve, you're never going to see anybody from your community get up to a stage like we're seeing right now. The whole thing about surfing is to provide, a future where people are able to enjoy something in the ocean, and if it's not about that, if you're not really enjoying it, then you might as well stop doing it right now.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Ibon in the lead. Maxime paddling back in, looking for that possible run around again, or even just to get himself closer to the pier, because he's pretty well on that north side, with plenty of time still on the clock to get back out for another good wave. JP sitting under second priority, and Ibon sitting with first priority out of backline. Bit of wind coming through this afternoon, pushing more of that swell in. But like you said, Mitch, the faces have still been really clean on the majority of these waves, which is great. That wasn't the case yesterday with that bit of onshore that we had throughout the day. Some of the faces were really bumpy and challenging for the surfers to just stay up and riding.
Yeah, and this is the better wind direction that we have here for Southside Huntington Beach Pier. If we're on the north side, you'd want a southwest wind because it'll usually be something that it's way cleaner for over there. But overall here, on the south side of the pier, anything from the north will be keeping a lot of these faces very clean.
can see a few faces having fun down on the beach and enjoying their time, watching some heats before they might be paddling out, or they've already surfed earlier this morning.
Well, you know what showed up earlier today is the glare. It is getting noticeable, it is significant out there, and a lot of these surfers towards the south, because they are probably being seen a lot easier by our judging panel, but it's noticeable right now, and it's getting to a point where even to see a couple of these figurettes of the colors is getting much, much harder. So with 5.5 on the clock, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of the beach announcers tell the surfers to move over towards the south, because it's going to be harder to see them.
It's so true, and it's just past 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just past noon, where that glare hasn't really been a factor until maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon on our previous couple days, and it gets a little bit worse through the afternoon. But today, it started to really hit around 11. It's already been about an hour. It's just getting more significant now. So it's going to be a challenging afternoon. Challenging for the support crews as well to really be able to see and analyze what's happening for their surfers. So we see some fun little waves, a little bit farther on the inside, sucky little sections popping up here and there.
Yeah, being in the Neo 1 division, this is an opportunity for a lot of these surfers to maybe improve on their low scores that they have. You mentioned Oregi, he's probably not going to replace the scores that he has at the moment, but I think the most important part is just to be able to demonstrate that you're capable of improving them if you're on the right wave. So he's shown a lot of patience. He's only caught 2 waves. Caban has caught 3, but he still doesn't have anything better than a 3.17. Meanwhile, JP has only caught 1 wave, and he's second priority. So there's been opportunities out there for them. They've been a bit out of position, though, to catch those crucial waves that will improve in their score lines. And I feel as of right now, with the conditions changing, and more than likely going to see competition resume tomorrow with a lot of these elimination rounds that we'll be seeing, you want to get things going right now, Shannon. So just under 4 minutes, I feel like you want to post something close to excellence if you can.
3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and we've got JP starting to put himself into position possibly for this wave, or he'll just have to paddle straight up and over. Nice to just have the 3 surfers in the water. Some of the heats or some of the divisions that are more stacked will have 4 surfers. We had a heat earlier today that had the 5 women in the water. For our women's stand 1 division. That'll be the only category, I believe, with 5 surfers in. If there was a 6, they'd be able to split that into 2. But being able to just have the 3 means there's a little more space for everyone. There's a little bit less pressure as well in the field.
See, it's even hard to just pick out which color that is. I believe it's Oregi, but just the glare overall is getting really intense. You can see all the way from the outside. We have no cloud coverage whatsoever, and got to give props to our judging panel, our spotters, our beach announcers too, because it's a really fatiguing job when you have to look at the ocean all day long. As we look at Yvonne up and riding it out, good looking right.
Great looking right in front of him. Speeds around that opening section. Now looking to engage that rail, a little check off the top and into the foam as well.
Well, had an opportunity to at least better the 5.83 right there, and you can tell he's frustrated because with that fall, doubtful that he's going to be able to improve on either of his scores, but had a good chance right there, used priority, waited a long time with priority to catch that wave, and now opens the door for both Caban and JP to capitalize on some good scores in the next 2 minutes. The one thing I will say, right now, with the amount of wind, the amount of environmental factors that are working against you, you need to rely on instinct most of the time, Shannon. So if you feel like you're in a good priority rotation and you can improve on your scores with the wave that you do see in front of you, that's a wave that you should be going on. So don't be thinking about it too much. React to what the ocean is doing.
Be ready, especially in conditions like these where those waves might just pop up and you might have a quick opportunity to spin and go. Saudi Arabia has been down on the beach putting together a great performance this week as well. And we'll have more of those surfers in the lineup. In this current division, could be seeing a new world champion. Of course, we've got a couple of them in the draw that have been putting together some great results. Llewellyn Sponge Williams from the Welsh team took out the win last year. Mark Mono Stewart of Australia the year before that. And it was Alcino Pirata Neto of Brazil. All 3 going by their nicknames, Sponge, Mono, and Pirata. more commonly known in the parasurfing world, and might be some of the surfers that you see around in your home lineup if you're traveling across to different areas of the world. We've got a paddle here for one of our surfers, and he's unable to get into it. But for someone like Ibon, who's made it into the medal rounds before, he's walked away with that copper medal, for him to have finished at the top of the rankings for the end of round 1 with the highest heat total overall would be feeling really confident for him moving forward, because regardless of what happens in this heat, he's going to be advancing through into the next round. He'll be looking like a strong favorite to be able to possibly take away a medal this year.
Could be. You still have 4 heats after this, and the cool thing about the qualifying round format with the leaderboard, you're never going to face the same people in your next heat. So he's had to face 2 different people in round 2. But with the leaderboard format, there's always a possibility of you moving down and your seating getting thrown away because there are people ahead of you. So if you finish in the top 3 or 4, your seating is much more valuable once you head up into the single elimination format.
Well, the clock has rounded out, and it will be Spain with the win, France in second, and South Africa in third. Couple small improvements to the scoreline, but nothing major. So the situation remains essentially the same on our leaderboard after Heat 1. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned as Sam Bleakley and Ben Way jump in the booth right after this.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans. A pleasure to have your company as we move on to heat number 2, because we've got Llewellyn, Sponge Williams, reigning ISA World Gold medalist, Wales' first surfing world champion, surfing against Alta Olivares from Chile, and Isaac Hare, also from Wales. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Ben Way. We're just talking about how excited we were to call it for the Welsh. We love the Welsh surf community. I know they'll be tuning in, and they've got 2 good surfers to enjoy watching here. Both Isaac and Llewellyn, fantastic surfers. Llewellyn there from North Wales, Isaac from South Wales. Llewellyn from a spot called Abersoch in the north. He'll be used to these kind of windy conditions, as we can see that kind of breeze really kind of blowing in. How's that going to affect, Ben, the positioning of the surfers, where they're going to be taking off from?
Well, it's interesting because I was standing outside with Mitchell Salazar while Ellie Lee was in here, and we were noticing that the wind kind of switched from the north, kind of filtering through that pier. It almost appeared to be kind of offshore, but it's more of like a side shore. And so those lefts are opening up the barrel. So the wave's trying to break, but all that wind blowing into it is just holding that tube open. So we would love, especially with this Neil class, which is the best possible stance besides prone to really squeeze and fit inside to the shape of the barrel. I would love to see some tubes out there.
Absolutely. 16 minutes remaining. It's a 20-minute heat. It's a leaderboard format, so this is qualifying round 2, but there are only spots for the top 8. It's the top 8 who'll go into the knockout semi-finals, as we see Alta Olivares on a nice little right-hander there. Bottom turn, little top turn there as that wave just dies out. So the 23-year-old from Chile there, he will be getting that first score on the board, but it looks like we've got waves ridden already for Llewellyn Sponge Williams. A 6.0, great start for Sponge, and a 4.0, really strong start for Isaac. So carrying already scores from that first opening qualifying round. Sponge got an 8.33 and a 7. So that 6 wouldn't go into his top 2, but if we look down the list and see the scores that Isaac Hare got, he got a 2.9 and a 1.23. So that 4 is going to be a keeper for most likely for Isaac, unless he can get 2 scores higher than 4 in these last 15 minutes. Sponge has a look, looking to add to that 6. His partner Sarah will be on the beach there. I know that Ben Clifford, the founder of Surfability, will be raising that Welsh flag with pride. We just saw their new team member Kirsty put on a fantastic performance in the stand division. They've got a growing, strong team and a lot of national pride at stake, Ben.
Yeah, and then coming in here with one of the heroes of the sport at the moment, Sponge, coming in here with a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence in getting to feel right at home, as Sponge has done some amazing things out here in California.
And talking of feeling right at home, I mean, what a wonderful opportunity for 2 good mates to be competing together. You know, these guys have surfed all over the world together now in competition, and just sitting out there, as we can see Isaac Hare up and riding, nice high line, good cut back, puts that board on rail with a bottom turn there, just looking back to the left just to see if he needs to cut back, and gets that board engaged in rail and speeds through this section. Nice surfing from Isaac Hare to add to that 4.0.
Yeah, I love how he accelerated right there, just in that slight, subtle change of body positioning. We do see a score that came in for Chile's Alter Olivares, and he had momentarily popped up on top, but here we have that score for Isaac.
This is Sponge's 6.0. Bang! Blast that through that section there. So kicking off with that 6, Sponge, dynamite. Avasok has a really good left-hander that he's used to surfing. But what about this backup wave there from our surfer in blue?
Yeah, I like this. He just kind of searches down the line. He sees how, oh, wow, that is one that we hadn't seen. And now we have Isaac. This is another wave. So we're seeing some fresh replays. There was so much action going on that we're seeing all these waves for the first time. We did see this one where he slides it back, kind of puts on the brakes. This was a smaller one.
Well, the last one we saw of Isaac was a 4, and we got this open face wave from Isaac here.
This is the last one, yeah. So right here, you see he throws his head over the nose, and watch how it accelerates right there as it kind of hooks on some of that lateral energy coming across as we have live action.
Sponge, Llewellyn Williams, beautiful bottom top turn combination, backed up with a 2nd. The way he used all of the wave there was incredible. That was a difficult foamy face, but he projected, and to ride that high part of the wave whilst coming off the bottom of a foamy section, that's an extremely high degree of difficulty. That was absolutely dynamic. I really am impressed at the growth of Sponge. He continues to develop his equipment with Johnny Purton, as we can see Toby Williams there pushing at full speed Isaac Hare down the beach. Ben Clifford would have been doing that from Surfability, but he took an injury to cut his Achilles heel, so he's currently recovering from the injury. As you can see him there on the beach with the Welsh flag with Sarah there, who's the partner of Llewellyn Sponge Williams, and that's Matthew Thorne, who has been representing Wales as well in this growing strong teamwork at its best, Ben.
Yeah, so what I want to mention is, as we have 2 members in the same category, you can look at the fins on that board right there. He's got those upright twin fins. Sponge right now will be on the Mark Richards twin fins with no center fin. Wow. On that JP board. So he may be getting some tips from Sponge about equipment, because they're riding something very similar as far as the fins go.
And the wow was a big 7.17 for Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's going to replace his low score of a 7 from his opening qualifying round. So that would add to the 8.33 to put him in a commanding situation to kind of match the scores that we've been seeing from North Spaniard from the Basque Country, Ibon Origi, who's been looking really strong and is going to be a big contender along with Mark Mono-Stewart and Sponge for that gold.
Yeah, as you had mentioned, that 7.17 was so dynamic. Staying in that critical section, very, very high degree of difficulty. I can't wait to kind of pick that wave apart again in a replay. The thing that I noticed most about that ride was the difference in body position between Sponge, Isaac, and Altair. The way, the angle that they kind of bend their head over the nose, you could see Sponge's head was literally about 2 feet from the nose, just completely throwing his weight forward at certain moments of that ride and just getting in such an aggressive stance.
And with that, Shannon's down on the glass with the winner of our last heat, Ibon from the Basque Country in North Spain. He's there.
Ibon, congratulations on another win, another heat win. Now you're already at the top of the leaderboard though from your previous heat and you weren't able to replace any of those scores. How did it feel for you knowing that you had taken out the leaderboard, especially over world champions like Sponge and Mono?
For me it's amazing. They are my reference, and for me it's quite new, this sport, and I am always looking them in the internet and Instagram. It's amazing to stay here with them, and I am fighting with them, and I am really happy.
Talk to me about the equipment that you're riding. Is it similar to what you're seeing them on as well?
Yeah, this morning was better, and now it's windy, it's choppy a little bit, and it's more difficult. There are some good waves, but big waves, quite big, but up and they are closing so fast, and it's not really easy to ride there.
Yeah, making it quite challenging. Now, what about your surfboard? That equipment, is that similar to what you're seeing Sponge and Mono riding?
I'm looking a lot of times their boards, and it's similar. Mono has a special one. I like this board, but I haven't enough money to try board like that. And maybe it's my idea one day try one of these. This, for me, is the performance. The perfect for me with my amputation. That's the perfect board maybe, but maybe with the time, I can make one.
Well, thanks so much for the insights. Well done on another heat win, and we'll see you out there in another day or two.
Okay, thank you very much for everything.
Thanks, back to you guys.
Ibon Origi sizzling hot with an 8.83 and a 7.5 out of Zarautz on the Basque Coast there of northern Spain. Looking for inspiration to Mark Mono-Stewart and Llewellyn Sponge Williams, but now demonstrating that he's a hot contender for gold here at 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Champs.
Yeah, coming out of Zarautz in the Basque Country, which has formed amazing pro surfers in the Spanish pro scene, like Aritz Aramburu, who has his family's restaurant right down on that beach that he lives at. And beautiful, beautiful beach. Have you been to Zarautz?
Yeah, many a time. Fantastic.
Have you ever skated
place.
the skate park?
Yep, skated the skate park.
Did you eat in the restaurant behind the skate park?
Yep.
Arguiñanos?
Brilliant food.
Best.
Recommended to everybody. Great place. Love the Basques. Love North Spain, but also love the Welsh. As Llewellyn Williams is in the lead with a 7.17 and a 6 is his backup score. And Isaac Hare has got a 4 and a 2.83, but our Chilean Alta Olivares has got a 3.3 and a 3.07. Little set on the horizon. What's going through the minds of these three surfers right now, do you think, Ben?
Wow, this is amazing. Well, for right now, I mean, as we are collecting those high scores, that's one thing. But as far as Red in the lead right now, Green's not necessarily worried about taking the lead, but he does not want Blue to come up and snatch that second position. And Blue, unfortunately, has just kind of picked up some small waves. He hasn't really shown us what he can do just yet. We saw that in just one turn of one of the rides. But if he locks onto one of those good waves, he's also a fierce competitor. But just amazing surfing. We've got this tide draining out, which allows them to kind of catch a breath. It's taking some of that energy out, putting a little bit more space between those sets. So they're able to regroup, relocate, and I think it's going to be a very exciting 7 minutes to finish this one off.
And of course, Altair Olivares, the 23-year-old, has been a finalist across the last 2 years at the World Parasurf Championship. He finished in bronze last year, but he finished in silver in 2021. So is there going to be space for him this year in the final? Of the 17 surfers who've competed in qualifying round 1 and qualifying round 2, 8 will progress to the semi-finals, and from that moment it'll be knockout. Top 2 will move to the grand final, and 3rd and 4th will be eliminated.
Yeah, things are going to get a little bit more serious, but right now everyone's still enjoying the sunshine, great conditions, and this morning was just unbelievable, but this is still great by any means.
Absolutely, and Llewellyn comes off the back of some really great swell at Abersoch there in North Wales, and he's up and riding right now. He's just going to drop into this nice and low and deep. Beautiful bottom turn, top turn combination on his Johnny Purton built board, claiming that this is the best quiver he's ever gone into a competition with. JP, iconic Welsh shaper, has put beautiful equipment under the feet of Wales's finest wave riders for many years, and we can see Sarah absolutely buzzing with that one, but also wanting to communicate a couple of messages. What do you think she's trying to say, Ben?
Oh, Sarah Gibbons, you know what? She is just probably just yelling into the air, sending those... I'm not sure if Sponge actually listens or he can even hear, but she definitely sends the message out there in vibe.
Altair there, nice bottom turn, but takes a fall on that second rail engagement, so it's unlikely he's going to replace that low score of a 3:07. So as the leaderboard stands right now, it's the likes of Yvonne, Llewellyn, Enrique, Masufami. They're some of the top names that have been putting together the biggest numbers, looking to book themselves a spot in the semi-finals. If you're getting a little bit lost with all of these scores and this leaderboard, stay tuned and look at the results there on ISAsurf.org, because you can click into the links to see the results of qualifying round one, and you can start to do the math and see where things are on the leaderboard as we just move into the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so what we're starting to see is, I think, starting to realize that second priority was up for grabs there. I guess they are going to give it to Sponge. We had Altair take a little paddle. While both of them were going for that second priority, Sponge just happened to be a nod farther out.
Sponge getting into the industry as well. He's founded Hop Along Clothing there, so that's really exciting to see him putting a lot back into parasurfing. And there's a great film called Sink and Swim that you can watch by Remco Merbis, which is really kind of celebrates how the therapeutic and life-changing qualities of wave riding can really be so important for people who've experienced trauma. He said, as soon as I got into the water, I felt I was born again, and surfing was going to be my life. As we see Isaac Hare up and riding, a school teacher from South Wales, on a beautiful overhead section with a bottom turn, top turn, carves out of it, and then has so much speed there. He just almost seemed to get bounced off his board after that acceleration on his beautiful twin fin as he put that second turn on rail.
Yeah, he was cooking on that left, and that's actually going against that wind blowing against him. And so definitely picking the right line on that wave, and he's required a 9.17 to take over the lead. He will probably replace one of these scores and might actually make his highest scores back up. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what comes through, because he's got a 4, so he's most likely going to replace both of his scores from his qualifying round one, which was a high 2 and a low 1. As we can see, Mark Mono Stewart there eyeing the action, eyes on the prize, 3 times ISA world champion, the mighty Mono there. Of course, age 53 when he won that inaugural Neil title in 2015. He was the oldest surfing world champion, and he's still as fit as a fiddle and going hard. He'll be coming up pretty soon. He'll be surfing in heat number 5, but up and riding right now it's Llewellyn Sponge Williams, our reigning world champion, jamming that Johnny Purton JP board on rail, throwing spray, dropping back down out of that section. I love the power and aggression, the torque and the arc in that turn, and he's now just going to kind of keep this coming through to the inside because he knows he's only got 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining. So it's very possible that he won't paddle out for more, Ben, because he's put some big numbers on the board and he might replace that score of a 7 or a 6.
It's just like completely satisfied body language we're seeing right here. I'm quite sure he will not be spinning around, and we should see Sarah Gibbons running down there with the flag at any moment now. But that turn right there was my favorite of the heat by far.
Big shout out to Hop Along Clothing, founded by Sponge there, as he sits back down into the beach chair with the big tires, and
they're going to run him down
back
there.
Well, there we go. Yeah, he might want to have a little bit more, or he might actually just go back to Welsh HQ there and just kind of feast on the action and wait to hear the score that he's got, because he's already got a 7.17 and he's probably going to replace that low score. He might even improve on that 7. I mean, that was a pretty impressive bit of surfing.
Sarah's like, get out there. And he goes, I don't have any more time. That was too funny. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I love that.
I love this. And she's looking to check how much time's left. All right, you win this time. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Fantastic moment there, as we can see, an 8.57, so it does go into his top two. It replaces his 8.33, and you can see Nick Hounsfield there from the Wave in Bristol giving a high five to Llewellyn Sponge Williams for that massive score. That is an absolute beauty, and he's going to be absolutely sizzling at that. It's not the biggest score of the round. We got an 8.83 from Ibun in the first round, but wow, let's get the replay of this. And why did that go well into the excellent range?
Driving in it, he knows to avoid that first section to just get enough speed to hook it, and he actually just fully stops the board as he's completely turned the opposite direction and able to ride out over a pretty critical drop as the bottom dropped out of that. And after this, it's basically just a victory ride.
Hook, line, and sinker. Action Man from Abersock drops an 8.57 for Llewellyn Sponge Williams on fire, securing his spot in the semi-finals in style.
So 25 seconds, and we're going to see what happens. It's probably going to stay the way it is at the moment. Doesn't look like any more waves on offer. We're down to 15 seconds. And so I have the feeling that green will end up in second or end up staying in second as we go into these dying moments, and we can hear them counting it down now.
Yeah, and he's backed it up with a 3.63, so it looks safe for Isaac Hare if there's not some big scores in the later rounds to book himself a spot in the top 8, but it will be borderline. We'll have to wait and see, but Llewellyn Sponge Williams, that's pretty much a guarantee that he's going to be in the top 8. As we can see, England team manager Phil Williams, we can see Ben Clifford from Wales and from Surfability UK there. They're pretty happy about that performance with Sponge there in the middle. That was sensational, but we got some big names coming up. We got Red Dog Wheatley for Australia coming up next, but as we go into the break, I'm just going to keep it quiet and let you enjoy the action here of the Welshman, the reigning world champion, putting that Johnny Purton board on rail.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Pleasure to have your company, Adaptive Sports fans from around the world. Thanks so much for continuing to support us and tune in to day 3 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship as we continue the Neil division, as we've got heat number 3 on our hands. Enrique Saliva, the 2018 Gold ISA World Champion. Red Dog Wheatley out of Australia, the national champion from this year, the Newcastrian from Newcastle. And they'll be surfing against Vicente Cuevas from Chile, and up and riding already. It's Enrique there with a really nice ledgy left-hander. Looks to be riding a twin fin, as so many of these knee boarders do ride twin fins. Ben Way, little insight there. Why is the twin fin a common fin setup for the Neil category?
Well, one thing is, while a twin fin can be a little bit shifty and hard and unstable to balance on when you're standing up, when you have this lower center of gravity and when you have contact on the rails, you're able to really crank it over from one side to the other. The other thing is, a lot of these Neil boards have a lot more surface. And what I mean by the surface is the amount of width and board underneath them. And by having all of that width, you're basically dealing with one side at a time. And so you've got a fin on each side as you crank it over. Had the fin been in the center, you would be actually releasing that fin where you want to actually dig it in. And so previously we had George Greeno on a forward set center fin back in the days of when kneeboarding really came on the scene and changed the entire surf world by the lines that were taking on waves. And then you have the likes of Mono, who's got a quad that he swears by, a really tight clustered quad. But it seems like that kind of outside rail set fin configuration, either the quad or the twin, really favors to these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, great to reference George Greeno and all the kind of kneeboard inspiration here in the Neil category, as we have 16 minutes remaining with Red Dog Wheatley out back there waiting to get his first score. Couple of scores to be dropped. It looks like Enrique will have a pretty good ride, but someone who was on fire, bringing the Welsh Dragon to Huntington Beach, going for gold once again, action man from Abersock, the Welsh champion, Welsh legend, reigning world champ, Llewellyn Sponge Williams.
You've just taken out with that 8.57. You've bettered your 8.33 that you had from the opening round, and you've taken out the top of the leaderboard. I got it here in my hands. How are you feeling?
Oh, feeling really good. It's super difficult out there, like the current coming from the pier sending you south. Yeah, it's tricky out there, but you get the old pockets and the old shoulders. So yeah, I was lucky to find the right ones.
Making it look easy. Now you got your support crew, you got your partner down on the beach, as well as the rest of the Welsh crew. But how good does it feel to come in after a solid performance like that and just get hugs all around?
Oh, it feels good. It's like they all give me pressure before I go in. Like, come on, Sponge, you got this. So I'm like, oh, I'm thinking, paddling out. I'm like, okay, gotta do this. So yeah, with the support, Sarah especially, she's can hear the whistle from out there. The only thing we can hear really. So yeah, she's by my side every competition around the world. So yeah, it's amazing to have her by my side.
Fantastic. And talk to us about your equipment.
Yeah, so this is a JP surfboard. I ride 5.6s. I've got another one in the van that I just got a week before it came out, so I haven't had enough time on it. But I'd like to say thank you, huge thank you to the mailing room, O'Neill and Spencer Hunt for the continuing support and making this possible for me.
Great. Well done on another solid performance. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much. See you.
Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Sponge, going for gold once again. An absolute legend. All the Welsh surf fans tuning in will be so proud because he was last year the first Welsh wave riding world champion. So that was a massive moment for a fantastic culture of wave riding. Wales continues to produce some of the best bodyboarders, longboarders, shortboarders in the planet, particularly feasting on those fantastic choice of waves they have, a real wintertime kind of playground of powerful, juicy, high wave quality. And I know that there's a great deal of pride from the Welsh Surf Federation for the achievements that Llewellyn Sponge Williams has kind of done with his surfing. And also, we have to have a big shout out for Isaac Hare there, who looks to be on that kind of cusp line for potentially getting in the top 8. It's going to be close, but up and riding right now. It's Red Dog Wheatley. Beautiful bottom top turn combination with Red Dog coming hard off the rail there and putting a big carving arcing turn. He's going to feeling good about that, Ben.
Oh man, he looked like a ping pong ball on that thing. The speed that he's getting. And his board looks really twitchy. And I mean twitchy, I mean it's just constantly responding to his every move. And so that's going to be exciting to watch. And he had shown that board. It's he's also riding a twin fin. And the board that he has looks like it possibly could have had a quad setup and ended up kind of shifting the fins forward.
Works a lot with Mobility Clinic on the waves, which is a big opportunity for amputees across Australia to safely access surfing at various places. So follow Red Dog Wheatley on Instagram at Devon Sanger, DEVONSANGA, to really learn more about the great work that he's doing. He's got his 510, he's got his team. The Irukandjis are going to be running him up back up to that pier bowl paddle out.
Yeah, so looking at the outline of that board, check that out. I mean, it's really, it's the outline of a small wave kind of performance shortboard fish, not like a kneeboard where you would see the wider surface, wider tail.
What's the
they
speed
are motoring.
limit? Because if there's any speed cameras on Pacific Coast Highway, they might well be breaking the speed limit. Woo!
Yeah, so that explains a lot, though, as you can see how narrow that tail is considered, I mean, compared to the other riders' equipment. It's not a knee-specific board, And so that would explain a lot of those really quick rail direction changes.
Big score drop for Red Dog Wheatley out of Newcastle, a 7.67. So that's his highest score so far. He got a 6.83 in round one, but he didn't back it up. So if you combine that 6.83 with this, just dropped 7.67, he's looking promising to be one of the higher seeds moving into the semi-finals as we get to enjoy this.
I love, he's got way more of a lateral stance. He's obviously a goofy-footed stance rather than the more of direct stance, and you can see how he whipped into that snap so hard, and just a really tight pivot, getting in that critical section, and that would explain that high number that he's got next to his name.
Yeah, and it explains why he's the national champion, the 42-year-old. And what will be the difference in technique between what we see from Mark Mono-Stewart, where he's more parallel facing the nose, compared to that more sideways stance as we would see for a stand-up surfer?
Well, in Mono's case, since he does have his stub, he's got the deck carved out for him to kind of sit his amputation inside the board, and then he's got a pad for his good leg on the other side, which would not allow him that sideways stance. And so the way Mono's board's set up basically makes him perfectly direct, which, and the way it would benefit you is it doesn't make you necessarily regular foot or goofy foot, so you might almost be more of a frontside approach on either lefts or rights, whereas Red Dog was definitely a full backside snap on that one.
Full goofy foot attack from Red Dog there. He's got a 7.67. He's going to get a backup score if he can in these last 10 minutes. Enrique has got a 6.17. Actually doesn't go into his top two because he had a really strong opening qualifying round, dropping a 6.3 and a 7.33. So that's not a carrying score for Enrique. But Vicente, he needs a score. He didn't have big scores in that opening round. Vicente got a 2.13 and a 1.2, so he really needs to put some solid numbers in the 5 kind of ranges to really stand a chance of getting in the top 8.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some. One thing is this lower tide. It just makes the face stand up so much more. It produces those critical sections. And we have Red up.
Up and riding. Nice off the bottom. Big sweeping turn, throwing spray. I love that projection. You could really see the spray come off the top of that turn. What did he do wrong to not ride out of that line?
Well, you know what? That was almost a similar setup as Sponge's last maneuver in that critical section, kind of up in that pocket. He hit this one later, and as the bottom dropped out, it just seemed like he was still over the nose coming out of that turn.
Vicente up and riding. Pier bowl left, off the bottom, off the top. Hand drag, and then stands tall up there, and then just hits that foam. So he'll get a score, and it might be an important score for him because, like I just said a couple of minutes ago, he's carrying a 2.13 and a 1.2, and you kind of start to get the feeling that that score might really kick off his opportunity to make a push for the semifinals.
That's great, and you definitely want that confidence while you're out there just scouring the lineup, looking for any opportunity, and so you are always happy to pick out it. That was a pretty nice left as well, with great speed, and so we'll see how that works out for him.
Red Dog Wiggly sitting out there in the lead, part of Team Irakanji's, the Australian team there, brilliantly balanced team. They've got 9 men, 4 women, 13 athletes there. They got some big names who've already performed very well today. But what about this replay of Vicente?
Okay, off the bottom, he kind of goes for a hit there as he was kind of going over kind of a lateral bump coming over the face. So that did kill his speed coming out of that setup. Watch as you see from the right side, right here, right as he's setting up, this bump just kind of hangs him up here, and he's unable to really build up the speed he needed for this next section. It just kind of zooms out. But he did do a nice little redirection there.
Of course, Chile just played a big role for the ISA, recently hosted the Pan American Games there, that beautiful long narrow strip between the Andes and the Pacific, you know, with all of those ranges of environments from the Atacama Desert and all that great mineral wealth and all those incredible left-handers as we see. On a right-hander, it's our surfer from Brazil, Enrique, off the bottom, off the top, spray thrown, carving through this section. A second turn uncompleted, but good ground covered, and one solid completed maneuver, done with a lot of flow and style, I will emphasize.
Yeah, the second half, it looked like he was really negotiating the sections. So he wasn't sure whether to hold back for a later section or get into action And I think that last maneuver, he came in a little bit late, kind of a last-minute decision, therefore making it incomplete. But he has seen his second score was a 4.23 for the previous wave.
Red Dog up and riding off the bottom. Big jam, vertical re-entry hit there. Not able to ride out of that turn, but looking loose and lively from Newcastle. Red Dog Wheatley won't replace that big score of a 7.67, but he will add his second score. He will replace that 0.5. It comes in at a 1.87. So will that push him up into the lead? Let's have a little replay now of an Anike from Brazil.
All right, off the bottom, gets that quick redirection on the lip. You can see he was eyeing up this section, see if it was going to open up. And right as he was going up where he thought it was going to open up, it pinched. We'll watch this again. So that's definitely the meat and potatoes of his score as he's looking for another opportunity here and just gets there too late.
Big shout out to the brilliant production, the great broadcast. Thanks to Jay Johnson and his amazing Action Sports production team here working with the ISA, because all of these different angles we've got, you know, this is a lot of people working hard to bring you this live broadcast. So big thanks to that fantastic coverage. And look at the team support we got on the sand there as Anike gets motored up the sand, not as fast as the Irakanjis. I'd call that, you know, maybe he's going like at 15, but the Irakanjis maybe like 50 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're having a little regrouping coffee talk speed here,
A little,
I think. Yeah.
little kind of Brazilian, kind of like little kind of a capoeira dialogue going on there. But he's looking relaxed, and that's an important thing because he knows he's already got a 6.7 and a 6.16. So he's already sitting as one of the highest seeds moving into the semi-finals. But if you start to pick at the names, the top 4 that might get into the final, it's going to be very tricky to make this Neil final. There's new names coming through, but there's some stalwarts surfing at the very top of their game.
Yeah, and in the other classification, it was the top 12 that could move through. This is a much tighter constraint with the top 8 only moving.
Yeah, and that's relative to the number of entrants. There's 17 people in this men's Neil, and that's why only 8 will move through to the knockout semi-finals. We got some great characters coming up. We got the Cornishman. We got Martin Pollock out of the Lizard Peninsula there in Cornwall, veteran from Afghanistan. Martin Pollock is an absolute great character. We've got Ollie Vaughan-Jones, a wonderful surfer from Wales there. He's the founder of Arctic Fox Adaptives. He's going to be coming up surfing in our next heat. And then for all you Australian fans tuning in, of course, we've got Mark Mono Stewart. I mean, and tell me how important Mono has been, Ben, for the Paralympic movement.
I'm sorry? I had someone speaking in the back of the booth.
I was just asking to just really emphasize how important Mark Mono Stewart has been in the Paralympic movement and adaptive surfing more widely.
He's the godfather, and not only he, we also have Alcino, Neto, Pirata. Mono and Pirata were the original members really getting this movement started, and so it's thanks to them that we even have this sport in the first place. And to have Mono still be a full-on contender this far into the growth of the sport is amazing.
And he's recently got through cancer as well. That has to be said. You know, for him to be here at this level is incredible.
Yes, he had some type of lung disease. I think you have more information on that somewhere on your cards. We'll check into that later into his heat when he comes up. But yeah, just a complete fighter, beautiful oil painter. I don't know if you've seen his art.
Oh, they're incredible.
Makes amazing, picturesque, colorful waves and wave scenes and barrels, and then also a surfboard airbrusher for many years. And here we go, green up, Vicente Cuevas with much better wave.
Beautiful green canvas ahead of him there. And he unfortunately takes a fall on that second section, but we could just see the scoring opportunity there. Clean, fast. He's got more of a pulled in pintail, slightly narrower outline in the back compared to the fish-shaped tails we've seen from some of the other competitors.
Yeah, and that would benefit him in those tighter spots, help that board roll from rail to rail, but also make it a little bit stiffer as you get into that open face. But he was able to get much more degree of turn in that last wave.
And Anike out there in the lead with a 6.7 and a 6.17. Now that 6.7 will go into his top 2 because he's got a 7.33 that he carries from qualifying round 1. So that puts him in a very strong position to be among the top 4 seeds. Red Dog Wheatley there. He's also in a very good position now with a 7.67 and a 6.83 that he carries from his first qualifying round. So Vicente is going to take a turn and have a look. He's going to duck under this one and he's going to pop up cleanly. Have to say, surfers tuning in around the world, thanks for joining us. It's been an incredible day. We've got so much more to come. We will continue all the way through to the 11th of this month of November, so we've got a few more days yet, and we will adapt to the conditions and we will be crowning those world champions. And of course, as we can see, Enrique there getting a really nice end to his ride. What we have to really emphasize is that for all of these para athletes, this is an opportunity to show to the world, to showcase to the decision makers at LA 2028 that para surfing is a cutting edge para sport with a fantastic movement, and it really deserves to have a place in the program for LA 2028.
Yeah, and I think one of those discussions is going to be the entertainment value, and you cannot beat this.
Wow, entertainment value. I mean, 1,000 out of 1,000. Absolutely incredible. And also, what's so exciting, is, of course, is it can use the same facilities as the surfing venue for the Summer Games, Olympics. And I even remember, great visions watching on television the 1984 LA Olympics when I was pretty young, watching Carl Lewis win the 100 meters. And it's just such a glamorous place, Los Angeles, to be hosting the Olympics and Paralympics. And it's just going to bring the world together, like the Olympics will also do in Paris this summer.
Yeah, in the 80s, I grew up in North Hollywood and I actually had a chance to meet Mayor Bradley at that time, which was very, very cool. And yeah, memories of Los Angeles. We're just down the beach from Los Angeles right here in Surf City. And we're now in the Orange County, just up the beach at the top of the point, which you can see on some of these views, is where Los Angeles County starts. And here we have an overview of this last 10 seconds. It's gone kind of quiet, and you see some people trying to kind of migrate and see if there's any sort of opportunity to grab a buzzer beater.
So down into those last seconds, it's Enrique who takes the win there, and Red Dog Wheatley improves his situation. Vicente still well placed to possibly get in the top 8. Congratulations to all of those surfers. We'll start to tabulate who will be sitting in the top 8, but stay with us, Parasurf fans, because we'll be moving on to Japan, Hawaii, England, and Saudi Arabia represented here as we continue day 3 live from Huntington Beach, Surf City.
Adaptive surfing is when somebody with a physical disability gets out in the ocean and figures out how to ride a wave. It's basically all that's going on there. Every type of ability, from a single leg amputee to a visual impairment to somebody with paralysis like myself, figures out how to get on a board and ride a wave. It's pretty simple.
It's competing against other people that have some kind of physical problem.
To be an adaptive surfer, you've got to be resilient. You've got to have a little bit of ingenuity. You've kind of got to deal with the cards you've been dealt with. It's just a way of surfing differently with your own skill set, and I guess just what life has given you.
A couple of modifications, maybe a prosthetic leg, maybe a special board. Doesn't mean there's any less stoke, just, maybe a little more thought goes into it.
Well, for me, adaptive surfing is like surfing like everybody else, but doing it as you can.
It's all about fun, adaptive fun, We used to have fun on a normal surfing, able-bodied surfing, but when you got hurt or you got any kind of disability, you gotta still having fun. So that's adapt to fun, I think.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in wherever you're tuning in from. And if you're tuning in from Saudi Arabia, your surfer is the first to represent your wonderful nation here at the World Parasurfing Championship. It's Munad Al-Maki, the 23-year-old new to surfing, having started just 7 months ago in Sri Lanka, but keen on cross-fitness, an Ironman, an influencer with his CrossFit training, and he's going to be surfing against Hawaiian Josh Bogle and Japanese surfer Masufami Kobayashi, and also the fantastic surfer based in Wales, representing England, Ollie Vaughan-Jones, founder of Arctic Fox Adaptive, riding his Roger Cooper built knee board. Look out for Ollie. The Arctic Fox is going to be flying the flag for both Wales and England in style. He's going to look to add to his scores from that opening round of a 1-5 and a 1-3-3, so he'll want to kick off things strong. But what about our Hawaiian, Josh Bogle? I mean, he's an absolute legend of parasurfing, and you probably know a little bit more about how much of an attacking, stylish approach Josh has got.
Yeah, he's always got brings such a good vibe, so much aloha down to the site here, and also loves charging waves. See a lot of, he's very active on his social media. You can see him training all year long and some pretty good size surf. And he's on a new board this time by Matt Kinoshita from Kazuma Surfboards, and the thing has been working great.
Well, we got a bit of glare there. I mean, it's pretty hard to see which color
I think
that
that's
is.
Masa.
So there we go. It's our Japanese surfer with our opening wave. Kicks off with a 3.0 there. And here's our surfer in blue. It's Josh Bogle out of Haiku, Maui. Looking good on this replay, Ben.
Yeah, nice big cut back there. And that might be a different board than he used yesterday. So
Big late drop for Ollie Vaughan-Jones there. He kind of got nice and high, committed to that section. A very, very excellent sit skier. What you'll find from Ollie Vaughan-Jones is he'll never turn back. He was diagnosed with ME in his 20s, and that left Ollie without the use of his legs. He spent 10 years really struggling, but 5 years ago, travel really built up his confidence, and then he got into sit skiing and then surfing, and now he's based in St David's in South Wales. As we can see, a big arcing turn from Josh Bogle there. He takes a fall. He's got a couple of scores to drop. We've got a 4.83 for that opening ride, so that's a nice start for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, so that's definitely a different board than Bogle used yesterday. The one he used yesterday was a smaller, shorter, wider quad shape. This one looks like more of a rounded tail. So I'm sure he's kind of figuring the bigger conditions, go with something that's a little bit faster down the line, a little bit more stable possibly, but that did work against him in his turns. I think he had more degree of turn on the other board, but still he is out in the lead with a 4.83 and a 3.17 at the moment.
Just before we started the competition, I did see Ollie having a little free surf, and he did take a pretty nasty wipeout, knocked his fins out, but he fixed them back in because this guy is an engineer, and he's up and riding right now on his Roger Cooper board there. Founder of Arctic Fox Adaptive, Ollie Vaughan-Jones, accelerating off the bottom, might get the opportunity to connect with this little foam ball reform there. He's ended his ride in style, has Ollie Vaughan-Jones, to add to that 2.67.
Yeah, so we've seen on that earlier drop of Ollie, now with these lower tide conditions, especially with that kind of side offshore, it holds the thing open, and then all of a sudden the bottom drops out and there's nowhere to go. So you got to be really careful not to get those early waves of the set where there's no water in the flats. And I was talking to a couple of the competitors earlier, giving some advice, and I said, when it was bigger, take those later waves in the set, because you get that water left over, that residual water, and it actually deepens it up, creates some shoulders, and creates some transition to make those drops easier.
So Kazumu surfboards, a lot of the Hawaiians riding those. Tell me about the significance of Matt Kinoshita and Kazuma.
Well, you know what? Matt is one of the most generous shapers out there. He's got a very, very active Instagram, Kazuma Surfboards, and every day he puts up tips for shapers on how to make things better and how to shape easier, as well as giving different examples on what tools he uses and all the different ways that you can make a board. And very, very exciting to watch. And for any kind of board nerd, you guys should definitely check out his Instagram, Kazuma Surfboards.
That's Tyler Pike. He'll be coming up in the 5th and final qualifying round 2 of the men's Neil division. As we can see Josh Bogle there paddling out for a little bit more. Josh from Haiku in Maui. And of course, he spent a lot of opportunities traveling as a parasurfer. He historically has been a very keen action sports enthusiast, a quadruple amputee, and really found surfing to be a huge freeing experience for him, as it is for many. And with that, talking of a high flyer, someone who just put some big scores on the board out of Brazil, Enrique is on the glass.
That's right, another solid heat for Enrique, another post-heat interview as well, showing that consistency in your performance. What have you been doing behind the scenes coming into this year's event to keep that consistency going?
Oh, this year, like actually in the first semester, I almost didn't surf because I stayed in New York for a while, and so I couldn't surf. But since June, since I moved to Pismo, like I'm surfing almost every day. So, and it's just enjoying each moment. So today I try to enjoy more than like first hit. We are always like, there's a lot of anxiety, but yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Did you find you were able to enjoy it, especially after getting such solid scores in your first heat, knowing that you didn't need to improve too much anyways?
Yes, but like today I miss it. I fall on some waves that I know I can get better. So it's always like good, and now I can get better for the next hit. I hope I make the semifinals. They didn't finish yet, who knows? But yeah.
Impressive performance so far. Anything you'd like to say to your friends and family tuning in, whether they're in Pismo or all the way at home in Brazil?
Oh, I will still give a shout out to my friends in Pismo, to my family, love you, my friends in Brazil, and actually also to the Secretaria Nacional de Paradesporto in Brazil, which is the government who is sponsored us for these events. Today, like we are staying in a nice hotel here in front, and I can like wake up, we put the computer, we watch the hits in the webcast, and also like from the balcony. So it's so nice to have this support, and we want to me and all the team, we want to thank you for that.
Well, I love hearing that support from back home and really giving you guys the best opportunity to feel relaxed and ready for success.
Yes, thank you.
Well done, and we'll see you back in the next round. Back to you guys.
Great to hear the federations getting behind the adaptive surf teams, and places to stay so fundamental with competition success. When you have that opportunity to keep your eye on a particular break and not have to travel a great distance to go and have your free surfs or go and attend your heats, it really can make a huge impact. And when it comes to the ISA's work, supporting federations is a big part. The ISA is the international federation comprised of 130 national federations, and a national federation has the same objectives as an international federation, but within the scope of the particular country, and that's selecting national teams, running national championships, crowning national champions, and training surf, SUP, and adaptive judges and coaches, and developing the sport at a national level. And there is a lot of funding available within these governing bodies, so it's really important if you're new to parasurfing and feel like your surfing governing body isn't representing you, go to them and really make a push, because the increased participation is all going to benefit that push for Paralympic inclusion in LA 2028.
Yeah, I was just looking at that last ride of Josh. I believe I did make a mistake. I think that is the same board that he was on. When I looked at the bottom, it is that quad. And we haven't seen much of Red after that one wave. I'm trying to kind of see where he is in the lineup, Masafumi Kobayashi. And so he's got one score at the moment, but no priority boxes. So it looks as though our surfers are still trying to find their way to the outside lineup point.
So some scores dropped for Ollie Vaughan-Jones. He's got a 2.67 and a 0.73. So that 2.67 would be a carrier for Ollie, but he wants to get something bigger to give himself a chance to get into the top 8. As we see our Saudi Arabian surfer, only been surfing for 7 months. A great moment for international parasports there. Fantastic to see. Of course, Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia there, a place that you know we don't associate with surfing, but there is you know the coast of Saudi Arabia that would have some small windbreak waves, but it will be the kind of inland surfing facilities that we will really facilitate the opportunity for wave riding, as well as the opportunity to grow sub teams and travel. And we're seeing the presence of Saudi Arabia you know, at ISA events over the last few years, and that's extremely exciting because it has a hugely young population. A large proportion of the Saudi Arabian population are under the age of 35. So action sports like parasurfing can be massively appealing for that young, youth-driven community.
Yeah, and to keep up on all the activities that they're up to, you can check out Saudi Surfing on Instagram.
Absolutely.
And lots of great updates.
So Josh Bogle there out there in the lead with a 4.83, looking down at some of the scores. That 4.83 would be a keeper for Josh, Ben, because he's got a couple of high threes. So that's a good start for Josh, but he wants to get something in the 5 range to really secure that top 8 spot.
Yeah, and he showed some amazing turns in the first round. Much different conditions. They had a lot more room, a lot more shoulder to really swoop those turns. And right now with these low tide conditions, there's not a lot of open space, so we're not expecting to see too many cutbacks, but we will see some really, really critical sections, and if they're able to get a maneuver within that critical section, not easy, and they will get rewarded for the difficulty.
And what we're seeing for the surfers who are going up into the excellent range, Yvonne, we're most likely to see that from Mark Mono-Stewart. We've seen that from Llewellyn Sponge Williams, is using all of the wave coming off the bottom and coming off the top. And there was one particular turn that Llewellyn did today in the previous heat that was, well, it was actually 2 heats back. It was just outstanding the way he covered ground. It was a foamy bottom turn, but he came from the very lowest part of the wave to get to the very highest part of the wave with so much control, as we see Ollie Vaughan-Jones, based in Pembrokeshire, surfing for England, working his way through towards the pier there, adding that score on the board, looking to replace a 0.67, signaling a little bit of communication to his English teammates back on the sand, as we can see our surfer from Japan riding on through. What do we know about Masu Fumi and the kind of parasurf community that will be behind him watching this event right now?
Well, Masafumi Kobayashi is from Aichi-ken, which is Aichi Prefecture, which is just about 3 to 4 hours south of Tokyo. But he does do a lot of surf practice up in Ichinomiya, which is the Chiba Prefecture, same right down the beach, about 10 JDs down from where we had our first Olympic surfing. And I actually met him there in the water before my first adaptive event ever. And we made friends, had a few sessions together, and then ended up meeting up just a week later in Pismo, which was very cool. But after his surfs, he was spending a lot of time on the beach filming Chikako, which is one of their surfers that we have in this in the upper limb division and stand, and filming her and kind of just setting up for some replay. So kind of some coaching from the beach. And
she won a heat against Liv Stone earlier today, didn't she? She looked
that
really
was
good.
Nagisa. That's the newest member.
And she, wow, incredible performance.
Yeah.
That's got to bring out a lot of confidence in the Japanese team.
Now we're seeing a lot of turbulence underneath the pier now, and as you get to these lower tide conditions, you don't have as much of a rip, and you don't have that little safety zone as much as you did earlier in the higher tide heats. So it's making it a little bit more tricky to get out.
So that's the next heat coming up. We've got Mark Mono-Stewart there. We got our surfer from Cornwall in the UK. Martin Pollock, fantastic surfer there. Great to see Martin flying the flag for England, as we see Munad Al-Maki from Saudi Arabia looking to add to that 1.67. Only been surfing for 7 months, but if you follow him on Instagram, you'll see that he's a CrossFit influencer and does a lot of Ironman training, and now is falling in love with surfing, and that's going to be very exciting as he becomes a new role model for the emerging adaptive and parasurf community in Saudi Arabia.
I love this little setup of having this current and actually forcing communication between the competitors and the support in between the waves as they relocate back to the pier. And it's great to kind of reset, talk about maybe change your strategy, and also what you see from outside of the water is different than what you see inside the water. So it's great to have that little extra tool to use.
And with the kneeling category, surfers riding waves in kneeling position who might have an above the knee impairment or both lower limb impairments, but some of these surfers also have upper body impairments, like you see with Martin, a triple amputee. He's a veteran from Afghanistan serving in the British Army, and big shout out to all of the surf schools back home in Cornwall, the likes of Dan Joel Mole, a fantastic shortboarder, a legend, who was one of the first people who got Martin Pollock into wave riding. And Martin really talked about how that was a new lease of life for him, an opportunity to feel free and express himself. And Martin, a proud Cornishman. Cornwall, a kind of more of a kind of independent region of the UK, has the same level of pride and kind of expression that you might find from Basque people in North Spain, or of course the Welsh or the Scottish, and has its own language. And Martin certainly will be flying the flag for Cornwall, but part of Team England. We're now seeing Ollie Vaughan-Jones still in the heat here. He's got a 3-1-0. So this will be interesting because Ollie might be able to give a few tips to Martin as he paddles out about positioning.
Yeah, that helps a lot when you have this many changes from heat to heat in conditions, because the tide's constantly moving, the wind's changing direction, and it's a whole new day every heat. So if you got someone that was just out there, you can go, you know what, told you to sit over here, but now actually I think I want you to sit over here, and you're probably better off over here. You can get those little kind of that little intel and the little backup ammunition to get out into that heat with some confidence.
Bit like when Sponge came in to finish his heat, and his partner Sarah said, "Get out there for more," and he said, "I haven't got enough time."
That was too funny. That was such good timing.
Brilliant stuff. You'll have to go and watch that replay if you missed it. I'm sure you would have watched it if you're a fan of the Neil division, because he's our reigning gold medalist. But coming up next is Mark Mono Stewart. So we really want to see some fireworks from the mighty Mono, because admittedly for him, he did have a slow start. He got a 5.67 in his opening qualifying round. He backed that up with a 2.23. So the pressure's on Mono. At the moment, he hasn't really got enough points to guarantee a spot in the top 8. So he's really going to have to go out there and put on a show. And if anyone can put on a show, it's Mono.
He's loving that pressure right now. I guarantee it. I just can't wait to put on a show and just stack those points on, as we see Team Japan looking on. Jari-san.
I mean, it's great, Ben, as well. Your insight into the Japanese parasurf community is absolutely invaluable, and it's just wonderful to have this shared space. The likes of our Saudi Arabian surfer coming through to the inside with our Portugal flag and our Japanese flag flying, and this beautiful community that we see represented at ISA World events. But it seems particularly holistic and much more tight-knit within the parasurf community.
It's amazing, and after basically 3 short years of being part of the community, these people have turned into my people, and it's like half of the reason to come up here is just to hang out and share these vibes and this great energy. And that's going to push me on through the year, just trying to help develop the sport and help the growth as well. As we get into our next heat, I'm going to want to speak with you a little bit more about the importance of kneeboarding in surfing, and don't have much time left in this heat for it.
Yeah, I mean, we did get the opportunity on day 1 to really talk about that and the influence of George Greenough on the shortboard revolution and the breakthroughs in fin designs and performance and involvement surfing in the pocket that was really pushed by Nat Young, Ted Spencer, Bob McTavish, but it was the trendsetter kneeboarder George Greenough. And what we also see now into the Neil classification is how our surfer from Australia, Mark Mono Stewart, has been a trendsetter for the approach of these Neil category surfers.
Yeah, and he's basically been the first one to show what can really be done, and especially in the parasurfing community, and we're going to see that happen soon.
Well,
coming up next.
Yeah, you said it, Ben. Coming up next, Mark Mono Stewart. Congratulations, Josh Bogle out of Hawaii. Ollie Vaughan-Jones stands a chance. We'll have to do the math to see if he made it into the top 8, but we got fireworks coming up next. It's Mark Mono Stewart, multiple world champion.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
There are 9 classifications for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we're currently just at the finishing round of our men's kneeling division. We've got 1 heat left, and from there we'll know the full rankings and what top 8 surfers will be advancing through to the semifinals. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action, and we've got a really stacked heat with England, Australia, Portugal, and South Africa in the water.
Yeah, and 2 of the better representatives in this classification, as you were mentioning, Martin Pollock and Mark Mono Stewart. Tomas Freitas out there from Portugal in the green as well, and Tyler Pike, the lone South African in the water in the white. But Pollock, a big staple of the kneeling community here at the Parasurfing World Championships. Big representation here in Huntington Beach. You know, he has a couple of his really good friends from this area down here supporting him. But meanwhile, though, you have the 61-year-old former multiple-time gold medalist in Mark Mono Stewart from Byron Bay in Australia. He needs to improve on both of his scores to be able to move through in the single elimination round.
Yeah, really important for Mono to get things going in this heat. It's his last opportunity to keep himself in an advancing position heading into the next round. He's taken out the gold medal 3 different times within his career, the most recent being in 2022, of course in 2021. In 2022, last year, we then saw Llewellyn Sponge Williams get his first gold medal, which was very exciting. We'll see where Mono fits in the conversation this week, as we've seen some really outstanding performances from a few of the other competitors.
No doubt, and especially with these kind of conditions, it's up to anybody, and I feel like a lot of these surfers can be in a good position for a lot of these Pure Bowl rights that are coming through. It seems like at least 3 of the surfers in towards that direction. And we might have our first wave ridden right here, because a good left coming through might be Blue in the correct position for this one, Shannon.
No priority established yet, but whoever has the inside spot. Like you said, Blue having a paddle for it. He's unable to get into it, but he was the surfer with the best opportunity.
And it seems like White here, Tyler, might be having a look at this one, breaking a bit further inside. He's going to let it go too, but, you know, despite this wind really picking up, there's a couple of very clean waves out there as we're looking at the replay of, I believe, last heat surfer in green. Because out there right now is Tomas Freitas. I believe that was Olivon Jones from England in the previous one. So big drop, and as you can see, those lefts still very clean despite that northwest wind pushing those waves up a bit more.
Yeah, that's right. Really clean faces, solid size as well. That swell has held through the entire day. The wind has changed. It's made it challenging on some levels, although still really, really contestable. In comparison to what we had yesterday afternoon, though the surf is bigger, it's a little bit harder to stay in position. The wave quality is much, much better than what we saw in smaller, sloppier surf yesterday.
Yeah, this is normally a day that we'd see at this time of the year be quite crowded in the afternoon. Everybody gets out of school. Everybody wants to surf. People know there are waves, but to film, most of the time, this isn't the kind of light setting that you want to see with the backdrop. So most people will usually be out there in the morning if you do want to get some clips. But in the afternoon, with all the kids coming out of school, you'd be seeing this as a packed day, especially since there's a lot of peaks spread throughout the entirety of the beach on both the north side and south side.
Plenty of opportunity to catch waves in Huntington Beach. If one peak is crowded, just paddling down to the next one. We've got 14 and a half minutes on the clock. We've got everyone paddling to adjust their positions. While they do, let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat in Ben Way.
Thank you very much. Here with the winner of the last heat, Josh Bogle. Congratulations. Josh Bogle representing Hawaii. Great performance out there.
Oh, thanks, brother. I first want to just give all the aloha to Maui, all the healing that's going on, all my friends in Lahaina and the whole Aina. Really just want to just send our prayers and all the energy from here back to them. And so this win, it's in honor of that. That's where I learned to surf. So we'll just give it back to the Aina.
Bringing it strong, and the board nerd that I am, we were talking about your new equipment from Matt Kenishita from Kazuma Surfboards. I actually, for 1 second, I had thought that you'd switched boards just from an overview. It kind of almost looked like a different shape. When I saw the bottom and the colors and the forefin, I was like, okay, we're back on that magic board that he loves. Let's talk about that thing.
Okay, so I started out surfing at Hokipa, and Matt Kenishita, he's a surfer there regular and amazing shaper in Maui. He came up with this design for a kneeboard from surfing with me and surprised it with me a month ago for the US Open. So I've been on this thing about a month and a half and absolutely love it.
It looks so good. Tell me the difference in how it felt in today's conditions compared to yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before that you surfed?
It was the day before, and it was morning glass. Today is a little more similar to Hokipa wind chop, so I really got to take the board out in what I normally surf in. So it's bumpier, it's a little wider, and I think the paddle volume out there definitely helped me not need the chair assist until went over the falls on a wave, knew that I didn't have the paddle strength to get back out, so I used the chair assist to use the pier advantage.
Yeah, and one thing is in the morning we had that higher tide, more of like a rivery current. It looks like it's calmed down just a little bit, but it's still trying to pull you out of the zone, right?
It does. I actually use that to my favor with some of the waves. You can see the waves coming through, and you can position yourself and find that peak in that magic spot. Yeah, and one wave got away. I think the wave of the day got away. I just got bucked off of it, but I'll live to surf another day.
I'm seeing high fives, Evisol. I'm seeing a couple new sponsors, I think, on your board this year. Wow, I want to say a little something to the people who are supporting you and making this happen for you.
Absolutely. So to all the Ohana at Laird Apparel, you guys are amazing. Getting to train with Laird at the pool, definitely learning new breath techniques. High fives. I appreciate you guys supporting this dream and just working on this together. I train at Deep to Peak and Avasol. It's all about saving our reefs, our beaches. I actually found a piece of plastic floating in my heat, grabbed it, stuffed it in my jersey, said a little prayer, hoped that it would stay in there. And when we took the jersey off on the beach, it was still there. So I was able to get the plastic in the trash. So just doing our part.
We love it. Keep those clean beaches and keep those vibes high. And we want Lahaina and Maui, everyone, lots of high vibes. We're bringing it for you, and this guy's going to bring it for you as well. Thanks so much, Josh. We love having you. Thank you so much, Maya, for coming up here, and we'll see you later.
Brother, hey, appreciate you guys. Aloha.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Powerful words from Josh Bogle, and a powerful symbol as well, grabbing that plastic, putting it in his jersey. We saw the same thing from the 8-time world champion Steph Gilmore at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, running down the beach for the start of her heat. They started as sand starts there. It wasn't starting out in the water, so everyone would be on the sand and start at the same time and run down to paddle out. She saw a bit of plastic down on the beach. While running out, decided to stop, pick it up, put it in the trash, ran all the way back up to throw it away, and then paddled out for her heat a minute late. But just to show that symbol of taking care of the oceans, doing what we can to protect things when it's right in front of us.
Well, and it's the place that we love the most, so might as well take care of it just as well as she takes care of us. And overall, I always think that the 3 R's are a perfect example of what we can do as surfers. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's as simple as that, and I think it all starts with education both at home and at school, Shannon.
10 minutes on the clock, and just a 1-point ride on the board for an opening ride of Tyler Pike. So very slow start to this heat. Essentially a restart for each of them, going, all right, rather than thinking I'd missed the first 10 minutes, they've got 10 minutes ahead of them, 10 minutes to get those scores on the board.
Yeah, and for most surfers out there in the water, they're needing scores to move up into the leaderboard rankings, and I feel as of right now, there's a lot of pressure upon the shoulders of Mono. 61 years of age, but he doesn't let that define him. In fact, I feel like he's actually aged like a fine wine, even better throughout the course of time. And as of right now, though, it seems like HB has been a tough challenge for him. A lot of people come here thinking that it's a wave that they'll be able to conquer within their first heat or two, but especially in the later afternoon with the glare, with the chop that you're seeing, it tends to be a wave that can be very difficult to compete at. As we look at the first wave here, I believe this was Tyler Pike, the South African. Got to his knees up right there, and just a 1-point ride for him, but still on the board now.
All right, so getting a little length of ride, but judges, again, in this heat, watching to make sure that each of those surfers are not riding in that prone position, but actually up onto their knees, as it is a kneeling division specifically. So that 1-point ride on the board. For Mono, as you're saying, you know, wanting to try and do better than his first heat, he did get a 5.67 as his high score in that heat. He'll be looking to improve that, though, especially given the quality of scores that we saw drop through from some of the other competitors in the last few heats earlier in this round. They were able to improve their standings. Coming into this, Mono was ranked number 6, so he was within that top 8 conversation. But we know some of the other competitors were able to get a lot of really healthy work done within their heats. We've got our surfer in green now, Tomas for Portugal, paddling himself into position, as unable to just get into that wave, so he'll have to reset and reset priority as well.
Yeah, and he's really young, only 18 years of age, from Viana do Castelo over there in Portugal. Kind of a newbie when it comes to competing on the international stage, especially at the World Championships. Same could be said for Tyler Pike, 27 years of age, from Cape Town, South Africa. Loves to surf that beach break of Kometje, as you were mentioning before. Am I pronouncing it right?
Kometje?
Kometje.
A little different.
Yeah, it's difficult with a lot of the words being brought over from the Netherlands or from Holland now, I guess you would call it.
Like the Dutch language.
And then you combine that with the normal African language that they used to use there, and there's a couple of words. KwaZulu Natal was something that I felt was pronunciated very much like we do here in Latin America, but a couple of other words I struggle with, especially the Dutch words.
Definitely, and one of the reasons for that in South Africa is because South Africa as a nation has 27 national languages. As official languages of the nation, their national anthem has 27 languages within it, and so it's a very a varied culture when it comes to languages. As we take a look at a bit of a spill here, off the takeoff, there was no priority established, start of the heat. Mono maybe had the inside position. What are your thoughts?
He did, and I think that's going to be a mistake by Freitas right there. So Tomas probably going to get an interference since there wasn't priority established between either surfer. It's going to be a non-priority interference right here, but clearly a right, and no doubt Mark Stewart with the inside positioning right there. So lack of experience by Freitas, but still, it's your first event at this point of your career in a world championship setting. Don't get upset with yourself. You still have 6 minutes to go out there and compete and at least get a top score on the board.
That's right. He has had some great results in his competitive career, though, for Tomas. A second place in the juniors in the kneeboard world titles, the kneeboard surfing world titles. So he's got to tap back into that mode of knowing, he's risen to the occasion in other events before against some great competitors around the globe. Now he's got an opportunity to put some distance between him and the other guys and set himself up for a good wave here coming down to the final 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of consistency with our calls in terms of both priority and interferences throughout this event. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a non-priority interference be called right here on Freitas. But for Mark Stewart, too, you need to recompose yourself, regather, knowing that that was an opportunity that wasn't necessarily your fault in terms of the hindering of the performance. So with 5 minutes and 20 seconds, at least try to go out there and post something above a 6 if you can, because I feel like there's been quite a few opportunities for all these surfers to go out there and get at least one good score on the board.
It's going to be a shocker, as well as if, 3 of our surfers come in who are great talents that don't have scores on the board. Well, now 2, Tomas drops in a 0.73 and a 1.27 on the board for Mark Mono Stewart from those takeoffs where they were colliding together. We've got some camaraderie down on the beach with Team Saudi Arabia and the Irkandji sharing the green flag together.
Yeah, and, I think there's a lot of unity when it comes to promoting surfing throughout the world, and especially in countries that aren't necessarily considered surfing nations either, and to see a lot of the Aussies come together and support other different nations that are rising throughout the sport of surfing. It's really encouraging to see, and hopefully we get to see some more countries that, even though they have an ocean, they haven't really had the kind of participation that we would normally see from other nations at the ISA level.
It's so true. We've seen the Saudi Arabian surfing team growing as well over the last few years. We've seen them competing at the World Surfing Games, at the longboard event, as well as the SUP in paddleboarding World Championships that just took place. Their team includes women now. They've been really investing on that side of growth, which is incredible to see. So it's been great to have the inclusion of them in the conversation, and for the first time having a para surfer represented this year.
Yeah, and I think it's Sean and Daniel Barr who represent Iran. They weren't necessarily born there. Their parents are from there though, so they have the heritage. And what they were able to do, they've been one of the few competitors that have actually represented that country within the World Surfing Games, and I even think at the Longboard Championship too, in order to get their federation going and get more surfers involved, because that's the whole goal. It starts with 1 or 2 people, and next thing you know, you have an entire team. So the thing is just to get people involved, and once that happens, it's all downhill from there. Everything starts to work out quite well.
That snowball starts rolling and picks up momentum as it goes. 3 minutes on the clock, a paddle from Tomas. He's unable to get into it, but we do now see that an interference has been called on that last exchange.
Yeah, and with an interference too, regardless if it's a priority interference or a normal interference, the person that interfered, that wave will not count. So as you can see, just a couple of zeros in a scoreline so far. Meanwhile though, Mark Stewart does get an incomplete ride, just a 1.27.
He'll duck dive this wave. A steep takeoff for Tomas. He'll go down over the falls. 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Mono putting himself back in position. Pollock currently sitting with first priority. He hasn't caught a wave yet, but coming into this round, he was sitting in the top 5 conversation. He was looking to improve on a 4.83 as his high score, a 3.33 as his low score, try and keep himself in that top 8 conversation. We've got a set rolling through here. You can see the guys starting to put themselves into position.
Yeah, and it seems like there might be a good ride here as Pollock having a look with first priority. Not going to be able to get into it. Freitas, though, might have a rebate wave right here on the shore break. No, close but no cigar.
It's challenging always to tell really what the wave is like or the face of the wave is like when we're looking from a drone angle, but it does seem like it's challenging to be in position for where this wave is actually going to break. A lot of these waves look like it's challenging just to be able to get into them. As we take a look now at Tomas, great takeoff. He'll be looking to improve on that 0.7 as his score on the board.
Well, contrary to popular belief too, it's easier to actually catch the wave in the steepest part of it, even though it seems a bit more intimidating than rather than catching it on the shoulder. It's way harder to get into the power source on the shoulder because it's not really breaking at that point there. So it might seem a lot more intimidating and a bit scarier, but it's really way easier to catch it in the actual most critical part of the section.
That's right, especially in conditions like this where that wave's already starting to feather just right off the lip, and you can really get that extra boost into it. From there, it's really helpful to be quick to that stance, whether it be in the kneeling position that we're currently in or heading into in our next rounds in the standing divisions.
Yeah, but that's where you see the people that are actually doing their homework, especially knowing that the tide's coming back up right now and everybody has had a chance to at least catch one wave. I feel like there's been plenty of waves out there. Everybody's just kind of been out of position and caught in the rip for the most part.
So we've got a scorch drop through for last of green. We've got red now up and riding for Pollock on a great looking wave. He's going to jump from 4th into the lead with this score specifically off the top to finish, and well worth the wait. A long time coming for that wave. Catches it in the final 30 seconds of the heat.
Well, and it was a very important wave due to the fact that a couple of people moved up in the leaderboard too. Remember, you're taking your 2 best waves out of the 2 qualifying round heats that you have. So if you improve on your low score or even on your best one, you're going to be keeping this one. So a clutch performance right now in the last 30 seconds for Pollock.
Scores to come through. Previous wave, last 2 waves of Tomas, a 2.67 and a 0.93. Now with the penalty, he will lose the 0.93 from his score line. Or sorry, he'll lose half of that score from his score line. So he's sitting on a 0.47 as his backup score and a 2.67 now as his high score. in that leading position, but we are waiting for the best wave of the heat to drop through that was caught just before the buzzer for Martin Pollock of England. He'll no doubt take the lead with that.
Yeah, and it seems like it's going to be a good score right here. Looking at the replay, great use of the rails right there. He even hung on to the outside rail for a little bit, but that little snap that he had in the lip line at the end gets him the victory in this one, and more importantly, something that'll add up into his top 2 scores, Shannon.
That's right. The surfer from Cornwall jumps into the lead with a 6.67 for a win. We'll catch up with him shortly. For that, we'll go to a quick commercial break and bring you back with more action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. More to come.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Well, we are back and we'll be getting those official results for the top 8 advancing through into the semifinals from our men's kneeling division. And we're now heading straight into our men's stand 2 division. We've got 3 surfers in the water for heat number 1 of the round. We've got 5 heats in total with Rafael Lauders of Brazil, John Bolanos of Costa Rica, and Matthew Goujon of France looking to put their best scores down on the board and improve on their situations possibly from their earlier round just yesterday. Taking a look at this division specifically, it's our Stand 2 division, which includes any surfers riding in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or a leg length difference. So we'll see surfers out in the water, more than likely competing with that prosthetic leg on either their front or their back foot, or potentially competing with a leg length difference as well. We've got 16.5 minutes still on the clock, a 3-point ride on the board so far for Rafael, as he has a look at this wave and decides not to go. Shannon and Mitch here to call the action.
Yeah, and you know, going into a new classification right now, we've seen these men compete before, and here goes Rafa right now. He's been a great competitor, dropped an excellent heat total in his qualifying round, heat 1, and I think as of right now, it seems like this is going to be a competitive one. Matthew having a look here.
Up and riding on his backhand. Great looking start for Matthew. Snap. Goes in for that second turn as well, sets his rail, and he'll ride out clean, hits eject, has that prosthetic on his back leg, which allows him the quickness of getting that front leg up and in position. As we take a look now at Rafael, great 2-turn combo. He walked away with some really solid scores in his opening round heat and is looking to go there again.
Well, he looked great on that one, and Goujon with an important wave in this qualification round, especially with only having 3 people out there in the water at the same time, was imperative for him to get off to a quick start. and does so with this great wave right now. I think this is going to be a significant score, and we all know what Rafa Lauders is capable of. Seems like he's going to drop an excellent one as well.
15 minutes on the clock. It was a buzzer beater in that last heat that saw Martin Pollock of England take away the win. Cornwall going through, and he's down on the beach with Fenway.
That's right, Shannon, Mitch, thank you so much. We're here with Martin Pollock, the buzzer beater for England. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So, out of the just to enjoy the California sunshine rounds into the elimination, a little more serious, a lot of things going through your head, and you had 19 minutes with no wave. What was going through your head right there?
Well, I kind of got into it thinking I need to only improve at least one, and if I got one in the first time, I was going to struggle to get back out today. So I was just sort of waited for a good one to come, and it was kind of always out of the spot, and just thought I was just waiting. And I thought there's nothing coming. Missed one about a minute or two before, and then it's just like, come on, give us something. And then looked round. I knew there was less than a minute, and saw that coming, and I just went. So because I've been looking for rights as well, and then that was left to come through. So.
You had a really nice score from your first round, but you just had that one high score. Knew you had to tack one on. Huge shocker for Mono Stewart out there. He was unable to find the score that he needed.
Right, yeah. Yeah, he said he'd struggled on one wave and a chop bucked him off or something. And I kind of felt kind of comfortable with it, even though it's super wonky, because we get it like this at home quite a lot. And I've had a lot of lefts at my home break recently that are quite similar to that. So it's just did what I did, kept holding that rail so I didn't get bucked off, and just held on for the floater. So at the end, so it was it was pretty stoked. And actually, it's the first time I've made it through the first round into the eliminations for the semis. So that was my main aim this time, and I achieved it. So yeah.
So much excitement. Sam Bleakley in the booth with me comes from the same area. Man, he was over the moon as well. And man, you have so much support down here, both with the Welsh and the Team England team. And this is just so exciting. You have so much momentum in this day.
Yeah. I'm really grateful for the support from everyone, and I'm lucky enough to have a lot of support from locals as well, because I spent quite a bit of time in HB before. And so actually one of them apparently like 4 seconds before that was like, come on HB, give him something, and then come through. So.
Surf City loves having you and the rest of these amazing competitors.
Can I just give one shout out as well to HB Surf School here and Bill Sharp for letting me get the board.
Don't forget about England as well, but yeah, let's take care of Surf City first.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And yeah, thanks to everyone back home for support, and everyone here too. Cheers.
All right, and so they may end up giving you that board if you win this thing.
Well, I don't know. Is this like the first time that a foamy's made it to the semis, is it?
Right, I'm gonna go do my homework. You guys at home, go check on the web and check our previous comps. And I'm going to give some water to Buttons because Spike Kane's here out in the sun supporting you. We'll get back to the live action. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Oh, that was awesome. Foamies all the way to the finals. Surfing like that, he could be on his way to a gold medal.
Now, Foamies have won events before, Martin, so get luck to yourself moving through. He's in the semifinals now, and look at a couple of competitors coming up, Mike Coots and our surfer in the blue jersey, Nakman Valulu from Israel, who will be coming up in heat number 2 of this round. But yeah, I think overall, you know, what he was mentioning, that there are certain people that already went out there with the mentality of only wanting to improve on one score. I think that was a smart game plan as we look at the replay there from Rafa. Just to close out, this comes in as a 6.67, so a solid score right here for Matthew as he moves up into second place, but more importantly is going to replace one of his low scores. This is a 7.67 for Rafa Lauders, and you can see right here just the amount of flow that he was able to keep on this wave on the back end. Really impressive stuff. Saw him before he paddled out with his earphones in. He was very concentrated and focused on this heat. And then you have John from Costa Rica, real positive surfer, loves to box in his spare time, but coming from Costa Rica, very used to surfing a lot of beach break conditions. And this is now Rafa's low score of 5.83, the one big floater, and he loved it, Shannon.
Oh, great surfing from Rafael. The 7.67 does move into his top 2 scores. Coming out of his first round, he had an 8.17 and a 7.17, so he's now improved on the 7.17. The 5.83 would be great for a lot of other surfers in the draw, but for him it's too low to factor in. For Matthew as well, that 6.67 does greatly increase on his scores. So he's currently sitting outside of the top 8. He's got some work to do to get him in there, but that 6.67 is going to be helpful. He is going to need to get himself another wave though, because he just has a 2.77 as the high score from his opening round. He's going to have to get himself one more better score to have that potential of jumping up into the top 8.
That's a cool photo right there. Martin Pollock with Mark Stewart, and they just shared the water together as competitors against each other, and now as friends on the beach. Goes to show you this goes a long way in terms of, you know, being friends with each other once things hit the land again, Shannon.
It's so true. Great friendships that developed through the years, and it's been awesome to see these two and their momentum since the beginning days of Parasurfing World Championships, specifically for Mono there in the yellow shirt for the Irukandjis, the Australia team. He took out a win the very first year that the championships won back in 2015, got his first world title, was able to back it up 2 more times. As we take a look now at Rafa with a great looking wave in front of him, hits the section, throws a huge claim, and he's looking to try and improve on that 7.67.
Well, you're mentioning that is now his low score. He has an 8 in a scoreline that he's carrying right now into the elimination round, but he is just in rhythm. And I think that's a very important thing to be able to continue to have moving into your next rounds. He seems comfortable out there. It's still challenging, but as I said before, Huntington Beach this time of the year, this is 7 out of 10 for me. You're surfing most times in the afternoon when it's clean as this. So for him to be able to find a lot of these waves that are opening up, that's a great thing for his heats coming up later in the event.
So true. So scores to come through now for the Brazilian. And our surfer from France now sitting in position, looking for a steep takeoff. That was going to be challenging. You could see on his positioning for him to get up to his feet. So he'll lose priority there.
He was in between 2 minds, didn't know if you should go right or go left. And I feel like at the end, if you feel that you haven't committed to one way or the other, just eject, and that's kind of what he did. But it's almost better just to hold your priority and not have to go on one of those waves if you feel like it's just going to be one of those runners that might even close out on you. That kind of seemed to be the case right there.
So true. We've got that small score, 0.57, that's dropped through for Matthew as his backup score now. John from Team Costa Rica sitting in 3rd position with a 2.33. He's not back out in the lineup yet. We haven't quite seen that priority given back to Matthew as the farthest out. There it is. And scores are in now. Another replacement on the board for Rafael. It's an 8.10, and he's now got 2 8s carrying through as his best scores.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to beat as of right now. I know this is only the first heat, and JP Vaudry is coming up, but just based off of what I'm seeing, he seems very comfortable out there in these kind of conditions that remind him a lot of home in Brazil. And Rafa right now throwing away a 5.83 and a 3. Seems like he's going to be up and riding again on another left.
Great looking wave.
Oh.
Change of direction. Huge whip on his backhand. Goes in for a second. Throwing so much spray. Holding on to that control as well as he'll go down on the inside section.
Well, this is by far his best wave. I mean, he fully commits to the first section. Steep and deep bottom turn. And I think more importantly, the 3 elements that are basic in every judging criteria, the speed, power, and flow, was definitely present on that one. I feel like we're going to see something in the 9s or at least in the upper 8s for this one. And there it is.
An 8.93 now takes away his highest wave overall. He'll have the 8.17 from his first heat. As his backup, he's dropping 2 7s and an 8 now as the top scores that could have been counting for him, and showing why he is our defending champion, our defending gold medalist in this category.
Yeah, and this is kind of more of a medium-sized wave, but look at how steep that pocket was for the first section. Beautiful snap for the second one, and I mean, if he's able to fit in a 3rd, there probably could have even been a 10 thrown in there too, but just excellent flow and beautiful read on that wave, Shannon, knowing that the only way he was going to be able to replace an 8 was with the combination of major maneuvers. Did so right there.
Incredible surfing, great consistency. You can see that he's really enjoying the beach break conditions here. I'm sure he's had a few surfs back at home that would remind him of this exactly. Just getting out there, whether that wind is blowing or it's a little bit cleaner, but having those clean faces, a lot of great little waves, pockets popping up here and there, really just being on the hunt in that treasure-seeking mode. Rather than waiting for the wave to come to you, he's really been eyeing out different corners, moving around the lineup, and getting up and going on multiple opportunities.
Well, and you can tell he's done the work leading up to the event, too. There are too many people that maybe rely on just wanting to do all of their work once they get to the event or just pre-event a few days before. He's obviously surfing morning, afternoon, and late in the evening, too, because most of the times to replicate these kind of conditions, you'd have to paddle out on the worst day at your home break. So despite this being a 7 out of 10 here for Huntington Beach this time of the year, this is still challenging. There's a lot of paddling involved. It's not an easy paddle out either. Usually having to go under the pier can be quite intimidating. And then you have to factor in the wind, the glare, and more importantly, the pressure that you have when you're involved in the competition format. So as of right now, with 5 minutes to go, 17.03 heat total. Doesn't seem like the pressure's gotten to him at all, Shannon.
Yeah, he's feeling so relaxed, sitting on a huge heat total, as you said. A world champion, a Brazilian champion as well, and feeling really strong heading into the following round. It'll be straight into the semifinals for the top 8 surfers. From there, again, it goes back into a normal kind of heat draw where the top 2 surfers will be advancing through to the final, and the bottom 2 surfers per heat will be falling out of the draw. Matthew from France sitting with priority. He's got an opportunity now, looking to improve on a 0.57. Remember that 6.67 was really important to his chances of advancing through in the top 8, as it's greatly improved on his scoreline. He's got that 2.77 from his previous heat. He's really going to need to get another 4 or a 5 at least on the board to have that potential of jumping into the top 8.
Yeah, but as of right now, just based off of the 6 that I have seen, the potential's there, but just under 4 minutes to go. You need to catch the wave. So he's been a little bit out of position in the last 10 minutes. He had that one fall, which was the really small score of the 0.57. So you just need to be in position for one of those. For some reason, him and John are right next to each other. There might be a peak right there, but I'm seeing a lot more waves closer towards the pier bowl, which seemed to be very clean too. So you got the 6.67 on a right. I think going on another one of those right now would be very smart.
3 minutes remaining. That glare being so intense that a lot of surfers have opted to surf down the south end just for the sake of knowing the judging tower. The visibility is a lot better on the south end, but like you said, that north end has some great waves as well and some really clean sections, consistently breaking in that same area as well, so it's really easy to keep your positioning in comparison to being farther down the beach.
Yeah, and you always want to start off over at the pier, even if you want to surf the southern end peak. I think the easiest place to paddle out from is still the pier bowl. You just move over, the current's going to drift you anyways. And now with 2.5 on the clock, I feel like he needs to get into a wave catching mode here, Shannon, and just catch the first opportunity that he can go on. Case in point, that's that one wave that I was telling you about, and it's going to go unridden, but there was some potential right there on that right-hander.
2.5 minutes to go. You can see Matthew eyeing off that peak, like you said, trying to put himself into position as that wave goes as a missed opportunity. Still a bit of time on the clock. It looks like it's gone a little bit quieter out at backline as far as any sets coming through. And you can see Matthew just getting some space between him. John has been in the water as well for Team Costa Rica. He's had a slow heat, just that 2.33 as his high score. He's been needing to improve on the 1.37, so he's done that already as his bottom score from his first heat. Hasn't been able to improve on the 3-point ride that he had behind that. Really keen surfer as well as a boxer, so some great training, cross-training going on. But right now, it really comes down to this final 90 seconds and whether or not he's going to be able to get a score that's big enough to jump him into the top 8.
Yeah, and they have that mentality of pura vida, just going out there and enjoying things. Very competitive person too, but I think he knew that coming into this event to be able to get into the gold medal match is going to be something difficult for him. So more than anything, just getting some more experience and proving that, you know, there's always a possibility of making the team overall. And wanting to motivate a couple of the other surfers from his beautiful country of Costa Rica to be able to compete eventually in future events like this one.
50 seconds to go, and we have a potential paddle for Matthew, but he's just too deep as that wave breaks on his back. It's unfortunate because he's really been searching the lineup for the last 5 or 10 minutes to try and get himself another opportunity.
Yeah, I think after that one fall, though, he just kind of got into a groove of wanting to wait for a certain wave that never showed up and got complacent. And as of right now, it doesn't seem like he's going to be in position with 20 seconds to go to get one more wave. John might be on something here, though, with the left.
John with a chance to paddle in. Now up and riding on his forehand. Off balance, off the takeoff, just a little too much weight back, unable to get a clean ride.
Yeah, a bit quick right there, and a little frustration settling in for him. But still, he was needing 2 big scores to be able to move up into the elimination rounds. Still a good performance from him, but it's once again the Brazilian surfer Rafa who has a strong performance in this one, Shannon.
That's right. We did also see improvement from Matthew with that 6.67. It'll jump him into the top 8, but he's going to be right on that bubble. Whether or not he can hold on to it, we'll find out. Take a look now at more on JP Vaudry. He's paddling out next. We'll be here to call the action.
My name is JP Vaudry from South Africa. So my accident happened on the 23rd of May 2009, and I was shooting a wedding, and I decided to take my motorbike. It was such a beautiful evening. Just before I got home, 2 kilometers from my house, someone ran a stop street, hit and run, never been found. When the surgeon told me that he was going to take my leg, the very first thing I thought of was, am I going to surf again? Unless you've actually been there, it's hard to digest, what you can and can't do. But I mean, I was a surfer before my accident, and I wanted to carry on being a surfer, stand-up surfer that is. And I think that's what inspired me to get going. Friends and family said, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I decided to go the other route. I got all my friends, all the media, surfing magazines, they all were there on the beach waiting to see what would happen with my first wave. I had many quiet moments in the changing rooms, getting ready as everyone is in anticipation. I'm proud to say I got up on my very first wave. I can't even express the feeling, and haven't looked back since. Once you get that first wave, anything's possible. But my friends say I surf better now than before. I'm just chasing life, really, and I start my day with a surf. I spend as much time with my family as possible, just because it could all go in a second, and I want to know that I've got no regrets.
Well, staying with the action, JP Vaudry now up and riding. He's already got a 3-point ride on the board, and he's got a great section in front of him. Connects with the lip line. He'll go down on that second turn, be able to wash that off quickly and get back into position. As we see South Africa, Israel, and Hawaii. Nachman Balulu from Israel, Mike Coots of Hawaii, and JP Vaudry out in the water for Team South Africa, looking to improve on their scores from their opening round.
Yeah, and 2 of the icons of this classification out there in the water right now. JP Vaudry was a silver medalist at last year's event in Pismo Beach, and Mike Coots has been one of the most influential parasurfers in the world. Very open about, what happened in his shark attack situation. And I think coming from the island of Kauai, you have a lot of mana, a lot of energy coming from that beautiful island, but more importantly, you have a sense of community too. And he's been leading that community for a number of years. And he definitely feels like he's a larger part of that surfing community, not only on the island of Kauai, but throughout the state of Hawaii as well. And I feel like he's been very influential in the careers of Bethany Hamilton, Malia Manuel, and even the Irons brothers too.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see the influence that he has had in the years before the attack and afterward, and how him and Bethany have both used those moments in their life to give them a better platform for influence for others, a better platform to help others, and to continue to push the boundaries of what's possible as surfers with differing abilities.
Yeah, and Kauai has always been, you know, a hotbed for talent. Dustin Barca, the Irons brothers, Sebastian Zietz, Alana Blanchard, Malia Manuel, I could go on and on. Kaimana Hikias, his father Kaipo. But when it comes to not only having some of the most influential surfers in the world, they also have one of the best water photographers in the world in Mike Coots as well. As we look at Team Japan preparing, Kenjiro Ito coming up. He had a good performance in his opening round heat, going up against Sean Ringo from Puerto Rico and Nathan Smith from Canada. But yeah, I think that, you know, the state of Hawaii, especially with a lot of those surfers being world champions that I just mentioned, have been a strong community in the sense of surfing overall in a global perspective.
Mike Coots now up and riding on his forehand, looking to improve on a couple of small scores that he had from the opening round.
Much better though, and we didn't really see that. I think he was needing a bit bigger of a wave, and we're seeing the increase in swell help him out quite a bit.
I was thinking the same thing. If this was an event being held in something heavier, a nice reef break, a good point break, we would be seeing Mike really being able to unleash a wave that had maybe a heavy barrel on offer. But for these beach break conditions where it's slow and sloppy, it can be really challenging for especially guys that are as tall as he is to be able to find that momentum. So this extra push and swell could be helping him out. This could be the prime time for him to get those scores he needs to jump into the top 8.
So for a lot of the parasurfing community in Hawaii too, the Haleiwa International Open, which is usually ran, I think, the last 2 weeks, the waiting period is of December every year. Joel Centeo tends to run that event with Fred Patachia and Jason Shibata. But there is a parasurfing day too, and Chris Courtois, who's here with the Israeli team, actually is a big part of that. So if you want to get involved and surf one of the better waves in Hawaii, especially on the North Shore, get involved with the Haleiwa International Open. As we look at JP Vaudry's opening wave right here, comes in as a 3-point ride. Just a one turn and incomplete, but a good amount of distance right there for JP. Had a great performance in his opening round, and good to see him out there in the water again. Meanwhile, Coots right here, 1.83 for him. Just some speed down the line, and the wave eventually closed out on him, Shannon.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for one of those waves that has that open face opportunity like we saw Rafael on in the last heat. Then we could see him really be able to engage that rail, get into some better turns. As we see one of our surfers now up and riding on his backhand. It looks like our surfer in blue, Nachman Balulu of Israel, might be putting a score down as well, putting himself into the conversation. Green with the duck dive now, as probably the wave that he would have liked to be riding goes past him.
Yeah, and you know, 48 years of age from Tel Aviv, tends to surf on the west coast of Tel Aviv, sponsored by Hurley, and not easy to get on that team. Team manager right here from Huntington Beach, two-time US Open champion Brett Simpson, having a lot of trust in his riders, and to be able to get on that team, you have to be somebody who's great at what they're doing, as it seems like he might be having a look at coming in and doing the paddle back out. And great to see a lot of these people, not only the volunteers, but everybody on the teams assisting their surfers when they need to. There's clear communication on when I want to come in and do the paddle back out. And it seems like that's the case right here, Shannon.
Yeah, he's going to jump onto the chair. He's going to get a push up the beach. And in the sand, it can be really challenging to walk with a prosthetic on, especially in soft sand and wet sand. So it's great to see he's got a teammate there pushing him along. He's hit the water, which means that they've just hit the brakes for a moment. He's going to go back up to that harder, drier sand and head straight towards the pier. We've got surfers in the next heat walking down, getting ready to paddle out as well, giving him a shaka. And he gets to just take this moment quickly to kind of reset before hitting the water again. Scores to come through for Nachman's first wave for Israel. A second score to drop through as well for JP out of South Africa, currently sitting in the lead. And Coots in that second place position does have priority now, so he's gotten himself back out in the lineup. As we can see, Nachman jumps into lead. He's put down a 5.5, so we missed the outside section of Nachman's wave. We're not sure what he got done, but it was obviously pretty solid in order to get the biggest score of the heat so far. And with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Here we are with Rafael Luters for Team Brazil, our defending gold medalist in this ISA Parasurfing Championship. So I'm going to use the translator for some questions out there. It seemed like he had such a good connection with the ocean. His scores kept climbing and climbing and climbing, but in probably the most difficult time of the day to find the good ones, he was always in the right place. And I just want to kind of ask how he felt out there about feeling that connection with the ocean.
Rafael, você vem na crescente, né, trocando as suas notas, você trocou mais uma vez as suas notas, numa condição difícil do mar. Como é que você se conectou com as ondas para fazer essas trocas?
Eu tinha, na primeira bateria lá, eu tinha já somado umas notas boas, agora eu entrei bem tranquilo, só curti o mar mesmo, né, e pensando em pegar uma boa, mas foi vindo onda e Cristo me ajudou. Obrigado, deu tudo certo. Estamos aí para a semifinal. Bora, Brasil.
He knew that he has 2 good scores, so he was a little bit relaxed and tried to go in and just have fun. And the waves keep searching him, and he was like capable and ready to surf them, and that's it. And also, he thinks that he's in a good shape with the vibe and also with the energy of God.
That's amazing. And his top score came out as 8.93. He thought it could be a little bit better. Let's ask him about that.
Sua nota foi 8,93. Você está querendo 9, né? Quer entrar no 9 Club. E aí, o que você acha disso?
Tem a semifinal, vamos, né, entrar, né, com bastante garra, né, determinação. Treinei o ano todo aí, né, em busca do objetivo, que é o primeiro lugar. E está na mão de Deus. Se for para ser, tranquilo. O importante é estar aqui, né, aproveitando. Gostei muito aí do evento. Cidade de Huntington Beach maravilhosa, as ondas aqui é excelente. O pico aqui é nota 10. Muito obrigado por estar aqui.
Perfect. And
Okay, he just said that he was there, ready for the good waves, but he still have the semifinals, and he's going after the 9 for sure.
very exciting. And at the end, we'll let him give a little message at home and everyone in Portuguese.
Mandar uma mensagem lá para a galera em português. Isso.
E aí, galera, obrigado aí por quem está assistindo, obrigado minha família, meus apoiadores. Quero agradecer a Secretaria Nacional de Paradesporto, a FECASUF, a CBSUF, porque se não fosse pela CBSUF eu nem estaria aqui, porque eles estão apoiando nós demais. Eu não tenho patrocínio, infelizmente, né? O Brasil tem empresas milionárias, no meu estado tem empresas, construtoras, muitas, é só milionário, mas para ajudar o Parasurf não tem ninguém. Isso chega até a ser triste. No Brasil, infelizmente, é assim. Mas, se Deus quiser, eu quero voltar para lá, alguém enxerga, né? De coração, tenha coração e me ajude. Não estou aqui para nada, vim aqui para, né? A gente que leva a medalha para o Brasil, a gente quer retorno.
Okay, yeah, he just thanked all the Brazilian Federation, our National Secretary of Para Desporto, and he's asking for sponsorship in Brazil, that he's not here kidding, he's not playing, he's a good surfer and he deserves to have a main sponsor.
All of these competitors and as well as Rafael deserve sponsors. You guys put your name on this guy. He's got more room on this board for a new sticker. Muito obrigado. Muito parabéns.
Tamo junto, irmão. Uhul, Brasil.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Some passion coming through from Rafael. Great consistency. I mean, unbelievable for any surfer to be able to paddle out and get, you know, a single excellent wave plus a good backup score, but let alone to get multiple excellent waves and to be dropping very solid backups is very impressive.
Well, that and, you know, he kind of went on a rant right there about not having any support whatsoever from a lot of those companies that have millions of dollars, and, you know, where's the support towards him? And he's absolutely right. As we look at the replays right there, that was the 5.5 Nachman in the blue jersey, and then an 8.0 for JP Vaudry. But just getting back to it, I mean, you can't really get yourself down on those kind of things, because in the end, what's in your control is, you know, whatever you got to be stoked on. Outside of your control, you can't let it get to you and stress you out. So I feel that overall, wins a second gold medal, it's going to be kind of undeniable that he deserves to have an opportunity to get some sponsorship opportunities, and at least to help out with traveling. But as of right now, job's not done. Go out there, win the gold medal, and prove to them that you leave no doubt.
Especially with scores like an 8 dropping through for JP Vaudry. So we've got, you know, another surfer with those excellent scores on the board. JP's now going to be putting another 8 to his total. He's got an 8.17 from his opening heat. He's now improved on his backup score, which was a good wave of a 6.33, but he'll now have an 8 in that place to, you know, replace it. So they'll be really solidly holding down that first and second position and have been improving that as well.
When you compete differently once you have another person that's just as well versed in their abilities as you are. So if they were to meet each other in the semifinals, that would be one thing. I personally want to see them meet each other in the finals. It all comes down to the seeding, so unless somebody's able to overtake JP with a pair of high 8s, don't see that happening at the moment. But Coots, though, gets a 3.9, so he's back up on the leaderboard right now, too, but I feel like getting at least a 6 on the board would be something huge for him, as it seems like Balulu had a look right there. I think priority's going to switch once again, as Baloo did have a paddle towards that one.
Yeah, good pickup with priority. Down to 5 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Coots up into second position on this current heat, with Nachman down into third. But for Mike Coots, it's going to be really important for him to get way bigger scores than what he's currently got. That 3.9 is going to be really helpful, but at the moment he just has a 2.1 as his high score from his opening heat. That's not enough to put him into the top 8 conversation, given that the heat totals there are nearly into the 8s and high 8s already for 7th and 8th place position. So he's really going to need to get himself, you know, a 5 on the board, get 2 strong turns. Even just that single strong turn is going to be really important for his success moving forward in this event.
Right, and we still have a couple of heats where people can even improve on those totals as well. So, you know, you mentioned 8s, 9s in terms of the heat total, so a 5 or a 6 would be enough for him to move up into that number right now, but I still don't think you're guaranteed a safe spot despite doing that. I think a couple of 7s would really be something to secure yourself within those semifinal performances. Either way, 4 minutes to go, you might have to just settle with having one of those scores, as priority didn't get deemed as a paddle, but it is suspended for Balulu because he's too far inside, not at the primary takeoff zone.
Paddle now for possibly our surfer in green, at least just moving positions. And you can see that Nachman with that suspended priority, but a decision to stay closer to the inside. He wants to get that backup score of a 5.5, and just a quick in and out. He is waving there for his team to come and meet him on the shoreline. Couple pumps here. He's already got that 5.5 on the board, so he's going to put a second score down, and he'll take away that second place position for Mike.
Yeah, but, you know, in terms of the leaderboard, he's probably right around there to qualify for the elimination round. To do the runaround, though, with 3 minutes, I mean, he's really going to have to hustle right now, and doesn't seem by the body language that he feels like he's going to be able to make it back out in time. Might have gotten the indication right there to just take it slow, kind of wait this one out. But JP Vaudry, once again, pair of 8s in the scoreline right now, moving up top to second place on the leaderboard. Coots, though, he's the one on the bubble right now, so right outside of it, a 5, a 6, that's something that's going to move you up. He has 2 minutes and 45 to do so, though, Shannon, and needs to be on a good wave right now.
Yeah, that's right. So for Nachman, he had a 4.57 as his high score from his first round. The 5.5 is going to better that, and it's going to jump him from number 9 on the rankings up into that top 8. It's going to push out Sean from Puerto Rico and potentially Valdir from Costa Rica, based on the strength as well from the first heat, where Matthew Goujon of France was able to get himself from 11th up into that top 8 conversation. Both of them with heat totals getting closer to the 10s than they are in that 9-point range, which is going to make it even more hard now for someone like Mike Coots to be able to get himself into that top 8 conversation.
Yeah, and he had a look at that one right there. He's identified that the pier bowl is probably the viable option for him in terms of getting a big score right here in the last 2 minutes. And I see a couple of lines moving through right now. He needs to hustle over there, though, and get one of these waves in the last minute 45. So that wave right there, a bit slopey, but had some scoring potential though. And we all know that he's a big dude. He wants to be on a bigger size set wave, but you might have to conform with just getting a wave here in the last 90 seconds, Shannon.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Coots swinging around to have a look here. Strong paddle. He decides to duck out though as that wave starts to close out in front of him. Would have been caught behind the section. Can see him now just looking hungry on the inside, hunting, wanting to find something to give him one more opportunity. JP did a really great job to find that 8-point ride earlier on in the heat. It was his second wave. He's now sat quiet since then. He's been holding on to priority for a while as well, knowing that he doesn't need to stress, he doesn't need to rush on anything. And if another great wave comes through, he'll have an opportunity to surf it, but he doesn't really need it for his scores for advancement.
Not JP, but Mike does, and he's looking for it for sure. And you can see right here, he's been moving up and down the beach, just trying to find an opportunity. Vaudry's in a safe place right now. He has 2-8s in his scoreline. And just as predicted, that one wave closer to the pier bowl with some good scoring opportunity. Seems like Vaudry, though, in the right spot for this one, Shan. Oh, he's going to let it go, though, so priority will switch. 30 seconds to go.
Will there be another chance now for Coots to be able to get into position? Vaudry had priority on that wave, has a paddle for it, but knew that he was just not quite in position to get into it. He's going to have a look at this one. He'll be able to get up and riding. Will he be able to find that open face? Just caught behind the section for a moment. He's mostly just going to be getting himself in, and that's not going to factor in really to his scoreline. Little tag on his backhand. Coots up and riding with one great turn, but I think that was after the buzzer. We'll have to see if it shows up on the judges' scoreline.
Yeah, so JP's wave obviously did count. That was way before the buzzer, and it's a bummer if this wave for Coots doesn't count because it was his best wave by a long shot. And it does seem like it was after the buzzer, so he won't be making it into the elimination round. Still strong performance by him.
Strong performance. Unfortunate that last wave isn't going to count because it really would have been one that could have made that difference to jump him into the top 8 with a solid re-entry like that. JP Vaudry with a win for Team South Africa, and Israel in that second place position. Hawaii down into third, and one of the stronger surfers kind of on the overall picture goes out of the event, opens the door wide open for a few other surfers in the lineup. We've got more action to come. We've got Sam and Ben coming in to talk you through it. We'll be right back with more after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome to day 2 of competition in Surf City, USA.
To this big bowl section, incredible turn. Wow, incredible surfing there.
Jose Martinez dropping an 18.34 heat total en route to the highest heat total of the event, including a 9.67.
My team and I decided to paddle out one more time and see if we could get that one. 3 minutes left, I look back and here comes the wave.
Brazil's Felipe Quesu Lima dropping an 8.83.
Great looking wave here, and multiple turns comboed together.
So I'm very happy to see all the people, the level, the good energy. And for one time, we have wave. Now, the compete begin.
Here we go again.
Up and riding with the bowl section there. Look at the control. That wave just sucking up on the shallow.
Spain's Sarah Almagro with an 8.27. An excellent score from defending gold medalist from Puerto Rico, Aleli Medina, dropping an 8.0.
To the wave, I was paddling backward, and like, no, the heat ended. I'm like, oh, okay. Did they count my wave? But yeah, I'm super stoked that I counted it.
Tune in tomorrow, 7 a.m. start for day 3 here in Huntington Beach.
Well, here it is as we draw day 3 to its last couple of hours. Thanks for all the attention you've given us. It's been a great set of action as we've continued to move into qualifying rounds. And right now, we've got round number 2, heat number 3 of the Stand 2 men's. We've already seen our reigning gold medalist, Rafael Leaders, take a fantastic start. But now we've got Kenjiro Ito out of Japan, surfing against Sean Raingoat out of Puerto Rico, and Nathan Smids from Canada, who is based here on the central coast of California in San Luis Obispo. Sam Bleakley back in the booth with Ben Way. And Ben, it looks like we're going to kick off with a wave for our surfer from Puerto Rico, Sean. Tell us a little bit about the Puerto Rican.
Yeah, so I was talking to Sean yesterday. He does a lot of big wave toe-in kite foil riding and kite foiling. He said he just got into the kite side, but he was showing me some pictures of him dropping into about probably 15, 20-foot faces on his foil, and must have been flying. But yeah, amazing surf spots in Puerto Rico, a lot of gnarly reefs, and we're going to have our Olympic qualifier at Magara, one of the really, really heavy tubing reef breaks over there.
Exciting things to look forward to next season with the International Surfing Association, the ISA, and also we just come off the back of some fantastic development programs, scholarship programs. Just ran a great operation there in Senegal. I love a lot of the grassroots work that's happening, and of course those scholarships have been game-changing for so many young athletes around the world, supporting now over 113 federations globally. As we can see, Sean up and riding a goofy footer overhead section, bottom turns under that wall there, but you can see the control he demonstrated as we continue our Stand 2 classification here. And it's been a great day, Ben, but so far, a couple of highlights for you. If somebody's just tuning in now and they're going to have an opportunity to watch some of the highlight replays later, what would you suggest looking back at?
Well, there were many little occasions. One would be, I guess, Sponge's big turn.
Yeah.
To finish it off.
Agreed. That was fantastic.
Martin Pollock's buzzer beater.
That was great.
That was super cool. Man, there's been just so many different moments today. The huge drop by Emma Dieters, that was nuts.
Absolutely. So much to look forward to watch on the replay. We've got to continue the action, though, because we've got some big heats coming up. We're going to have the conclusion of this Heat 3 as we see Kenjiro up and riding. Big float section there, rides out with style, attack that section. Our bronze medalist from 2017 and our copper medalist from last year at 2022, riding that round. That full nose board there, a little bit more extra width up at the front, but then Way, the flow initiated then, the control and the finishing turn was absolutely crispy.
I love this. Gets over this double up, gets right into action for a quick snap, and redirects on the upper half of that double up to completely prepare his body positioning for that floater, and lucks out with this little extra bit on the end where it reconnects to the inside, and that's going to let him move his way over and get another paddle out next to the pier. As we do have that tide coming back in, I think that current will start to speed up again.
And talking about somebody who put on a good show out of East London, South Africa, JP, John Paul Vaudry, our silver medalist from last year. He's on the glass.
Have done well before. Jordy Smith was a gold medalist here in 2006, and JP, you have a chance to become another South African that wins the gold medal here at the end of this event. Congratulations, you replace your low score, you get an 8-point ride. You're still in second place heading into the elimination rounds.
Thanks very much. I'm not gonna lie, it was tough out there. But my goal was to back up that 8 from yesterday, and I suppose I've achieved that. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's supporting me, and thanks very much to my sponsors for helping me out.
Talk to me about your equipment. Channel Islands happy every day. It seems like a Spine Tech too. What kind of equipment did you bring for this event?
I've been to your country probably about 8 times now, and this is the first time I've ever seen a wave. So I left my performance boards at home, and I've got 2 happy every days, but it's an all-round board. I've got to spend some time with the guys at Channel Islands here in Santa Barbara, and yeah, they've really helped me to refine my equipment, and yeah, I think it's a good all-round board for just about any condition.
You talked to me about not only getting here a few days before the event, you bought your ticket 3 days before, but travel-wise, South Africa, regardless of where you go in the world, it's tough to get to any place. How difficult do you think it is, especially when it comes to big events like the World Championships? South Africans have it in terms of everybody else worldwide.
Yeah, I mean, like, we definitely have to go probably further than most other countries to get there, and with the South African rand being as poor as it is, it's tough to raise the money. Huntington Beach is quite an expensive place to live, so I'm eating 2-minute noodles, and no, you know, it is tough to get here, and I was advised not to come on this trip by medical practitioners. Flying on a plane for 25 hours is about the worst thing you could do, and then surfing would be probably even worse than that, but I had to try, and here I am.
Hey, you're trying your best. You got a 16-point plus heat total. Good luck in the rest of the event, JP.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sam, looking good.
Absolutely looking incredible. The East Londoner loves to surf the eastern beaches of South Africa, riding those Channel Island boards, of course. You can see that Quicksilver decal there. He's a great passionate person for photography. He loves his family, and of course he's been a silver medalist here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and he is actually a professional photographer. That's how he makes his income. So he's a really great person to follow his work. And JP, I mean, you know, we heard him speaking there. You know, for me, that's somebody who's got a real kind of icy approach to this event. Someone who's he's saving his best cards. I get the feeling that he's going to go hard in the finals. We see Nathan Smith, based in the Central Coast of California, San Obispo. Beautiful surfing there from Nathan. He's going to get a score on the board. Kenjiro kicked off with a strong 7.33, but going back to JP, Ben, what do you think of that focused approach we're seeing from the South African?
Yeah, no, it's really, really cool. It's kind of like a do or die kind of approach. It's like we put so much on getting here. I love the look of that board. When we heard Mitchell Salazar say Spine Tech, have you been familiar with any of that construction with the Channel Islands?
Yeah, there's, you know, it would be great for you to explain to the uninitiated. We just saw Sean there get a really nice float road out of it, so it could be a decent score. He's going to add to that 2.0. Yeah, but for all of those fans interested in board design, explain a little bit more, Ben, to the community.
Very, very cool technology that Channel Islands came up with, where it's the EPS, kind of like the polystyrene blank, epoxy glassing, which is pretty standard issue for the high performance now, but replacing what would be the wood stringer that keeps the board from breaking, also adds some stiffness, keeps the board from deforming too much. There's an integrated high density foam. So you've got soft foam around the center, and down the center of the board, you have this stiffness that's added by a stronger foam that is also supported by carbon fiber reinforcement, but really, really high performance, really springy and lively technology.
Brilliant stuff there. 7 minutes remaining. So our surfer from Japan has got a 7.33. He's got a small backup score. That 7.33 does go into his top 2 because he got a 5.5 in his opening qualifying round. So the top 8 athletes of these 17 surfers will earn themselves a spot in the semi-finals. Once they move on to the semi-finals later in the week, it'll just be the top 2 in each semi that go to the grand final to go for gold, to go for silver, to go for bronze, and to go for copper. But as it stands right now, Sean has got a good wave there, a 3.43. So if we look at Sean Raingoat's opening heat there, he got a 4.67 and a 3.27. So that 3.43 might well be a keeper for the Puerto Rican.
Wow. So, yeah, it looks like we're starting to kind of get that afternoon cleanup. The wind's kind of sitting down. We're seeing nicer texture, a little bit easier to read the conditions. And we also have that incoming tide, which also helps increase the power, the push of the swell coming in with bringing that ocean energy towards the beach rather than the opposite when the tide is receding.
Nathan Smith's the 39-year-old representing Canada, originally from Chatham, Ontario. As I said, now lives in San Luis Obispo on the Californian coast there. Loves to surf Morro Bay, likes to surf Pismo Beach. He's a silver medalist in the 2021 US Adaptive Championships, and he's the 2016 national champion. He rides his Firewire 610. He's loving the classic Polonia wood construction there. Hard to get hold of those older generation Polonia wood construction Firewire boards. Again, you know, a real progressive design and engineering with regards to sustainability, using that Polonia wood construction, as we can see on that little sucky right hander there, up and riding. It looks to be our surfer from Japan with his second turn, flowing with style and excellent surfing.
That's Blue.
That's Blue.
That was Sean.
So that was Sean from Puerto Rico there.
Like, what a great turn.
Absolutely brilliant. So is that going to replace his 3.43?
I should hope so. I really, really like that turn a lot, and it seemed like he was finally given the space that he needed to really kind of stretch out and unleash that energy.
So tell me a little bit about the Puerto Rican surf community and how much it means to Sean to be here flying the flag for his island.
Well, they have young Aleli Medina in the stand. It's the visual impaired classification. She's coming off a gold medal. She's coming off a win in the U.S. Open in 2023. So kind of showing up with there's a few newcomers that are just showing up with their team that's got some superstar in the sport. And it's always great to kind of show up with a new member, as well as young Ian Solar, which is also in a stand division. And here we go. Red Kenjiro Ito.
Up and riding. Nice wall ahead of him. He's going to come off the bottom. Is he going to land this turn? He does, with complete control, and moves round that section to float and ride out with style. This guy is absolutely on fire. Not only surfing radically, but surfing with a tremendous amount of flow and style. A little kind of, yes, of course, this isn't Tom Curran, but for me, I just got a little flair, a little Curran-esque flow demonstrated there here at Huntington Beach. The way everything was radical, but it looked so effortless and clean.
That was his most buttery ride by far. And as we could see that drone angle, that looked like a pretty heavy section at first, and he just tapped off of it beautifully and was able to draw off that line. Such perfect style, a great line, and very, very good flow on that ride. I expect that one to push up there.
So this is the stand 2. So we have stand 1, stand 2, and stand 3. Parasurfing stand 2 is any surfer, of course, in the standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or a leg length difference. So some of these surfers will have that below-the-knee amputation, as you can see there from Kenjiro Ito, the 46-year-old from Japan. Any intel, Ben, on the board he's riding? Because it looks to be going beautifully for him.
Yes. And thanks for that, because you know I love talking about this stuff. But yeah, we did mention, in case you guys missed some of his earlier rounds, we are going to watch this quick run of Sean. Off the bottom, really throws a lot of spray on that one and gets a little tap on the end section. I really like that turn. We're going to watch that again. So you can just see this perfect place, just takes the lip off of that thing, throws a lot of spray. Beautiful turn. As we have Kenjiro Ito. Yes, he's on the placebo board. This is what they would consider a pop-out. So it's a board that's molded around an EPS blank polystyrene core, and with a different layers of fiberglasses and resins on the outside, kind of a composite construction, close to the old Surf Tech boards that you're used to. And this is a design that's in coordinates with Los Matt Baiolos, and those are exclusive in Japan for Murasaki Sports, which is a huge sports chain. Look at that. First hit is so good, and he navigates so well to get up on top of this next one, and then just smoothly fades it and goes, a little more transition here. I'm going to shuffle up a little bit towards the nose, get to the inside. Live action.
Yeah, Sean from Puerto Rico on the backside there, bottom turn, sets up that top turn, rides out of that, he's still going in control, backing up his score of a 617. So that 617 added to that 347 is going to be extremely important for him, because his first opening qualifying round dropped to 467 and a 327. So already with that 617, he's got an important carrying score. So the Puerto Rican Sean Raingoat is going to be pretty stoked. As you said, keen wakeboarder, kite surfer, foiler. What will he bring from those other action sports disciplines like wakeboarding and foiling into his technique when he turns a surfboard?
Wow, you know what? I don't do much foiling myself as far as the stand-up foiling, but one thing I know is that you can have a basically endless ride on a foil, where you can finish your ride, pump the board without stopping, and go and get another wave. So if anything, it's going to add to the stamina, endurance, and leg strength.
Absolutely. And talking of leg strength, someone who's done it with strength, with style, but with control, dropping a 707 as his backup score, ousting his 5.5 and his 4.83 from his opening qualifying round, is our Japanese surfer Kenjiro, on fire, the heat leader with a 14.40 as we move into the last 20 seconds of the heat, and he's got to feel good. He's looking so relaxed out there, but he's just really in rhythm with the conditions here at Huntington Beach, Ben.
Wow, this is the best surfing that I've seen him do, at least in this event. And wow, he's just definitely putting on a show here, showing what it's all about, and the judges are rewarding. So he's going to replace both of those previous scores, which is very cool.
Well, Nathan Smits will have to hang on to see the tabulation of the other surfers, but it looks, of course, safe for Kenjiro to get in that semi-final. Sean Raingoat, again, we'll have to see what the performances are going to be in the coming heats. We've got more to come. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA. hosting for the very first time the World Parasurfing Championship, but this is the 8th major event the ISA has held in Surf City. So big thanks to our presenting sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach. And if you look back over the history of the ISA, you will remember in 84, 96, 206 and 2022 we hosted the ISA World Surfing Games and also the World Juniors in 205, 218 and 219. And as the presenting sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach is thrilled to showcase the best parasurfers as we move into heat number 4. Ishmael Nielsen from Norway back in action after a few years off the parasurf community. He's based in southwest France. He's competing against Oldir Enrique out of Costa Rica, Fabrizio Passetti out of Italy, and the newcomer Jonathan Maranovic out of Canada, but based in Costa Rica. Great to see Ishmael back on the scene. He had a couple of years away from it, having competed in the first inaugural 3 events of the World Parasurfing Championship back in 2015, 2016 and 2017. Now based on the coast just away from Bordeaux, gets the opportunity to really surf a lot of good waves on his doorstep. Sometimes goes back home to his native Norway to surf, you know, the emerging surf community there. But here he goes, having a look at this wave. Ishmael, busy, active, always hungry out there in the free surfs, wearing his Viking hat with pride. Great to have his energy back at the events, Benway.
So much fun. Yeah, and here we have the afternoon kind of cleaning up just a bit, whereas our previous days, the wind got stronger and stronger as it got darker and darker. These guys have actually lucked out at having kind of room out for these last hours of this competition.
Somebody who just looked like a Japanese version of Tom Curran. Absolutely styling. Kenjiro is on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Kenjiro, first of all, omedeto, congratulations. Big performance, a couple of 7s. Sam just gave you some big props. He called you the Japanese Tom Curran. What do you have to say about that? His translator here, JR.
What do you mean the Japanese comparison?
Tom Curran.
Thank you so much. すごくハードなコンディションでタフな展開でしたけど、まずはしっかり1本乗るっていうところにフォーカスして、今回は始めました。
It was a very tough conditions, and then it's a very difficult waves, but I really focused on the first wave to get a good wave in the first wave.
So Japan, we have the connection here with the Pacific Ocean in California. Southern California has been great for Japanese athletes before. Obviously Kanoe Igarashi from here. But in terms of baseball, Hideo Nomo, Shohei Ohtani, what's it about Japan and the connection here with California that is so successful?
日本とカリフォルニアすごいプロの選手もコネクションがあって、例えばサーフィンではカノア、あと野球では大谷選手とかいろいろコネクションとサザンカリフォルニアとカリフォルニアとコネクションがありますけど、この日本とカリフォルニアのコネクションはどういうところから来てると思いますか？
自分は、右足のこの、ベローザーに膝から切断なんで、まずそこの、大会、この、ワールドアダプティブチャンピオンシップがあるっていうことを聞いて、知り合いは誰もいなかったんですけど、もう一人の車椅子ユーザーマサと、2人で日本からやってきて今年で8年目になります。少しずつですけど広げていっています。
Myself, the right knee amputated below knee, and then the first time I came here to start competing in California was 8 years ago with another athlete from Masa, and we've been kind of opening up the athletes for the Japanese adaptive athlete, and then here we are in California.
Congratulations. Anything you want to say back home to Tokyo?
日本で見ている皆さん、本当朝早くから応援ありがとうございます。まだ始まったばっかりで次はセミファイナルですけど、一戦一戦大事に勝ってきますので、応援の方よろしくお願いします。Thank you so much.
Sam, Kenjiro Ito looking great, moving through.
Well, thanks so much. Luckily, my partner in crime here not only speaks the language of surfing and surfboards and surfboard shaping and Spanish, but Japanese. Ben, give us a quick translation of Kenjiro's last words.
He said thanks so much for everybody for watching and supporting. And he said it's still early on, but he plans on keeping and winning through the rest of the competition.
I watched him in Pismo last year. That was the best surfing I've seen from him. But look out, Ishmael on the charge, the Norwegian, all the way from Norway, up and riding. Big sledgy section there, taking that on full throttle. The goofy footer in control until that bounce just knocked him off but he will be rewarded for that drop because it was pretty juicy.
Wow, and he was somehow able to keep that big nose out of the flats, and was a pretty steep drop right there. It'll be fun to see a different angle of that as well.
And a little baseball reference there from Mitch. He loves his baseball. And, you know, is baseball big in Japan, Ben?
Huge. Yeah, baseball's definitely one of the bigger sports in Japan. Huge stadiums in Yokohama, as well as so many pros. Here we go. He actually semi-pearled the nose, was able to punch it through. He was so aggressive with so much speed off that takeoff. And here we have Baldir. Oh, he gets over that lump, that high tide lump. Look at the speed right here, and the face cleans up. Lets him get up on top of that one. Now he's going to navigate around this section, and he almost had another little section opportunity right there, but great navigation across that wave.
Yeah, he's going to love that second turn there. Like you said, held up, but then when he got the acceleration and he got in the pocket, huge re-entry there, as we can see our Victorian team, our Canadian team there supporting Johnny. Johnny new to the surf community, but also himself from an alpine background as a keen snowboarder.
That's so cool, man. Yes, Victoria Feige has been joining us over at our same hotel over in the shore break. Lisa Frank's over there, their coach, and yeah, we've seen just such amazing performances and such a slew of brand new faces.
Yeah, it's great. We see now old favorites kind of still going for gold once again, and new faces shining through. And what I'm also noticing is a lot of the big names, like Kinjiro that we've just seen there, really upping their game, really recognizing that the pressure's on with some of these rising stars coming at them. And it's just been great to see all the returning gold medalists, 16 men and 12 women who have won golds before, coming back to win gold once again. We've got the elimination now of Mark Mono Stewart. Hopefully we're going to get the opportunity for Mono to come into the booth and call a heat with us. We've got Felipe Kizu Lima still in the event, Matt Formston still in the event, of course Victoria Feige there, we just saw her, she's going for her 5th unprecedented gold. Liv Stone and Melissa Reed both going for their 4th gold, and the big push is this inclusion, potential inclusion of parasurfing in LA 2028. So that is something we're very excited about, and we've got 10 minutes remaining. Our Norwegian in the lead there with a 3-3-3 and a 3-3-3. So that's a lot of threes combined to make 6-6-6.
Iron Maiden songs going on right now. 10 minutes, and we have one score for Baldir, the 5.33. So that must have been that replay that we saw, 5.33.
Yeah, that was a really good score for the Costa Rican. He's going to be happy with that. Based down on the Guanacost Peninsula there, Santa Cruz 2019 Costa Rican champion. Loves to surf El Golfo, and he likes to ride waves around that southern Tamarindo area. He uses Carnival surfboards, and he's got a score that he will carry forward. That 5.33 is his highest score of his campaign. He carries a 5 as his best score in round 1. So add to that 5.33, he looks like he's going to be a contender to book himself a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, one thing that I was just thinking as we see all of the variety of below knee amputations, there's such a different variety of prosthetic feet that they use. A lot of them are this curved carbon fiber spring covered in either a rubber foot that's shaped surf foot, as they call it sometimes, or some of the competitors will actually glue traction onto the bottom of the carbon fiber spring, and it's just we have a couple competitors that actually have a shock absorber on their prosthetic. And when you think about surfing, on your backside and your toe side, we see this huge movement in asymmetrical boards. All has to do with the way you're built physically. Your knees can bend forward, you can get up on your toes. You can't do the same thing backwards, and your knees don't bend backwards. So we have boards that actually take advantage of that extra power you get on your toe side compared to your heel side and aiding in the turning. But for these guys, depending on what kind of prosthetic they use, it may favor either their front side or their back side in certain maneuvers, and it's going to be interesting to see how that technology develops. Mo Johnson's husband works with Hanger and Hanger Clinic, who provides and also helps develop prosthetics with the company Oser and a couple of other companies, trying to really push this whole thing, because surfing requires a completely different movement and different sensibility. And that's one thing that I'm super excited. After the boards, it's going to be getting into designing prosthetic feet.
And some pioneers there on your screen. Just saw the likes of Catherine Beattie, the laser, Eric Lazar. Some really great performances we've seen from all of those surfers and many more. It's 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We're moving into the last kind of couple of rounds of the day. The schedule, it continues to be the closing of this qualifying round 2 of men stand 2, and then we'll be moving into our final division of the day. It'll be the round 2 of men's stand 3, and the difference between stand 2 and stand 3 is our surfers in stand 3 will be upright, but they may have an above the knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So that will be the next division that we'll be able to enjoy as we close out the day. So that's really exciting with 6 minutes remaining. But right now it's our Norwegian Ishmael out there in the lead with that 6.6, but he's gonna have to improve on one of those threes, get something up into the 5s to really secure his spot in the semi-finals. Because already we've got surfers with totals of 15, 14, and over the 10s and in the high 9s. So as we see that nice graphic popping up about our parasurf stand and the potential single below the knee amputations that these surfers will be experiencing as their impairment.
Yeah, and the other thing to point out is that Baldir only has one score, 0 for his backup, only requiring a 1.33. So he can basically take off and bottom turn, and he's going to be right up into that lead position.
And he's looking to get this right hand, and now he's up and riding, he's dropping in, he's taken a fall. So he will get a small score, as we can see up and riding on the backside, our Norwegian grabbing that rail and attacking that section, and you really get a sense of the commitment and then a claim for glory all the way from Norway, looking strong. Ishmael Nilsson, the Viking, on a charge.
No way. Sorry.
Brilliant. You don't have to apologize a single bit, Ben. That was fantastic.
He gets so radical with that thing, and he throws that big old board all over the place. One thing, as you notice as he was falling down, his front foot is the amputation, and we're going to watch that as he comes off the bottom. Kind of a grab rail bottom turn right there, and gets a really high degree of turn, and then loses it right there. We'll watch this again. Look at that, just helps get that bottom turn solidified with that toe edge grab right there.
That was great.
And the claim is the best.
Yeah, well, rail grab, I mean, there was a lot happening then. Late takeoff, big takeoff, got to the bottom of the wave, bottom turn, grabbed the rail, readjusted, did a full completed turn, leant back, that prosthetic came up, it came back down, completed the turn, claims it. I hope there's some recognition of the degree of difficulty there, because that, yes, it was a kind of wild, wobbly one, but it was big, it was committed, it was progressive, and it was a high degree of difficulty, and it drops in at a 4.53 as we see our surfer from Costa Rica landing a really beautiful floater there, Ben. That looked very strong for Baldir.
Yeah, so just before Ishmael, Baldir was needing a 1.33. He got a 1.50 on that late takeoff kind of spill. It moved him to the lead for momentarily, then Ishmael moved into the lead, and now we have Baldir needing 2.53 for that last ride. So we're going to see what happens here, as we may see him bump up into the lead in this last 4 minutes, and we have White.
Up and riding right now, our surfer from Canada, Johnny Maranovic, really stylish surfing there, getting nice and low, expressive, coming high, good control. This is fantastic to see. He's going to be so pleased with this ride. His first time representing Canada at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, as we can see the Canadian team absolutely joyous about the performance of this snowboarder new to surfing, based down there in Tamarindo, 2 years an amputee, and a big shout out to his mum Barb and his wife Natalia tuning in, and his 3 daughters Ivana, Aluya and Sasha. I know they'll be supporting Johnny, and they'll be stoked to see that, but watch out for the Italian Fabrizio having a little look at that ride, but he needs to get his campaign rolling. He's had a slow start, has the Italian.
Yeah, and Baldir just put down a 5.33, so now he's looking pretty solid in the lead. It's going to be more of a battle for second, although all of these competitors want to keep building up that score line and build on their previous high scores.
There he is, Johnny, getting up to the paddle out there by the pier. Fabrizio, he's looking to get that 0.60 backed up. He lives in Varazzi in the province of Savona, the region of Liguria, 30 kilometers west of Genoa. He rides Black Magic surfboards from Milan, Italy is where those boards are built. He has surfed at Padang, and of course, if you know the kind of you know, a little bit about his history, he had a motorcycle accident, and he's been surfing Padang with his prosthetic leg, where he's now based out there in Bali for a number of years, and he had fantastic appearance in a number of clips that went viral back in 2020. Absolutely charging, surfing one of the heaviest, fastest, best left-handers in the world as an adaptive parasurfer.
Yeah, and it looks like he's scouring the lineup to find where the left breaks at the moment. But Fabrizio, what a fun guy. Met him last year in Pismo. He's had a lot of support from the Challenge Athletes Foundation. Really, really cool guy, and good buddies with Nancy Reynolds, who was running the CAF at the time. It was Alex Reynolds, one of our staff's mothers. But yeah, Fabrizio's a very, very bright, fun guy, fun in the competition area, gets on with everyone really well. Love to see him get a good wave.
And you can follow him at Fabrizio Passetti. He's got a big social media following, over 22,000 followers. He's an influencer, so he's one of those many faces that can really help push this Paralympic movement for Paralympic inclusion for Los Angeles 2028. And just search up those clips of him riding Padang, the most famous clip from 2020. There are other clips online, but like Mike Coots, who also has been eliminated from the Stand 2 division, Fabrizio is a person who has really excelled in more extreme hollow waves, you know, really demonstrating how far you can take parasurfing with some of those barreling waves, you know, late takeoffs, long tubes, and that's really exciting. It's not always easy to then translate that to competitive environments at beach break conditions, where you've got to paddle around lots and make the most of things in those shorter 20-minute periods.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to point out is how much more time you have to get that leg up onto the board on a perfect wave compared to these quick little waves where by the time you stand up, sometimes the wave's over. Here we go, Baldir off the bottom, great heat management. Last 20 seconds, he goes to spin his 360. We've been seeing that on the highlight reel, one of the favorite maneuvers of this comp, but he did get a quick hit there, just trying to make sure that he solidifies that first place position with the timing that he had left. And here we go, red, Ishmael.
Nice cut back there from Ishmael. So he's looking to replace that 3.33 in that first heat. He got a 5 and a 4.87. So he's still looking pretty strong to get in the semifinals. And in comes the headstand, ending in style there. Ishmael from Norway. Great surfing. Baldir with a 6.5 and a 5.33. Still waiting for that last score to drop for the Costa Rican. Ishmael drops a 3.4. Doesn't go into his top 2. Doesn't go into his best 2 from round 1 and round 2. We'll have to do some maths to find out who's going to be getting into that semi-final. But right now, let's have a short break, because we'll be back real soon for France, USA, and Spain. And heat number 5, qualifying round 2 of Stand 2.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Thanks so much for tuning in, Parasurf fans, wherever you are around the world. It's 3 p.m. local time here with the tide rising and the swell dropping a little bit, but excellent conditions throughout the day. We had big, heavy waves this morning. We've got that rising tide coming in till about 7 o'clock, and whether you're tuning in from Hawaii or whether you're tuning in from mainland Spain, thanks so much for your attention, because this has been the best showcase of adaptive sport you can find anywhere. These are the finest para surfers on the planet competing for gold, as we right now have Philippe Nord from France, Forrest Weinberg representing USA, Carter Hess also representing USA, and our Spaniard Javier Estaran, the 49-year-old from San Sebastian on the north coast of Spain, who loves to ride the ledging long left-hand point break of Mundaka. But no surfer up and riding right now, but I have got a great story that I have to share with you, Ben, having done some research on all of these wonderful athletes. The story, a recent story a couple of years ago about Carter Hess, who is a fantastic surfer from the East Coast, from Florida. I'm going to finish that story after we talk about Forrest Weinberg's really nice opening ride. Ben, quick feedback on that before we go to the post heat?
Yeah, nice quick to his feet, good line, fits in a little maneuver there, and he's going to be the first one to put the score on. We're only less than 4 minutes in.
Well, we'll find out that score real soon, because Mitchell Salazar is down on the glass with a Costa Rican who just took that last win.
That's right, Valdir Vallejos. I'm going to ask him about the experience so far being with Team Costa Rica, fighting for a World Championship. Para empezar, Valdir, muchas felicidades. Estás aquí con el equipo costarricense. ¿Cómo se siente de la oportunidad de competir por el oro al final de esta semana?
Muy feliz y muy agradecido con Dios y con el equipo. Para mí es una gran emoción representar mi país, y con mucho esfuerzo hemos llegado hasta este punto y esperamos llegar con unas medallas al país para motivar a muchas personas también, que sí se puede.
A big honor and a big pleasure to be able to motivate a lot of people from this beautiful Central American country, and just a pleasure to be here with the rest of the team. Obviously got to ask him about what his favorite food has been, because you have the gallo pinto for the most part. Tu comida favorita aquí en Huntington Beach, obviamente tener el gallo pinto, pero ¿qué has probado aquí?
Pinto de todo un poco de las comidas de aquí, de Huntington Beach, y ha sido precioso, una gran aventura, pero también un gran compromiso porque es Costa Rica.
Well, he says, first of all, a big compromise and a big amount of commitment to be able to come here, but been cooking a lot of gallo pinto at home. The last question going to be not only having a lot of Olympians from Costa Rica already, but also in the surfing part of it. Leilani McGonigal ha sido muy exitosa, pero en cuanto a las Paralimpiadas, obviamente podemos ver el surfing dentro de Los Ángeles 2028. ¿Qué tal fuera de honor para ti participar, representar a Costa Rica ahí?
Para mí sería un honor seguir representando mi país, con un orgullo a mi bandera y al himno, y de mi corazón dar lo mejor.
It'd be a big pleasure and a big honor for him to represent Costa Rica in LA 2028, and that's the goal, trying to get Paralympic surfing into here, LA 2028. Muchas felicidades, nos vemos pronto.
Mucho gusto y muchas bendiciones, y saludos a la familia, a todos los locales de Avellanas y Playa Negra. Pura vida, viva Costa Rica.
Pura vida, Sam.
Pura vida, pure life, and Mitchell loves his food questions there, and I've had the real pleasure of having some great food so far in Huntington, the likes of Chicken in a Barrel, HSS Taco Truck, Ola Mexican Kitchen was amazing, Mama's on 39 last night, an amazing Italian meal, and looking forward to Cruiser's Pizza Bar Grill tonight, Duke's day after tomorrow. We got a lot of good feasts to continue to enjoy here at Huntington. So big thanks to our presenting sponsors, Visit Huntington Beach, and the Foundation for Global Sport Development, GSD, as the presenting sponsor, as the official destination marketing organization for Huntington Beach, California. Visit Huntington Beach promotes Huntington Beach Surf City USA brand experiences. Definitely the best quintessential California beach destination that we can enjoy, and I've had a fantastic time here. I can't wait to bring the family back. The waves have been wonderful, the food has been incredible, the hospitality world class, and the surfing has been sizzling hot. Let's get up to speed on this heat. It's Philippe Nord out of France, the champion of his nation this year, the silver medalist from this event last year in 2022. He's got a 5 to his name. Forrest Weinberg is a 2023 AASP, which is the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals, tour champion from this year. He's a national champion based there in Long Beach, California. Loves to travel, likes to ride Chicama in Peru, one of the longest lefts in the world. He's got a 3 and a 117 to his name. Carter Hess, he's looking to get a good score. Carter, originally from Panama City Beach in Northwest Florida, likes to ride his 6.0 Torque. Had a great story about Carter back in May 2020 when he was out having a surf at St. Andrews, Panama City Beach, and he lost his prosthetic, and then it was found a few weeks later by a 13-year-old who was out treasure hunting with his dad, and they went on a social media campaign, and Carter Hess actually located the prosthetic. It was worth $3,000, a titanium prosthetic made at the Walter Reed Medical Center in Maryland. So extremely valuable, and of course it was an incident stepping on an improvised explosive device in 2012 while serving in Afghanistan that caused this incident for Carter Hess originally. But he has been a long-time surfer, grown up surf traveling across Central America, Indonesia and Hawaii. So great to see Carter here represented with a really strong Team USA.
Yeah, and we'd mentioned in some of the earlier rounds that last year in the US Open, he worked as the pusher for Jose Martinez using one fin only in some solid 8-foot south swell north side of Oceanside Pier. Just amazing. And here we have a possible exchange, Red holding the higher priority, and I don't know if White knows that he is in the lower priority. So unfortunately, this is going to be an interference call as Red had the right of way.
Yeah, well, it just felt like Habby there. He just didn't know he was a second priority. So Philippe Nord did have first priority, so it will most likely be the interference is called on Habby, our Spaniard from San Sebastian on the north coast there of Spain. Philippe Nord, as I said, he got silver at the ISA World Parasurfing Champs last year. He also got bronze in 2021, so working his way up. Is this going to be the opportunity for gold? Tell us a little bit about this interference and also the quality of the ride we saw from both surfers.
So White, I mean, normally without the priority, White would have had the right of way on the ride, but when someone else is holding higher priority, even though they're in a drop-in position, or what we call snaking sometimes in surfing, in this instance, you have to duck out of the way and not get in any of the way of any scoring potential. And they actually had a little collision as well, which is not going to look good. I haven't heard the call yet.
So Javier will very possibly have that interference called on him. So we'll wait to see. Also a keen biker and a snowboarder. Carter Hess waiting to get a big score on the board. Forrest Weinberg, he's got a 3.0 and a 117. So Philippe Nord's wave is comparable to some of the scores he was dropping in that opening round. He got a 5.57 and a 4.07 in his qualifying round 1. So as it stands, if he doesn't improve on that 5, he might well carry that forward with the 5.57. And 10 seems to be a benchmark number, a total number that the surfers are requiring to get into the semi-finals. So it's a lot of pressure now on Forrest, Carter and Javier to really get the scores that they need to make it into that top 8.
Yeah, and we see the judges taking a lot of time on Red and White scores, definitely discussing, and there is that interference mark.
And psychologically, what goes through the mind of the surfers when they hear that they've got an interference called on them, do you think?
Well, a lot of the times, well, let's watch this again. So while white would normally naturally be in, have the right of way on this wave, red has choice over any wave that he wants, and white has to stay out of the way. And white just stuck to his guns and just said, no, I'm still going. This is my wave. It really shouldn't have been his wave. But yeah, when you have a priority interference, your backup score gets deleted, and so you're left with having to get through the heat with one single score.
So Philippe from Bondi, he's a member of the Saint-Gilles Croix de Vie Surf Club there. Carter Hess has a paddle, doesn't catch that wave. Philip Nord with a 5, waiting for that second score to be tabulated. Of course, there was interference on that ride. We can hear the beach announcer now announcing that the interference has been called. But I still think the performance of the surfing we saw from Philip Nord on that ride will be rewarded. And sure it is, Ben. He gets a 6.33, which is a strong score considering he was sharing that face with another surfer.
Yeah, and he was actually sharing limited space. He was only able to use about half of that wave because the other surfer was on the other half. And that's interesting, as you mentioned, the Vendée coast. We were just in Vendée for our World Sup and Paddleboard Championship. Beautiful area, Le Sable d'Olonne. We were in La Grande Plage, and the other spot was the surf spot. But huge, long, beautiful beach. And I think it's one of the top 3 beaches in France.
Yeah, the beginning
just
of
came back there.
Yeah, the beginning of the Silver Coast there, you know, great stretch of sand exposed to the Atlantic. A beautiful all year round surf destination. And of course, in the summertime, it's a place where the water warms up enough to surf in a, you know, a wetsuit vest and boardies. And in the winter, it doesn't even get that cold.
Yeah, it was beautiful. When we were there, we had the end of beautiful summer and white sand beaches. Everyone, we got to surf in trunks after the competition. We heard that announcement go out to our surfer in white. Unfortunately, being from the Basque Country, he might not understand the call in English. We will make sure and see if he actually understood where he was at, because that definitely makes you reframe your heat a little bit different when you're going after one single score.
Forrest Weinberg has a look at that there, the surfer from Long Beach, California, up and riding right now. Philip Nord looking to replace that 5.0. He's got a section ahead of him. He comes off the bottom, doesn't quite get the opportunity to ride out of that. Carter Hess having a look. He's going to add possibly to that 0.77. And looking back to some of the kind of icons who have won this Stand 2 division. Last year, of course, it was Rafael Leaders from Brazil. Adi Klang, the mighty Adi Klang, what an absolute legend. He was the winner of this division in 2021. And then Roberto Pino won this division in 2020. So now he is switched into the Stand 1 division. So he's going to be a firm favorite for Stand 1. Last year, that was won by Camilo Abdullah from Portugal. But we have to remember, if you get the opportunity to rewatch those finals on the ISA.org website of Pismo 2021, there was an interference on Roberto Pino on the final. So he's coming back to rectify that mistake, and he is so hungry for gold in men's Stand 1.
Yeah, one thing I did want to point out is Carter Hess. We just saw him take off on that small one, doing a lot of work to get in the wave, and we've seen him paddle for some waves where he didn't make it in. He switched his equipment up. His previous heat, he was on the Tomo Sci-Fi, kind of a wide-nosed board. He said this board feels really big. Here he switched it up to something that doesn't have the same width up in the nose, and it looks like just switching up at the last minute, it's taking a lot more paddle power to try to get that into waves, and he hasn't been able to get it into a couple waves that he went for.
Javier there being taken by his Spanish teammates back up the sand to paddle out for one more ride, knowing that he's only going to be scoring that one particular wave. Forrest Weinberg up and riding. Beautiful line there from Forrest. Beautiful off the top, throwing some spray, and then with control and a little speed check turn to finish things off in style. I love this from Forrest. This is going to be a potentially really strong score for him.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. He is requiring an 8.33 to take the lead, but that will definitely put him in a safer position in that second place. And really, really nice wave. Forrest Weinberg's riding a new board from One More Wave. I believe it's their shaper, Micah. Made them a really, really cool looking board this time. And yeah, it's been working really well in a variety of conditions for him.
Team Japan there on the sand, watching the action. They've had a fantastic day. Spain's had a great day as well. I'm really loving the variety, the strength and depth of the Spanish team. Of course, Spain, a great surfing nation with so much variety. Madrid, the capital there, but along the north coast between the Basque Country, Cantabria, Asturias, and the Galicia region that then goes down to the Portuguese coast. You've got a whole plethora of surf communities, but you've also got the Cadiz area, which is on with some Atlantic coast around Andalusia, and then you've got that whole Mediterranean coast with the likes of Malaga. So it's no surprise that Spain continues to create fantastic wave riders, and they've really got a growing, powerful parasurf team.
Yeah, not to mention, they have the longest running competition in the north of Spain in Galicia with the Pantene Classic, rivaling Bells. And the only reason is they've never taken a year off. And Bells, there's a couple years where they weren't able to run.
And so many good spots, the likes of Mundaka, Rodillas, epic left-handers, and Pantene, a great wave, a great training spot if you're going to come out here and compete in Huntington, because although it doesn't have the pier, it does have a rock headland that does create sandbars and a rip channel current, which allows wave formation to be a little bit peaky. You get those bowly lefts into the corner, and it gets a lot of swell and very similar kind of texture and wave power like you get here at Surf City in Huntington.
And amplified tidal movement out there. You start in the morning with high tide, and the beach goes about, the shoreline goes out about as long as our beach here in Huntington. So it helps you to really be able to adjust to those changing conditions and changing positions on the sandbars. So yeah, very tricky place to surf, but very great waves.
As we move down into the last 2 minutes of our final heat in the second qualifying round of parasurfing stand 2, surfers riding in this standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or leg length difference. Just 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Philip Nord there, out there in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.0. Forrest Weinberg, he's carrying that 5.13. Could be an important score for Forrest if he wants to book himself a spot in the semi-finals. It looks like Javier from Spain is not going to improve on his situation, nor is Carter Hess. But some of the standouts, of course, have been our reigning gold medalist, Rafael Leaders, of course, the East Londoner out of South Africa. John-Paul Vaudry has just been sensational, but watch out for Kenjiro Ito. He has been great. I compared him, yes, I put my neck on the line, to a kind of Japanese Tom Curran, but what I was seeing there was just somebody flowing through the Huntington sections with finesse, like we saw Curran so brilliantly do at all those OP Pro events here at Huntington in the 1980s.
I love it, man. Yeah, that was some of the most beautiful surfing that I've seen today. I was really excited to watch that. And here we are down to 40 seconds. So Forrest Weinberg reduced his requirement about 1.8 points. Semi-achievable requirement. Philippe Nod leading the heat with a 6.33, has something a little bit above what he needs. If he can do a similar ride, he could pop himself up and create a buzzer beater. Here we have White up and riding.
Wow, good opportunity now for Sabier to get a massive score. He's going to replace that 1.9 potentially, but he's only carrying that one particular score. So Forrest Weinberg will take that 5.13 to add to his 4.67 as we move into the dying seconds there, and we'll have to tabulate if it's just going to be enough to get him into the top 8. It might be borderline. There's a lot of surfers like Ishmael Nielsen from Norway and Philip Nord who are sitting on that high 9.10 mark, but it's the likes of Rafael Leaders, John-Paul Vaudry and Kenjiro Ito who really solidified their spot in the semi-finals. Stay on the website, look at the tabulations to work out who's going to progress those knockout semi-finals, but stay tuned because we've got 2 more heats to go. We've got men's stand 3 and we've got Mitchell Salazar and Shannon Hughes bringing their excellence into the booth to round up a fantastic 3rd day of action live from Huntington Beach for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Welcome to day 2 of competition in Surf City, USA.
into this big bowl section. Incredible turn. Wow, incredible surfing there.
Jose Martinez dropping an 18.34 heat total en route to the highest heat total of the event, including a 9.67.
My team and I decided to paddle out one more time and see if we could get that one. 3 minutes left, I look back and here comes the wave.
Brazil's Felipe Quesu Lima dropping an 8.83.
Great looking wave here, and multiple turns comboed together.
So I'm very happy to see all the people, the level, the good energy. And for one time, we have wave. Now the compete begins.
Riders, and here we go again.
Up and riding with the bowl section there. Look at the control. That wave just sucking up on the shallow.
Spain's Sarah Almagro with an 8.27. An excellent score from defending gold medalist from Puerto Rico, Aleli Medina, dropping an 8.0.
To the wave, I was paddling backward, and no, the heat ended. I'm like, oh, okay. Did they count my wave? But yeah, I'm super stoked that I counted it.
Tune in tomorrow, 7 a.m. start for day 3 here in Huntington Beach.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're in our second to last heat of the day, and it'll be our last division entering the water in our men's stand 3 division. And it's their second round, so this is their last opportunity to improve on their scores from their opening rounds and try and make themselves into that top conversation to be advancing through into the next round. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, it's been a big day of surfing.
It has, and we're in day 3 right now, and not only are we in the second round of this men's stand 3 round 2, but I also feel that there's been a lot of performances that have been significant, especially after we saw a lot of people move up in the rankings in terms of the leaderboard, dropping other people down who had done previously well in the first round.
That's right. It's a small field as well. We're going to be taking the top 4 out of the 7 total, heading straight into the final. So whoever makes it through out of today's matches is not going to be having to compete again, likely until Saturday.
Yeah, and you know, you don't want to wait that long just to be able to get free surfs in either, but overall, I feel like a lot of these men have done extremely well given the conditions that they've had on offer, and it seems like Katsukura up and riding now.
Team Japan now with an opening ride, and Katsukura getting a score on the board to Jackson Santos from Brazil, also with his opening ride, and that leaves Martin Martinez for Mexico out the back with first priority.
Yeah, and Santos had an incredible performance in his opening round heat. Martinez, originally from Mazatlan, Sinaloa, that's where he still resides, but his favorite wave called Rio Nexpa in Michoacan, in the further south part of Mexico, and coming here to Huntington Beach several times already in order to compete at the ISA level, but also competing at the AASP level, as you were mentioning before. So a lot of experience out there in the water for all 3 surfers, Shannon.
Yeah, it's so great to see that AASP tour develop so that more surfers competing across all the different categories, including that of the stand 3 here, have an opportunity to be wearing a jersey more often. Currently in the water with the stand 3, it includes surfers that ride in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. We could see surfers surfing with that prosthetic on their leg, whether it's their front leg or their back leg, or we will see some that opt to be in more of a almost a sitting position with one leg standing, the other leg just kind of resting on the board and that front hand placed on the deck.
Yeah, so basically you have to at least be in a 3-point stand. You can't be kneeling. You can't be, in a sense, laying on your board as in a prone situation either. So all these surfers have to be basically in a 3-point stance, as you're seeing right there.
Nomichi with a quick in and out. He'll put a second score on the board. We got a 5-3-3 that's dropped in for Jackson Santos. He's now sitting in a convincing lead as Martin Martinez duck dives this wave to get himself back in position. And we got the winner of that last heat already out of the water and ready to go with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Congratulations, Philippe. Great heat. You've booked yourself a spot in the semi-finals. I'm going to get this translation, this question translated from English into French. I just want to ask, how it feels to be in the semi-finals and how it feels for you as a French surfer to know that you're hosting the Olympics this year.
Écoute, d'abord il félicite, ensuite il voudrait savoir qu'est-ce que ça te fait d'être en demi-finale. And after, what about the Olympics, sorry?
How it feels to know that the French are hosting the Olympics in Paris this year.
Et qu'est-ce que ça te fait de savoir que les Jeux Olympiques sont à Paris cette année?
Eh bien, ouais, ça fait plaisir d'être en demi. Là, il me fallait une deuxième vague pour assurer ma qualification. Donc ça, c'est bon dans des conditions relativement difficiles. Donc ça fait plaisir de retrouver le petit carré des demi. Et après les Jeux Olympiques à Paris, oui, ça fait plaisir. J'espère pouvoir aller voir quelques fois les sports là-bas durant l'été.
Okay, so really happy to get in the semi-final. It was hard conditions and I needed a second wave, so I get it. So I'm happy about that and very proud to get Olympics in Paris and hope to see some contest over there.
And connecting to that question about the Olympics being in Paris, what will it take for surfing to get in the Paralympics for Los Angeles 2028?
Qu'est-ce que ça prendra pour toi, d'après toi, pour que le surf soit paralympique en 2028?
Eh bien, déjà, j'espère que ça va être le cas. Je crois qu'on attend la réponse définitive à la fin de l'année, là, ou fin novembre. Donc, je pense qu'avec tout ce qui est mis en place là pour avoir des belles compétitions comme celle-ci, je ne vois pas pourquoi on ne serait pas aux Jeux Olympiques à Los Angeles 2028. En tout cas, j'espère vraiment qu'on y sera.
I really hope that surf will be Paralympic in 2028, and I think that with this kind of contest organized by ISA, I don't know why we wouldn't be in the Paralympic in 2028.
Fantastic here. Lastly, some words in French for your family tuning in back home.
Ah, merci de me suivre, la famille, je vous aime. Et les copains, là, ils sont tous devant un écran. Je crois que c'est à l'Équateur, au Maritime, sur le Caillou. Bisous, les potes.
Allez, le bleu. Back to the action.
Thanks so much. Scores remaining the same with Jackson sitting out in the lead, Naomichi sitting in second. And here you can see our surfer in blue just repositioning himself. He's going to ride all the way into the shoreline. He's going to do that run around with the team as well to get him into a better position paddling out. Still over half of the heat remaining. So he's got plenty of time for Team Japan to get him back in lineup.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, just replace the scores to the two that he has in his scoreline right now. Those aren't scores that he's actually carrying moving into the final. And only having 2 heats in this one, it's imperative for all 3 of these surfers to really be able to maximize the opportunities that they have with the next 11 minutes. And I mean, we're going to see some gold medals at the end of this week in terms of Paris surfing champions. I feel like there should also be some medals awarded for a lot of these bushers too on the stand, because he's doing an incredible job right here. And look at that effort just by pulling him and pushing him at the same time too.
Yeah, they're just lightning fast down the beach, and he's going to be right under the pier in no time at all. Some great core training, some great distance training needed heading into an event like this. And for those spectators down on the beach, just beware if you're coming down to watch. You got a few things to watch out for down here. Not just the surfers in the water, but the surfers tracking on land.
It's like Ricky Bobby said, if you ain't first, you're last. So you want to be able to get out there with enough time, and they only really used around 30 seconds to get from one point to the beach all the way to the pier. What I will say, though, is that the beach marshal has instructed all the surfers to surf within a boundary flag that they have set towards the north end now. So it's not all the way next to the pier because the glare's so bad over there. You have to surf within some boundary flags. So they kind of set them a bit further south.
All right, so there's now 2 boundary flags, which is pretty different to what we would typically see when there's a clear boundary of the pier being here. But just for the sake of the glare being so intense and the judges wanting to make sure it's fair across the board, that they're giving the accurate scores to those that deserve it.
Well, and the reality is, once you involve priority in the situation too, you want to be able to have that used as well as possible. There's really no sense in having priority if nobody's going to be able to use it, and the priority judge won't be able to identify the surfers out there in the water either.
Martin Martinez there on screen. He's sitting patiently waiting for his opening ride. In his first round, he had a 3-point ride as his strongest score with a 1.97 to back it up. Should he get anything above that 3, he'll be improving the score with the opportunity specifically to get himself into the advancing position in the top 4. If he replaces just the 197, he'll still be sitting outside of that top 4 for his heat total, but he really needs to get himself into the 7s at least to be in consideration moving forward.
Yeah, and I think realistically, he's probably needing around 10 points to kind of be safe too. So at least a pair of 5s or a 6 and a 4, a 7 and a 3, however you want to break it down. I feel like that would put him in a comfortable position into the top 4. He's been a medalist before, and I feel like right now this is a beach break that he has similar to back home in Mazatlan. Unfortunately, though, he's been a little lost out there in the first 11 minutes. Hasn't had a lot of luck on his side, is still sitting with second priority. As we see Santos move over a bit more towards the north, he's been on fire, and it just seems like each heat he keeps on getting better and better too, Shannon.
So true. He's sitting at the top of the rankings coming out of the first round. Eric Dargent of France also had a very strong showing, so it's nearly equal between those two, with that 14-point and 14.84 heat totals coming out of their first heats. Both front runners at the moment to be looking favorable for that gold medal based off of their ability to get into the excellent scores off of those opportunities. And taking a look at this division specifically, over the past few years, we've seen surfers like Pirata Neto Alcino, Pirata from Brazil, taking away the gold medal in the last 2 years, 2022 and 2021, and Colin Cook of Hawaii back in 2020. None of those surfers are in the draw this year. Those 2 are not here, so we could see a brand new surfer take out the win for the Stand 3 division.
It kind of seems like that's going to be the case this year in Huntington Beach, especially at a new venue where we haven't seen the Parasurfing Championships before at the ISA level. But 7.5 on the clock. Martinez needs to get to work right now as Santos have been riding again.
So taking off right there in the foam ball, it's so hard to maintain control of a board.
Yeah, it seemed like it knocked him off right there in that instance. He's a strong dude too, so you don't get to see that every single day. And as of right now, Martinez with priority, but Shannon, dare say, time, it's not his friend right now. You need to get to work with whatever you have available. And if that means try to get a couple of 5s on waves that aren't necessarily the best ones out there, that's what you need to do based with the conditions that you have on offer. So get to work, find those opportunities, and just don't try to sit and wait around the entire time.
Yeah, especially with the way that the break's kind of shifting around, standard beach break kind of style, where you could be in the right section on one wave and then you miss it on the next one. Really needing to hunt across the lineup to find those gems that come through. As we see Dariel from Keem, Costa Rica, getting ready to paddle out for the last and final heat of the day.
Yeah, and I think priority is such an important thing when it comes to competing at the highest level. But for a lot of people that don't use it that often, it could also be something that is detrimental to their performance. Get out a lot more pressure to yourself. You might not know how to use it that often. And if that's almost the case, if I were the coach for somebody in this position, I'd just be telling them that, hey, if you're in a priority rotation that's good for you, then maybe hold on to it. If you feel like it's something that's not working in your favor, move away from everybody else and just look for opportunities and get into a rhythm with the waves. Because if you just sit around for a little bit too long, that's going to be something that's going to be affecting your performance in a negative way.
Especially, although it's still really sunny, the temperatures in the mid-70s, with this wind up, it's actually pretty chilly outside. So sitting out in the ocean, the water's cold, that wind is adding that extra chill factor as well. Could get a bit too cold. Jackson goes down on that last opportunity. That was a solid size wave. So he's charging, but he hasn't been able to find anything that's going to allow him to even get close to the scores that he had in his opening round.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still way out in front in terms of the leaderboard. So for somebody to knock him out of position would be very difficult. And the thing about priority is that you can also overthink things, and that's really when you get out of position. You get out of sync, you get out of rhythm with the ocean, and you just feel like a lot of waves that should be popping up aren't necessarily out there, but you might be a bit too far outside or a bit too far inside. So react to what the ocean is telling you and not vice versa.
Martinez now has lost first priority, so he's had a paddle for a wave, was unable to get into it. It's now handed over to Naomichi from Japan. They're not sitting close to each other at all, so it really won't factor into the equation at the moment should another set roll in, and Martin decides to get into it. Taking a look now at our surfer in blue. He gets into that corner, but that wave's gonna just flatten out before hitting that double up, just underneath. 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. It's been a long day for the for all the teams. We had an early start. First heat was buzzer sounding right at 7 o'clock on the dot. We're gonna be finishing out competition close to that 4:15 mark this afternoon. So it's been a big day for everyone down here on the beach, and we've got a really early start tomorrow. Contest directors have called it on for a 7 a.m. start. We're looking likely to finish around 4:30 again tomorrow, possibly even a little bit later than what we're finishing out today, just due to the fact that we always end up ending, you know, a good 20, 30, 40 minutes past the kind of predicted time. So it's going to be a couple big days of surfing ahead of us still. That way, by the time we get to finals day on Saturday, we're able to finish out with a, you know, a nice kind of mid to late afternoon prize giving, and we're not having to finish out in the dark, and everyone can just really celebrate those victories at the finish of the week.
Well, you say that right now. I don't want to jinx it, but we've seen the fog out there before. We've seen a lot of delays.
This is true. I forgot about the fog already.
I don't even want to get to that point. I want to focus on what we have right now, just because that could potentially be the case for Friday and Saturday. But I think just based off of the kind of conditions that we're seeing, especially with the north wind, I feel like it's going to get colder, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of the fog in the next few days. But as you said, finals will be on Saturday, and the closing ceremony right after that, I would say around 20, 30 minutes after the last final we're going to have on Saturday.
Yeah, so the kind of aim is to be starting out that closing ceremony between 2 and 3 p.m. We'll see what the reality is when the day comes on the weekend.
Next thing you know, it's 6.
Yeah, next thing you know, it's 6 p.m. It's in the dark, but it'll be a party no less. As we take a look at live action, Nomichi's done a great job to stay active in this heat. This is his 4th wave being ridden. He's looking to improve on the 2s that he has on the scoreboard so far. And so far, he hasn't quite been able to reach into his high scores, which were a 3.47 and a 3-point ride. He's sitting at number 4 on the rankings right now. At the moment, he's done nothing to improve that standing or even just improving his heat total to make it more difficult to be taken out of that 4th place position.
And not for lack of trying. I mean, he has 3 waves already, but his best one is his last, the 2.83. As you mentioned, he's right on the bubble, literally the last person that would be qualifying for the final at the moment. But with the minute 45, there is a chance he could get out there with enough time to potentially get one wave that could improve on one of his 2 scores that he is carrying into the final round. But it's Martinez, though, with 90 seconds that needs at least something in the 7s to move up into the top 4, Shannon. And Santos, who is way out in front of everybody else in terms of the leaderboard, he's just really out there cruising right now. He has a 5.33 on the scoreline, but it's this guy, Martin, who needs a wave. He still hasn't been able to catch one in 18 minutes.
We've had a few heats like this today where there's been surfers that have sat out there really patiently waiting for a wave rather than creating their own opportunity. What's it like being in that seat when it's at this stage? How do you reset and focus on the job in front of you?
Well, it's horrible. I had a final like this before where I didn't catch my first wave until literally, I think, a minute remaining in the final. I needed another score. It didn't happen. It's frustrating, to say the least, but I think more importantly, you just feel like you've had the opportunity ripped out from under you because you waited for a wave that never showed up. And I think as of right now, you just need to be moving. It comes down to the 5-minute mark when I feel like I started to need to be moving around. If it's not happening within the 10-15 minutes at the beginning of the heat, it's never going to happen.
Then getting really off on that 5-minute call to make sure that you're getting into a wave regardless of maybe what it even looks like, just to get things started.
2 or 3. I mean, start off with the basics. Then if you get something better after that, but you need to get to work real quick. And unfortunately for Martin, he's going to go into this heat without even catching a wave. And, you know, he's been a medalist before at this stage of his career, but as of right now, just a victim of bad luck in this one, Shannon.
Well, he will fall out in that 3rd place position in this heat, which means he won't improve on his 5th place standing in the rankings for the leaderboard at the moment because he doesn't have any scores to replace what's already on the board. Jackson Santos, he'll hold on to the win in this heat. He'll also hold on to the leaderboard at the moment with that 8.17 and a 6.67 he had from previously. At the moment, it's now Michi, who is sitting in that 4th place position for Team Japan. We'll find out with the last heat of the day if he's able to keep himself in the final. More action to come, and we'll be right back as we see our surfer in red for the next heat, already off to a quick start. And we'll be right back after. And we'll just go ahead and stick with live action here as this heat has gone straight off the buzzer. And we're gonna have a great looking score to drop through for Eric Dargent.
Yeah, and you mentioned his performance in the 1st round. As we look at green here, that's Barbaros. And he was also one of the stand-up performers. The German surfer, who isn't originally a surfer himself, has really grown into one the last few years. And he's a charger, really likes to go for things in bigger conditions, Shannon.
4 surfers in the lineup: France, Costa Rica, Germany, and Israel. Eric, Dariel, Barbaros, and Alon, all with 20 minutes ahead of them, trying to replace their big scores they got in the last round.
Yeah, and Davila has been traveling across the U.S. for the last couple of months with Roy Tuscany from High Fives Foundation, as well as his wife, Elena, and young kid Gunnar, who's just been a menace running around the event site all week long. And, you know, Davila has had the opportunity to get to know more about the U.S. and see different sites to what you would normally see in Costa Rica, but, you know, representing the flag very well for the beautiful Central American country. This is a tough heat, though. He had a good performance in his opening round heat. Job's not done, though. Still has 18 minutes and 20 seconds to get a couple of good scores.
Plenty of time ahead of him. Looking for good positioning out in the lineup. And we've got a paddle for Alon. Tries to get up to his feet quickly, just caught at the top of that wave. It's always a frustrating moment when you pop up just a second too early.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's going to be a counting wave or not as we look at the standards here for parasurfing stand 3. Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an above the knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So usually see a lot of these surfers being in a 3 position basically stance. So say in mixed martial arts, you're usually seeing a lot of people illegally knee somebody if they're in a 3-person position stance. This is legal right here in this position of surfing. So as of right now, we've seen a lot of great performances, grabbing the rails with both hands and usually just positioning their back foot on top of their tail pad, Shannon.
And then some of the surfers opting to wear that prosthetic on either their front or their back leg. That can be really beneficial to be able to push off of that prosthetic and get some great power out of their turns in a standing position. But for some surfers, they find it to be more of a hindrance to have to get that foot thrown around in front or placed in the right position on the tail pad. So it's great to know that there's that flexibility within the criteria for this specific category, that they're allowed to make that selection on how they prefer to be in the water and riding these waves.
All about personal preference and about comfort too, obviously, but I feel that overall, a lot of these surfers have been around so long that they know what they're doing. As we look at somebody who's fully standing up, this is Eric Dargent, and drops a good score of 5.17 for the one beautiful carve there on the forehand. As we will see a lot of people more in a 3-point stance as we look at green here. That's Barbaros, a 2.5 for him. So usually you will be seeing more people in a 3-point stance in this division, but you will be seeing people like Dargent who will be standing fully upright.
Well, the 2.5 for Barbaros does replace his second score, but he'll need to do a bit more work than that to be able to get himself into that top 4 conversation. Alone with a quick in and out as well, he'll keep a small score on the board. The 5.17 for Eric doesn't factor into his top 2. His bottom score was a 5.67, so he'll have to go better than that to get close to taking away that leaderboard top spot from Jackson Santos that we just saw take out the win in the last heat. and alone on the prone position just to get himself angled. Great decision there as well to make up some time in the water, getting into the sand, and he'll do the run around quickly.
Yeah, he's got to get to the shoreline quick, though, because hitting a deep spot right there, don't want to lose any time.
Eric Dargent up and riding in that same corner. Great looking rebound as he bounces off the foam, stands tall to finish out that wave. He's eyed off this corner, and it's really got a critical section to it.
Yeah, and if they deem this complete, there should be a big score. I mean, Foley went into that section with a lot of speed, great control. We will see, though, if they deem it complete or not, because if it was a beautiful turn and one of the most significant ones we've seen in this round. As you see, I mean, he drops in, he identifies the section. Took him a while to get to his feet, but look at the way he just projects down the line. Great timing with that one turn right there. I don't know if they're fully going to deem that complete or not, because he was on top of the top wave, wasn't fully riding out of it at the end.
Maybe needed that extra pump to get down the face of that double up instead to really accentuate that he'd ridden out clean.
And you want to be consistent with these calls too. You don't want to call this complete and then have something similar called incomplete later on.
Great insight. He's sitting on that 517 from his opener. We haven't had a score come yet through from the panel. That score will tell us without a doubt whether the judges viewed it as complete or incomplete. But like you said, taking in the context of the entire event and what they'll need to stay consistent with for the rest of competition throughout the week. 14 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for that to drop through for Last of Red. Let's go down to the beach in the meantime to catch up with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. The Jackson, congratulations. You have booked yourself a spot in that grand final. How are you feeling?
Jackson, você acabou de pegar o seu lugar na grande final com os seus somatórios. Como é que você está se sentindo?
Estou amarradão, me sentindo muito feliz por estar na final. É isso aí, galera. Quero agradecer primeiramente a Deus, mais um dia. O campeonato está sendo show, entendeu? Não consegui ali achar a valinha ali, só peguei uma onda ali, mas estou muito satisfeito. Consegui passar a bateria ainda em primeiro, entendeu? E estou na final. Gratidão, quero agradecer a todos que estão torcendo por mim, agradecer minha família, a CB Surf, a Federação Baiana de Surf, a X Pro Surf, a Sudesb, toda a galera.
All right, he's really stoked, happy to be in the final. He didn't find the right wave on these difficult conditions, but he's very happy to be here on this contest, and he just is thankful to his sponsors, the Brazilian Federation, the Baiana Federation. He's from Bahia, and also Sudesb, that's a place it's an organ in Brazil that it's sports related.
And I'd like to ask what you've been enjoying most about staying here in Huntington Beach.
Jackson, o que você mais está curtindo aqui em Huntington Beach nessa sua estadia aqui?
Esse campeonato aí que está sendo show. Estou sentindo a energia da galera. A equipe aqui está de parabéns. Entendeu? Quero agradecer também a Anderson, Dr. Anderson, médico, entendeu? E ainda eu saí uns caroços aqui na maxila, entendeu? Tô sofrendo também na dor, entendeu? Mas ele deu todo o remédio, entendeu? Tô ótimo. É isso aí, galera.
Yes, he's really happy to be here. This was his main goal, to be here in Huntington, and also he want to thank our doctor that's with us, because he has been he has to take some pills to some issues that he had, and he's very happy to be here.
Lastly, some words in Brazilian for your family, your friends, your supporters tuning in back home.
Fala alguma coisa para a galera que está assistindo em português.
Bom, galera, muito obrigado mesmo aí. Senti a energia aqui da toda a galera aí. Obrigado mesmo. Tamo junto, galera. Aloha. Vou para cima agora para a final. Quero agradecer, agradecer também que eu tô meu país, entendeu? Representando meu país. É isso aí, galera. Tô um pouco nervoso, entendeu? Isso aí faz parte, né? Galera, sei que a galera sabe disso. É isso aí, mano. Tamo junto.
Congratulations, Santos. Good luck in the rest of the event. Let's get back to the action. Shannon and Mitchell.
What a performance, an incredible result for him advancing through into the finals. His goal was just to be here, and now to see him walk through as one of the top performers of the event, it's been really special to see.
Yeah, and he's from the state of Bahia in the northeast that produces a lot of great surfers, but not as many on the global stage, Shannon.
Dariel with a great looking right in front of him. Nice snap to start, comes in under the lip. Hard to tell how vertical he could get on that turn from the angle we were watching, but he rides out with control, demonstrates that with a clean kick out.
Yeah, and it did seem like he had a great combination right there going right. And the kid from Costa Rica, very used to surfing a lot of heavy beach breaks over there in the beautiful country of Central America. So should it be a significant score in this one? But before we went to the interview, we were asking ourselves whether or not Dargen's score would be deemed complete or not. It came through as his best, Shannon.
Yeah, it came through as a 7-point ride. With that 7, he's now taken over the top spot on the leaderboard, backing up his 8.33 with a 7-point ride. Let's take a look at this one because it's an important moment for Dariel.
Yeah, great carve right there. And more of a body bash once he hits the second section, so didn't fully get his board up and over the section right there. But the first carve was really beautiful. I mean, just fully lays it on rail right here, engages well. And the second one doesn't fully get his board up and over the section right there. But still, we talked about a combination maneuvers. There was one right there.
Scores to come through now for blue. Green up and riding into that 3-piece stance. And he's looking to improve on a 3.43 as his high score. Just a quick takeoff. Not much else with it, but nice and challenging for the section. And we've got a paddle here. It looks like our surfer in red, Eric, with a quick duck in, cover up.
Yeah, quick one right there for Dargent. And waiting on the score for Davila should be a good one. And you saw Barbaros right there indicate when he was coming in. He's like, hey, let's do the runaround. Let's not lose any time. So he made it to the beach, and they were immediately waiting for him right there.
That was such a quick, I mean, him getting into the sand even was lightning fast. Dariel doing the same. Dariel from the wave just before. You can already see that our surfer in green is out in front. And you got the crew just running down the beach. Still 8.5 minutes on the clock. And something you can't really avoid is those waves just rolling right up the sand, putting the brakes on.
Yeah, but there's a reason why you have those big tires in order to go through those rough sections, and especially with the tide coming back up, they'll go right over them and drops a pretty good score, the best of the heat so far, Shannon.
And scores are in for Dariel, a 7.67. That comes through as his highest wave across both rounds. That's going to improve on the 6.67 that he has and put him in a strong third place position. He'll still be behind DeJackson Santos in second, and he'll be holding on to third. But it's now making it very much that much more difficult, to take away those first 3 positions. They've got him stitched up. Now it's going to be the question, does Naomichi hold on to that 4th place position, or are we going to see Barbaros or Alon be able to get themselves into that conversation?
Well, there's enough time, just over 7 minutes, and this is the score that came in as a 7.67. Fully commits to the use of the rail right there and combos it up with a second turn into the lip line. More of a hit with this body, but was able to bring up the board just enough in order for it to be deemed a combination of major maneuvers right there by our judges. Near excellent, the best score of the heat, but more importantly, solidifying his 3rd place position right now in terms of the leaderboard. And with 7 minutes to go, Shannon, you were talking about 4th place being up for grabs. Both Alon and Barbaros have enough time, and they're needing something that isn't necessarily a huge requirement. Something in the upper 4s or a 5 would put them right up there.
That's right, it'll put them into the conversation. At the moment, Barbaros is off by just over a point. So if he's able to get himself something in that mid-range 4 to 5, he could be close to the conversation where Naomichi is sitting on a heat total of a 6.47. And a paddle now for Eric. He's found a lot of rhythm in this heat. Gets to that stance, and right as that wave clamps down on top of him.
Yeah, and he truly charges too. I mean, he's one of the few people in this classification that fully gets upright in terms of a 2-point stance. We're normally seeing a lot of people in this classification get to a 3-point stance instead. But he gets fully upright, is able to stand up. It takes him a little bit longer though, and that's why for the most part he's usually searching for those waves that allow him to give him more time on offer, especially with the longer walls that he would have ahead. Right now though, As you mentioned, in second place in terms of the leaderboard, so he's qualifying for the grand final.
That's right, and he's got the system worked out. If he gets that slightly earlier entry into a wave, he's got plenty of time to get up to his feet and to be able to perform pushing off that bottom turn, engage with that rail still in that first section of the wave.
And that's why his equipment is so important. You want to have something a bit stubbier, shorter, but with a lot more meat and volume on it. So in this case, thickness and the width is definitely your friend. There's Junior, team manager for Japan, as well as the rest of the Japanese team competing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We'll be seeing Junior at the ISA World Juniors later on this month in Brazil as well.
It's going to be exciting to see the world's best juniors come together. It's always an event that has a whole lot of energy to it. We'll have 12 surfers per team as the max allocations, with 6 boys and 6 girls competing across 2 different divisions on either side. That'll be happening towards the end of the month as the last and final ISA event on the calendar for the year. That'll be a really fun event to be a part of as we see the world's best juniors come together. Alone with a paddle, he's unable to get into it. That's also going to lose him first priority. So you can see Team Japan there, feeling stoked on the beach, cheering on, even though they don't have a surfer in the water and they could be out of here, heading home.
Right, but they have their surfer who's currently in 4th qualifying for the final, so they're watching this heat closely and they want to make sure that nobody else is overtaking that surfer who is currently qualifying. But we did see a paddle right there by Alon. He loses priority. It seems like he might have a rebate wave here on the inside though, and he won't be getting up to his feet. So I feel right now with just under 4 minutes, Barbados has a great chance of getting a wave right now, Shannon.
Yeah, if Barbados has an opportunity, if he can improve on that 3.43, could be putting himself into a much better situation. Paddle now from our surfer in red. He's unable to get into it. Down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And this will be the finishing heat, our final heat of day 3 of competition. Tomorrow, day 4, we're going to be returning bright and early at 7 a.m. We've got a full day scheduled. We're going to see the round 2 for a lot of our women's heats hitting the lineup, as well as our men's heats that have not completed their round 2 heats already. So we'll get to have a really good picture as we see Adi Klang, one of the coaches for Team Israel, just putting in the support from the sand. And by the end of tomorrow, we're going to have a really good picture of where even our team standings are at.
Yeah, and I would think that, you know, the usual suspects are probably right around their top 4, Spain, France, Brazil, the US, and I would probably even include Australia and South Africa in that conversation too. But overall, what really matters is how consistent you are with the higher medals. So gold and silver, those are usually the ones that are getting you the most points. Whoever has the most medals out of that is usually getting first place.
That's right, and don't forget Team Hawaii for this event is still separate
right
from the US. They've been putting together a great showing, so that's another team that could be putting together a great performance towards finals day. Down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. A couple of 7s that were found in this heat really ramped up the excitement, showed us the potential on a day that has seemed really challenging through the afternoon, where it's not the best of surf and the best of conditions we could get, although the face of these waves has remained really clean, and you can see that light offshore starting to blow through as we're coming towards the end of competition. Dariel with a nice smooth style as he cuts back into the foam, whips it around for that second turn, and gets a little tweak out of the fins as well on the third, feeling stoked to be replacing that 3.33.
Yeah, and you know, if the other 2 surfers aren't careful, he's going to be distancing himself quite a bit in 3rd place, as you were mentioning. Could potentially even move up in a second. Some great carves right there on the open face. The only thing that was a little bad, though, was the size of the wave. The sections weren't as critical, as it seemed like Alon also had a wave. A quick one, though, really small. And with just over a minute, we look at this wave here from Alon. It's a small one, Shannon.
It's a small wave. Nice, quick turn on that first section.
Yep.
Gets that second turn and that third as well. Not major maneuvers, but he's able to get those change of directions and that bit of spray thrown as well.
Well, by far his best ride in this heat. So should improve in a scoreline for sure. And now with 50 seconds, let's see if Barbados can get a chance to be on a wave here, as Darjan had to duck dive that wave as well. But you look at these waves rolling through, it's been nonstop in this heat, really. It all comes down to positioning, San, and if you can be in the right spot at the right time, you're going to get a good opportunity.
30 seconds on the clock, and it's right outside of striking range for Barbaros. A 4-point ride, a 4.5, puts him over the edge to take away that position in the top 4. Scores to come through as well for Alon. His high score, 2.67, looking to improve on that. Could put him in that conversation. And now up and riding for Eric. Great backhand attack, goes in for a second snap under the lip. He'll go incomplete on the second turn, but threw so much spray into the sunshine on the first.
Yeah, and he could fully replace the 517 with this last turn alone. So wouldn't be surprised to see something touch close to the 7-point range like he has before. Either way, he'll be moving into the final as the #1 seed, as we were mentioning, and another great performance by him.
We've got scores to come through for last of red. We've also got an important score to come through on the board for the Israeli in Alon Avisar. Sitting on a 167 for his single score for this heat, another to drop. And we do see a 617 that came through for last of Dariel, has him sitting in the lead. We'll see now if Eric Dargent was able to get the strength of a 685 on his final maneuver to take away the win within this heat.
Yeah, 685 is what he needs to move up into first, but you know, with the leaderboard format, round robin, your job's done. You were able to move into the final and give yourself a chance and your team to win gold. So you were able to accomplish your goal, and another real strong performance by both Davila and Dargent. Some great stuff right there in our final heat of day 3.
Very exciting. Well, we're still waiting now for that last score of our surfer in white, and there it is, a 3.5, unfortunately for Alon, though his best wave of the heat is not enough to take him into that 4th place position. He'll fall short of the 6.47 heat total requirement to take away that spot from Team Japan's Naomichi Katsukara. So congratulations to those top 4 surfers for staying in. They'll be advancing through to finals day. And we have wrapped up day 3 of competition after another good one. Mitch, it's been exciting to call the action alongside of you. We'll be back in the booth bright and early tomorrow morning with even more to come. 7 a.m. Be sure to stay tuned, but take a look at the highlights today from all the excellent surfing we got to witness.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.